where you're just kind of like, the bears and the bulls need to make a decision. You know, are we going to defend this area or what? So I think that's a good spot. I mean, we're way away from that right now, so let's not get too carried away. Robinhood, the play here, just to discuss it. There's VWAP. It came back up to VWAP again. You're still down 1%. You know, again, if the market does crank lower, we are aware that Robinhood will act like that. So I think there's a good possibility that we at least get here to 72.50 if the market goes, let alone 72.75. I think that's short risk, right? If we break 73.50, we can get out of this one. So that's sort of my plan of action. Oh my God, I didn't even realize the time. Quickly, and then we got to go because I got to get out of here.
Oh, just right before you do just for lunch.
Yeah, go ahead.
Arrow opened up that IPO, and of
already?
course because we didn't take it, that's how it works. Halted to the upside instantaneously. So 42% up, but that's going to be from the issue price. It opened at $12.90 and then promptly halting up at $14.19, indicating an open $1 higher.
Huh?
So it's indicating a 15.50 is the indicated open on AIRO.
We were like, we're not taking that.
I know, it's like, sorry everybody. I know we said we all said we're not taking this one, and it's like, what are you going to do? That's congratulations to anyone that happened to have this one.
Yeah, I mean, we should have it, but we don't. Again, what is surprise on that one? Okay.
I didn't think it was going to open.
Yeah, anyway. What's for lunch? Just real quickly, because I got to get out of here. Lemon herbed tilapia, vegetable pilaf, and Neil's favorite, broccoli, along with Chef's Choice salad. So
well, you just
back,
ruined
Neil.
it with the broccoli.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so welcome back. Glad to have Neil back in the building here today. So no Sharif, but it's Obi. Good job.
Need some kale.
Go get some kale on that salad. And we will see everybody here right back at 2 o'clock. But for now, it's the Midday Madness with Obi and Joe. It's Joby time. See you at 2 o'clock.
Go get them.
Yo, what's up, everyone? Hope everyone's having a solid Friday. Welcome, traders. Hope you guys are trading relatively good today. Yeah, let's get some people to roll in the chat. We'll do some roll call. It's Obi and I. It's your boy Joe and Obi next to me. So yeah, let's get this ball rolling here, guys, and get this day off. So let's go. Who do we got in the chat? Oscarito, Robot. What's going on? Got Rats. Love seeing you in there. Darwin, Lo-Fi Soul, Mr. Out of the Box, KK. What's up, everyone? Bitcoin, yeah, I know. Bitcoin's starting to move. A lot of these mega caps are starting to move. We'll go over our trades. Yeah, frustrating one for sure, but we'll continue this. Andrew Sandoval, what's up, everybody? I hope everyone's having a good, green, solid Friday. You don't want to mess that up. So I'm going to be trading minimal throughout the day. What else we got? We got Juan Padilla, Jimmy, Joe Smith, what's up? Dravman, Sadiq, Sedar, Northwest, Sasquatch. Okay, interesting one. Akush, John, and Mojo. All right, what's up, Mojo? Shout out to Austin Powers and Bora. Obi, how's your day going?
Not too bad, man. I think, again, what's going on, everybody? This morning was pretty. I think Sean mentioned it earlier, pretty obvious short right off of the open. We had that gap down. Again, a little bit of uncertainty, and selling came in right off of the open. So that was pretty nice for whoever had the short. I was a little patient. I was like, all right, I like that Apple's kind of like waterfalling all the way down. I'm like, this is pushing almost into a 1 ATR extension right off of the open. I'm like, all right, well, I want to start dabbling into a little bit of a potential reversion here. And yeah, it seems like that 196 is holding for now. So that seems like a pretty decent base. And I think I heard Neil calling it out too as well, being like, yeah, it's showing like some sort of a base and a hold on top of that 196 a little bit later as well. So let's see if we can get back to VWAP. That was a beautiful reversion, almost 100% back to the highs. And I think Jose and I were talking about this, about how like in the past, certain markets, like it was very like rare to see V-shaped recoveries and 100% reversions, but like we're seeing them so often in this kind of market. Right, and I was like really starting to think, I'm like, okay, well, if something used to not happen very frequently, that's probably the risk for a lot of big players, right? And the game is always changing, so I don't know. It's always fun to kind of have those brainstorms and think about it. And I'm like, we literally talked about it yesterday. We're seeing a beautiful V shape coming in off of the morning action today. So that was kind of my morning, just chilling, waiting. waiting for just opportunities, man. How was your morning been?
Yeah, no, it was hot garbage, that's for sure. Slightly frustrating as well too. We'll pull up my screen. So I try to short the overall market, and then I get wicked out here, and then I add aggressively, and I get another wick out, try another one, then we get stopped out. So yeah, that's it. And then we traded some IBIT as well here too, guys. So not the best, and I apologize for the performance, but yeah, IBIT missed that train. I wasn't going to continue to take some stabs on it. On that TQs, I did lose half my shutdown, and then Oracle. Yeah, Oracle here, we traded this, and then obviously our best trade of the day we don't let run. That was the back-to-back jacks that we missed on Oracle. So yeah, that's it. I'm going to be posted up here. It is Friday. Don't have much risk left, to be honest with you, so I don't care really much to continue to take some aggressive stabs. The market's going up and down. We'll see if there's going to be any quality opportunities. Other than that, I'll be sitting on my hands.
Nice. Yeah. I think you might need to check the Unity for a second there, but yeah, Spider coming into 600. I like that. Let's see if we're looking for that push, right? I'm looking for, okay, we've reverted, just basic kind of reversions, 33%, 50%, 66%, 100%. We're pushing past that 66% reversion mark of that action we got coming in off of the open, the selling that's coming in. So I want to do a quick kind of like a scan. I'm also watching this Arrow group here, still halted to the upside here. Nice little IPO. Didn't really look into this one that much here. I was a little bit more focused on Oracle, and I was looking more at Mag 7 stocks and the market to see if there was anything significant I could get into. But truth be told, I came in pretty late today. I came in right as the bell rang. So I was like, all right, well, you know what? Things happen. You show up late. There has to be a different procedure to start your day when that happens. So I'm like, all right, off the open. I'm obviously not taking shots. I'm waiting. I'm being patient for the next trade. Maybe wait for the first 5-minute to 15-minute candle to see if anything really shows up. And it seems like Apple's been working out nicely, but it took a while, right? It took like what? It took 4 15-minute candles. So I had to wait almost an hour for a potential trade for my playbook to show up. But let's see what Arrow has in store for us here as well. I know Google was really, really strong earlier. Wow, look at that. Still pushing to its highs. This is a 1 minute. Oh boy, we don't want to look at that. Yeah, look at this beautiful 3-minute chart. I'm a little biased. I like my 3-minute charts. But use what you like. Nice little base here. VWAP hold, gap down right there. It breaks that pre-market high. I guess even if you take the 4 a.m. high from the pre-market session on Google, you can see that any sort of pullback held that pre-market 4 a.m. high, opening range high, whatever you want to call it, pretty well. And you can see in the pre-market, we were doing about 1.2, 1.3, and a little bit of increasing going into the open relative volume. So for something like Google to be doing over 1 times relative volume, especially in the pre-market, it's definitely, I think, something worth watching. And it's just interesting, sure, in retrospect, to see some of those reference prices hold and give us that continuation with some strength. We're coming into yesterday's closing price on Google, as well as some of these lows from yesterday's consolidation. So I'm curious to know, we've held that bid pretty strong. If you guys know what I like, I do like the reversions, but I'm going to be patient to see if this actually breaks out of those highs, Joe. So
Google?
Yeah, Google and the market. I'm just waiting to see who does it first. It's almost like, you want to, it's like the pack is running, and you want to, when you go hunting, you might want to make it easier for yourself to find the weakest one out of the pack. Yeah.
Sorry, I was reading something there, Obi. What you said the weakest one?
So the pack is running, right?
Yeah.
So when you're on the hunt,
okay, yeah,
the pack is running.
You want to
find the weakest one because it's an easier hunt, right?
Yeah. So. Either the young or the old is what you want to go after. Yeah. So yeah, this is what I got going on here. Maybe we can get NVDA to break through the volume-weighted average price. I'll keep my eye on that one. Bitcoin's starting to recover. That's a positive sign. But let's go over the top-performing sectors here this morning and see what we got cooking up from that standpoint, guys. So in first place, we got the energy sector, oil popping on the Iran, Israel news. There you go. We're up about 1%. All the other sectors are red here. Healthcare down about 0.01%, materials down 0.25%, then we go to real estate down 0.8, tech sector down 0.9, and then you got the financials down 1.6 there. But yeah, I like what you said, that when you're when the pack is moving all together and you're just looking for the weakest one, I think that's a good idea. And if you're going to be looking at that, I think it's NVDA might be one of the weaker ones. Apple did get back to the volume weighted average price there, OB.
Yes,
so a nice slow, steady grind on there. Amazon's starting to pull back off of those highs as well. Yeah, just missed the shorts. Like I got wicked out. It's frustrating because I put in some size here. And then, sure enough, it's the move lower, and then I'm like, yeah, okay, laughable stuff on that one. But yeah, there it is. I only had 2 names on my list today. That was IBIT and the TQs. TQs ended up working up well, but that chip kind of left without me. So yeah, it is what it is. We'll be patient, wait for other things. You're not going to see me putting on too much. I can hop in the sim and start punching keys, but I'd rather be patient and wait for another potential setup. Maybe find a good 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 that could display itself. And then again, it's only one trade away and you're back in the game, but I got to be really precise here.
Yeah, for sure. I think that those are the times I find sometimes where like, okay, I'm running a little bit low on risk, and that happens to me very often. I'm not gonna lie, and then that sometimes helps you build the skill of being like, okay, really honing in and being like, okay, what is the playbook trade? Like what am I really looking for? Am I going to take C setups and B setups that might show up a bunch of times per week, or am I really going to wait for that outlier, maybe a B plus to maybe show up, right? So it's like it really helps kind of like hone that in.
Yeah.
I like that. It's still kind of trying to get better at that, but yeah, no. Apple back at that.
You trimming at VWAP?
I started trimming into it,
right, cool.
but nothing too crazy. But let's see what it does in and around VWAP as well. But yeah, so we got the reversion to VWAP on Apple. So Amazon breaking out as well. So I'm seeing that. So Amazon's the first one. So we talk about kind of keeping eyes on the pack. Google's obviously kind of really strong, but Amazon pulled back pretty significantly, retracing about I would say about more than 50% of the opening move. And then look at that, breaking out currently right now. So a nice little hold, really showing us that this market is pretty strong here as of right now. Let's see if we false break the high. I have no idea. We're coming into prior days kind of mid to end of day consolidation lows as well. So let's see if that shows any sort of significance. But if we're just going to kind of grind to the upside, we were talking about this just for the past couple of days as well. Some of these legs, absolutely beautiful. The length of these legs and how far they grind and for how long they grind is sometimes like it's catching me off guard. And I'm like, all right, well then if that's the case, just get on the right side of the move and just be along and have a trail on for an effective stop. And just you don't need to have like an idea for like a 2-to-1, 3-to-1. Like I don't know what it's going to give me. I'm just like, all right, this is looking like it's starting to turn. I like the risk. If it gives me a 3-to-1, 5-to-1, 10-to-1, like I don't really, as long as that trail is still on, I think that's the key in this kind of market where I feel like legs are going a lot more longer and stronger than we can anticipate. So don't anticipate, just participate in whatever's happening, I guess. I know it's kind of cliche, but this is a great example of where that kind of falls in.
Yeah, absolutely. NVDL, we're going to probably hop in. Actually, no, I'm not even going to wait. I'm going to wait for this pullback right around the volume weighted average price. Amazon did just put in a new high day, so did Google. I was watching this name on this compression pattern, and then I just didn't pull the trigger. But yeah, that was a really nice bull flag right there, and then it makes that second leg higher. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? It's like a couple of losses, 1, 2, 3 losses right there. And I had some good unrealized at that point, and then we took another couple losses on IBIT. So yeah, really tough start. That's okay though. We'll just be patient, wait for something else to pop up. There we go. NVDA is now north of the volume weighted average price, so we'll wait for that pullback to see if we can get a continuation. But that downtrend is still intact here until that's breached and we sit on the opposite side of that. Then you just have to be really patient. So yeah, maybe we have broke it. So you can see now we're sitting on the backside of this trend, wait for the retest of it, and then maybe a potential long. It also might break. There's a lot of open interest at 44s and 45s all the way up to 50. So keep that in mind. Yeah, we can take a look at gold for you. You asked a couple of times. GLD, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing started to continue. Yeah, see, there you go. You're getting that pop. Big time gap up here in GLD. What's it looking like from a daily standpoint? Wow. Okay, that's insane. I didn't think it was going to get all the way back to these highs here. So there you go. GLD NVIDIA out of just knocked on the door of the all-time high, couldn't breach and hold it, coming back into this gap, even though it is futures traded. But yeah, not a bad look in gold. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man! Like, what an absolute monster run. I think you got to get involved in this name. I don't know what Bitcoin's really been up to. I thought it was going to go for the break as well, but it's just like, no, we have other plans. I think this is going to be a big, important candle. I do have some contracts and shares that I've been holding for a while. I just opened up the contracts earlier this week. So what I'm doing is if it cracks this neckline, we'll just get out of that trade. And then we'll wait until we see some more indecision, and then we'll just load up once again. So just get in, get out when you have to. I got wicked out here on the Qs twice, which is okay. This size wasn't as nearly as large as this one, but yeah, it is part of the game. I was looking for this. I was looking for that move back towards the VWAP. We ended up getting it, and then you can see these clean flushes. So that would have been a nice trade for us, but unfortunately, the market gods said, no, not today, Joseph. You're not going to take advantage of us like that. So I have to be patient. Obi said he was meditating over the weekend, so I'm going to have to hop into some meditation, curse some people, and then apologize for my thoughts, and then look to get better. But yeah, I can't really complain, man. I'll be honest, like from a consistency standpoint, it's been a good week. It's only my second red day of the month. But the issue is that on my second red day, I'm really close to being shut down, and then I got shut down on the other one. So there's some outsized losses that I prefer not to take. Yeah. Which is okay. So again, I think a big part of it is just being able to walk away. If I lose X amount of money, for me, it's just like, all right, sit back, relax, chill out a little bit, because the objective is to make money. We want to display you guys some good trades, but that takes time, right? If you ask any professional trader, it's just like, yeah, you don't want to be do. That's not the motive there. You got to be really patient and wait for some precise, high quality setups.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Everybody has a different style, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like you can have a style where you're just like maybe it's like momentum. Like sometimes I find myself, looking at the book and just being like, grata-ta-ta-ta,
yeah,
and then just shooting up because the momentum's just going. I'm like, oh, I want if I see others removing liquidity and it's really pushing, like I also want to do that as well, right? I'm like, if this is gonna go, and it's funny. Another talk that I was having, it's like, okay, say if you're a big enough player and you have a little bit of a risk, let's say, on like daily risk. If you see size at a level, right, and you're like, if I take that out, that's going to increase the probability. If you personally think that's going to increase the probability of something happening, right? Would you not buy those odds?
One more time, ask the question.
So say there's like a level holding. Say there's like a seller. He's like maybe he's holding on the offer, right? He's holding on the offer. It's been consolidating. He can't break out. A perfect example is that 145 on Nvidia, right? That's a really crazy example, but like it's a good example because price cannot get through it, and you know that if that breaks, the likelihood of us going is pretty decent.
Yeah.
Because it keeps on knocking on that door. So say the size decrements to a certain amount where it's just like, okay, well, I can now take this out.
Yeah, take this out.
And maybe I've already been building inventory into the move. Would it not make sense for me to buy those odds for myself?
Absolutely. Yeah. I agree with you on that one.
I strongly do feel like that kind of stuff does happen. So.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Davey trader. Yeah, I am totally for sure. But no, we still got a job to do, right? Like we got to put on the trades. It's not over. I'm not counting myself out just yet. I mean, if there's nothing that's A+ that doesn't set up, then it's just like, all right, just be patient. I mean, we could put on some trades. It's a nice consolidation that we're getting going here in the Qs. So maybe we can get a look of a break of that to the top side. I mean, Amazon is starting to recover, so that's a positive sign for the longs. NVDA did have somewhat of a pullback. Now looks like it wants to climb back north of the volume weighted average price. I mean, if Apple really decides that it wants to get the ball rolling here, Obi, I know you've been slowly piecing that out. then if we get a big recovery in some of these names here, then I think that we can continue to climb here in the NASDAQ, and that's going to be a positive sign for the longs. It's just unfortunate. Like, just look at the timing, right? Disregard this. I mean, we could have took some off there, but I'm looking for that a certain risk to reward, and I just told myself, hold it. But it's a totally different day if this, I don't even know what this candle was necessarily. It was just a volatility spike. It was literally a liquidity grab. That is exactly what it was. That volume spike was just a liquidity grab. It got me, and then it makes the leg lower, right? It makes the move, and it's the exact same thing here with Bitcoin. Like, we're just we're on the brink of just being in at the right time. It's just the timing was slightly off, and when you have size, you have to follow your outs. And I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna get this bounce, I can only risk so much. And then sure enough, look at that move we get to the top side here in Bitcoin. So a solid recovery. So it's just like, okay, yeah, there's nothing wrong with the trade ideas. It's just the timing is slightly off. And when you're risking pennies, because this is what it is, it's a game of pennies. It's a game of cents. Sometimes when you're off, it may look really bad, but again, we weren't far off from having a major successful day. And again, Monday's a new day. We're going to be prepared and get ready to do that. But I don't want to write today off just yet, because I think there's going to be some good opportunities still.
I think so. I think, Joe, you're definitely right about that, because this market we've been observing is very, very news driven, right? We get like these random articles and news reports and whatever, and then things have like a crazy move intraday. We saw that on Google a couple days ago.
Yeah,
that was pretty crazy. Google had I don't know. It's interesting how some of the price actions tends to follow through. Google was already doing a pretty strong technical breakout, and then after the opening range was formed, we had news that came in, and then obviously strong volume that comes in with that news, and that technical breakout obviously kind of instantly got so much more fuel, and we got a crazy move on Google. So let's just take a look at that. I think it was on a weekly. I think it was a weekly breakout there on the goggles here. Yeah, so this is kind of what I was looking at here. So this is that this might have been that high. What was that high right there? 176.56. I think that was it right here. Let's take a quick look back. I think it was earlier this week or last week that happened right here. Yeah, right there. So this little push, it was already kind of breaking out of some of these prior highs. That prior day high held as well, and then I was looking at some of these highs.
Oh wow, what a rip in the
prior
market
thing as well. There we go. There's that breakout. I was saying, okay, well, what's the likelihood of us breaking? Here we go. We might actually have some news. That's some aggressive volume, but you know what? There it is. VWAP. Coming in on Apple. Thank you. Come again. That's the trade that I was looking for. Let's piece off it, I guess, a little bit more there. 600 broke out on the spider. Let's see if that can sustain and hold for a continued move up. We talk about 100% reversions, man. Absolutely beautiful. And look at that. It's only 11:23.
Yeah.
You know what?
Exactly.
So you're definitely right. There is still so many more opportunities for sure. This kind of market, again, you got to sit on your hands, be patient, and wait for stuff to come out, and let the moves that are already happening happen.
Absolutely.
See what Adara has to say.
Yeah, there's no news per se. There's just so much back and forth here between different geopolitical leaders. Now we have Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel saying that apparently Israel notified the U.S. prior to the strike on Iran. We also have Iran basically saying that there's likely to be a follow-up from them. So there's just tons of back and forth. As mentioned earlier, though, Trump said that apparently he's already been contacted by Iran. So not to get too into this, but just so you guys know, there's a lot of back and forth coming from a lot of parties. I'm not seeing any news for this push to the upside, though, on the NASDAQ and the market in general. Beautiful V-shaped recovery, as Obi mentioned. Back to you.
I had Brennan and Adara add my IG, and Brennan wrote, but a couple of days later, IG account was deleted. Okay, yeah, DJ, we will never, ever DM you asking you for money. Guys, keep that in mind. People do make fake accounts, right? So Brandon, Adara, no one here on this team will ever DM you suggesting anything or anything along those lines. So if you do get that, just disregarded. And yeah, thanks for letting us know. I'll let them know as well too. So they're probably used to it, but guys, don't listen to anything. People make those burner fake accounts, and yeah, they would never ever DM you guys. So just keep that in mind. Now I want to go to my guy Yannick Nesbitt. The tap on did it just go? The tap on Arrow is 2075. All right. AIRO is 2075. All right, so there you go.
It's still not open?
No, it's open. Yeah, it's open,
wow,
but it
look
halted
at that.
again. I think I don't know what it's doing. Yeah, it's about to halt again. I think so. Yeah, there it is. It's oh wow. The top now is 2693. So yeah, there it is. Top 2570. I'll pull it up for you guys right here. There it is. The top 28 bucks there. 30 now. 30. Wow. Excuse me. Interesting stuff. Yeah. So good stuff here, guys. Yeah, $30 tap on AIRO, and it opened strong. I mean, wow, up 128% is this name, and continuing look like it wants to climb there, Obi. So if you moved that market on open, then you're looking pretty good, 128% right there on the session for AIRO. You got to say that one quiet. I feel, or not so fast. Slowly is the word I'm looking for. I'm ready for you to start the option selecting like you mentioned you are going to do. Come back next week, all refresh and kill it, buddy. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the love, guys. Don't worry, the day's not over. We're going to go over to Adara to see what we got for news.
We have some more cannabis news courtesy of Marijuana Moment. As mentioned, this publication usually is responsible for these headlines. MSOS down in the day, but keep an eye, a little bit of a spike here into 219. Keep an eye on some of these other tickers as well, like CGC and ACB, Tilray as well. According to Marijuana Moment, Senator Elizabeth Warren is pushing Donald Trump, president of the U.S., to end federal marijuana criminalization. So looking for, I guess, some more legalization news, or at least ending criminalization of marijuana in the U.S. This headline could be on watch here for MSOS, courtesy of Marijuana Moment. Back to you.
Dara, how's Apple doing there, Obi? you're still sitting in that?
Yeah, I'm still letting that run. I've kind of laid out a little bit of a web of orders, and if they come in, they come in. If they don't, whatever. Yeah, okay. So I was just looking at. So again, bad preparation on my part. I did not look at this IPO. IPOs have been hot. This is the third or fourth IPO that's been going crazy off the open, long or short, right? We're talking about opportunity set. These IPOs have been giving some pretty decent scalps at the very minimum, maybe potentially off of the open or even using the opening range, the first minute or a couple minute opening range as well have been pretty decent moves. But yeah, I'm looking at their S1 here because I wanted to know what they do, Arrow, and like who the underwriters might be. I know it's way too late to look at this. I'm not, again, this is something that needs to be done before the IPO comes out. But it seems like they're into some sort of drones as well, right here. So I'm not really seeing the underwriters. But yeah, look, drones, avionics, training, electric air mobility. So in the drone sector, Arrow, nice ticker there as well. But yeah, interesting stuff. Not really seeing too many underwriters here. But yeah, I'll have to look deeper into this. But yeah, they do. I guess I wanted to figure out what they do there. And yeah, the market's coming back in pretty nicely. Let's see if it sustains, right? We got that 100% reversion of that little dip. Apple has not done 100% reversion, obviously. It's kind of done a bit of a run back to VWAP. It was the weakest one, right? It was the one that fell the most. So a lot of sellers, a lot of liquidity in here. And yeah, when the sellers are done selling, the move to VWAP, I guess, comes in sometimes. And if the market bounces all the way through its highs, I'm sure that kind of gives us a little bit of a tailwind and some help as well on that. But yeah, Apple, let's see how much volume Apple's done on the day here. It's done about 20.5. So I got 20.5 million shares on the day, and it's only about 11:30. So yeah, that's a nice sizable move there on Apple. I was watching it for the longest time. Again, we talk about like hunting. I'm like, oh boy, where are you running? Why are you running? Mm-hmm. Apple. I'm like, all right.
It's crazy.
I'm gonna take a shot at when the buyers come in. I'm just gonna be patient, yeah. Look for buyers. and when buyers come in, maybe I want to step in with them.
Yeah. No, good call there, Obi. And I mean, it's lagging right now, but if it decides to break view up and get rolling, it can catch up for sure. And then it can possibly, I don't know, it tanked relatively heavy compared to the rest.
Yeah.
But
almost a full ATR.
Yeah, like you mentioned. Well, some of the other big names popped on the open. Apple did tank. So maybe we can get a nice recovery into some of the zones there. So yeah, good luck, Obi, on that one. NVDA is slowly climbing higher as well too there, guys. Google put in a new high a day. Amazon's hovering around that area. The Qs are about to put in a new high a day as well too, guys. So you can see that. Just be patient. There might be a good short opportunity as well if we can come back into the range, or the market just might be like, yeah, nuh-uh. This is a rally Friday. We absorbed enough liquidity, and we're gonna just slowly grind higher on the day. So yeah, you got to be nimble and be prepared for multiple scenarios. I mean, the thing about trading is there's so many variables that come into place that it takes time. It takes time. So yeah, again, that's my game plan here. Super patience. Got to be precise on my next entry because we are limited on ammunition, right? So that just keep that in mind. And I don't plan on getting shut down twice in a month. So yeah. I got to be really cautious. If something does set up, obviously we'll let you guys know. Joe, does your platform on the show allow options trading? Could we ever get options trading with Joe? No, unfortunately we don't trade options on the show here. Everything is done personally on that front. But maybe things never change. Never say never, right? So just be prepared for that. Yeah, so chat trader, I just explained what I was going to be doing. Again, wait for some highs. One thing I do want to note is that this gap, and I was looking for this gap to be, did it get completely filled? Yeah, it did, okay. So now we've completely filled this gap, this downside gap here, guys, and I think there's a trade to be had within that. I mean, it's really tough to catch these opening drives. Sean's good at that, but for me, it's just, okay, I need to wave out. It's all pattern recognition, and for me, I just need to be patient at some times. And I was happy, like, to be honest with you, I'll go over it again. There was nothing wrong with the trade idea. It was just the timing was slightly off, right? And that has to do with execution. And I didn't give myself, I was getting too aggressive to the point where I didn't have the ability to sit through some of these whipsaw moves. But you don't know that's coming. Obi's like, yeah, you be a little bit more patient on this ad. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. Because if I were just to be holding what I entered there, then I would have been able to sit through this whipsaw move and then have the opportunity to get ad back into this position. And that's when I got aggressive, right? So again, this whipsaw move and the volume, if I were to be paying attention to the volume, which I was, it's like, oh no, that's not good. Like you get that big spike up, but then sellers have there's enough participants to push price back down. So it's unfortunate that we missed that one just by a hair. So we'll be sure to catch it next time. The tap is at 26 here now, guys, on AIRO. So keep an eye out on that one. NVDA did grind nicely off of the volume weighted average price. So a big time V-shaped recovery in a lot of these names here, Obi.
Yeah. No, I think I definitely agree with you on that one. We were talking about that trade again. Great idea there, and the trade was definitely there. The trade was the trade.
It was there,
and
yeah.
The thing is, sometimes when you get, like I struggle with this often as well. I'm trying to build kind of, I guess, structures around how I can effectively kind of size into a move like that, where it's like, all right, well, there are certain points where you're like, okay, the probability of us selling off is pretty decent. I like that. I like that idea. But at the end of the day, the execution is the only thing that really matters. Where it's like, okay, can I figure out an execution set to exercise and on the idea itself, and that can be very tricky at times. And it's like, sometimes you want to give it a little bit more space. If you expect a lot of fugazi and if you expect a lot of craziness, then so. You can kind of be a little bit more patient, maybe give it wider room, size down, and then when that move comes in, then you can just kind of start really getting aggressive. So you know what, we can, how about let's go through that TQs, and then we can just talk about like potential entries, just in retrospect. That was on TQs, right?
Yeah, TQs.
Okay, so let's just go. So what time frame do you like to use?
I use the 1 and the 5.
You use the 1? Okay, cool. So we could use let's use the 1 here. Oh boy, yeah. So somebody in the chat was asking what's the gap fill level on the Qs? What's the gap high what is the high of the gap fill? I think that's what it was on the QQQs. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's prior day high as well. But yeah, is that what you mean? 76.12 here on the TQs. But yeah, closing prices we haven't really got there. Consolidation lows we haven't really got there yet. But yeah, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this this short here, because I did like the short coming off of the open again. But you can see a little bit of a push, and then sellers kind of step in. At this candle is very interesting to me going into the close here. That 8 p.m. close was very, very interesting. You can see that flush coming in. What is that low right here? I want to know what the candle low is. 74.19. Yeah, wow, 74.19. What's going on? Someone talking about Christmas is talking about Microsoft. Let me take a quick look at
Microsoft up too?
Yeah, Microsoft's doing nothing. Okay, so all right, back to TQs. So strong push off the open back into this level where sellers kind of just slammed it down into the 8 p.m. close. So right here, that's for me, that's an unusual move. That's a 75 break as well. If you like psychological levels, whatever, you can give him some confluence, but gets slapped through the 75 going into the 8 p.m. close. Interesting opening range low right there, 74.50s. Okay, we've got some prices right there. Opening range high for today was 74.25, but yeah, I think you start shorting early right here. And honestly, I would have probably started here as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because this is the first time sellers start to step in, and it's a good spot as well. It's coming in right off of where
that's
sellers
what I was looking to short off of.
100%.
Yeah.
I think we could definitely be like, all right, well, let's define a little bit of trend. And this is another reason why I like using a 3-minute.
Yeah.
Because honestly, like 1 minutes for me, like I've used them a lot in the past, and there's like a lot of noise. And I know people love using the 2-minute as well. I know Wayne uses a 2-minute as well. So he's like he does extremely well. I don't think he does well because he uses the 2-minute. I think he does well because he's a good trader. But the 2-minute and the 3-minute can definitely clock out a lot of noise.
Yep.
Right. So it's like, okay, so let's go to the 3-minute here because they won't let me do the 2. But the 3-minute, you can see we do start to slow down. We chop a little bit, but it's not really a significant break of the trend here. Like I like getting in here. I think it's fair to start off here, but giving it a little bit higher into this candle maybe. But at the end of the day, if we're just using like say like a trend line or even VWAP, I don't even know where VWAP is on here. It's down. Okay, so down here. So this kind of trend, if you just put a basic trend with like 2 lines right here, that trend doesn't necessarily break until 73.83.
Yeah.
Right. Now let's go back to the 1 minute and see what happened when that broke. Right? When this broke, this is the trend break right here. Structure actually started holding underneath that prior structure, giving you that confirmation that now support has turned into resistance. And then look at the selling that actually comes in once that confirmation is done. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Right. So that momentum from the morning is really dissipated. So it's like that's kind of like the finesse that you kind of have to build into. And again, I'm not perfect at this at all, but I'm saying in the ideal world, I'm looking at some of those points and being like, where can I get in and really give it the room that it needs to take the move. But yeah, at the end of the day, execution it will definitely make the difference, and that's what we're here for, right? We're here to put in those reps and practice good executions. And I am definitely, again, not one to speak, but ideally, like that is what needs to be done.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, the millionaire, you're all right. So congratulations, right? You know more about my own trading than I do, apparently. You're right, the 3rd time this week. So this is the month of June here, guys. So this would be, so that would be my 3rd one here. But I mean, this is what I'm referring to, right? So it's like, yeah, when you take the trade like this, it's like, it looks like garbage. But at the end of the day, like it's like, okay, yeah, you go through some of your other trades. The ad, it looks gorgeous. You add multiple times in some of these winning trades, and then things work out, right? So again, you have to swing. Here it is on IBIT. That was a really nice trade that we had going there on IBIT and got aggressive. So when those ads do work, it looks really good, but then you got to be prepared to also take the hit. So there's another short on Tesla adding into it, right? So again, it's just, you got to be cautious. Multiple ads here. Like, we get aggressive and we try to make our winners as big as possible. So just going through a couple wins. So it's like, you see when I put on, what I'm trying to get at here is that when I do put on a winning trade, it is, I try to add and I try to make it as big as possible. There's a losing one. I thought this was going to work out. We didn't get that one there, unfortunately. So yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game, but this is, what else did we put on here? So yeah, with iBit as well too, we try there, we get stopped out, and then we get more aggressive, and you can see us just get aggressively adding into these. So when we're working like that and I'm adding into positions, I have conviction within the setup. So for me, just like getting those wick outs, this was just a complete liquidity grab, what it was, the level 3, whatever you would like to call it. It's like, boom, oh, okay, we absorbed everyone, and I wasn't even using a hard stop. I was using a mental stop, but because I put on more risk, I have to tighten it. So now I'm risking pennies opposed to like 5, 10 cents opposed to giving it 20 cents. So that's what happens when you add into positions. You now tighten your risk, and you need the thesis to work out relatively quickly. And when it doesn't, you have examples like that, and unfortunately, you take big hits. So that's
here's my question, though.
Yeah.
Like, okay, cool, that happened. I think that's very fair, right? It's like, okay, that happens. You took the stop. Like, you did what you were supposed to do, right? Yeah. But as soon as that lick grab happens, does it not make the trade even better? So, honestly, do you not get back in right away being like, oh, damn, I just got grabbed. Now the EV is even higher. I need to get right back in because this is such a better trade, and maybe even size even more.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's so hard to say that looking back, right? Because it's like, okay,
I'm like, you know that happens. Like, I do that all the time. Like, I used to see that happen to me all the time, and I'm like, damn, I missed it. Damn, I missed it. And then what I started to develop was, are we okay? So what I started to develop was like, okay, I keep getting stopped out on those, but when I see that happen now, I'm getting right back in. Like, you know what I mean? Like, especially if I feel like it's really good. Like, you had a strong conviction. That was the trade. That's what I'm talking about. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
but see, the thing is, though, Obi, with that, then you have days like Oracle, right? Like, you know what I mean? It's like Oracle, where it's just like how many times you have to give yourself a limited amount. So I'm like, okay, and the point what I gave to you is I risked half my shutdown at that point.
On that point.
So by that point, it's like, okay, as much as I want to take more aggressive stabs, my system doesn't allow me to take more aggressive stabs, right? So and then
you have to balance it with your system.
Exactly.
Right?
So it's like, okay, I would like to get back in there, but I had the conviction within the first 2 setups. And to get that move, which happened later, so the timing was off, but it didn't allow me to do so, because then if I were to take it and say the market were to be squeezed, now you're even more tilted and more frustrated because you're like, I should have just listened to what I was supposed to do in the first place. So right now it may look like, okay, you could have took that trade, but I think if you stay with the system's parameters for the longer duration, in the long run, it will work. It'll work out better, I think, right?
That's the thing, dude. That's the balance that you have to have as a trader at a prop firm, because like it's like, okay, well, you have a daily risk. Now you have to manage that well. You know the trade is the trade, and you know even if the market doesn't care about your daily stop. The market doesn't care where you're trading, whether you're trading, if you're trading at home or at a firm or at wherever. It doesn't matter, right? The trade is the trade. At the end of the day, the trade is the trade. So you have to become able to manage your risk, and you can be like, I'm so convicted and I'm going to keep trying this, but if I can manage my risk doing that, I think that's perfectly fair. But if you have the conviction, then I feel like that's the struggle that I find myself in sometimes as well. I'm like, okay, well, damn, like this is going to happen, but now I don't have much risk left over to really place on it. So
that's the thing.
It's a balancing act that you definitely have to kind of.
That's
it's
the
a
thing.
skill set, right?
It's so hard. It's a big time skill set, and that's what I refer to. There's so many variables that come to play when trading, right? So again, as frustrating. So it's like, okay, when I would say allowing the market to win, okay, it took my money, but on the grand scheme of things, I'm going to walk away as a winner because I followed the plan, I put on the risk, and when you put on that risk, you have to accept the fate of that trade. It's either it's going to work or it's not. And
it's already in. It's in the market, you've accepted your fate.
It's in, exactly. So what I can't allow it to happen is, even though it does get under your skin, you get frustrated, but you can walk away with a win without even putting on a profitable trade by just following the rules of your system. Because guess what? Tomorrow you're going to come back, you're disciplined now, you're going to follow your rules, and then you're going to put on an absolute monster trade, or you're going to take the exact amount of stabs that you should, and it's going to work out in your favor, right? So that's why I always go by the saying, you can break the rules continuously, but eventually your rules will break you. So just stay within those parameters, and then sure enough, you may have one bad day day, 2 bad days in a row, but on that 3rd, 4th, 5th day, you're just rocking and rolling and having a really good time. So yeah, again, this market is crazy. Google just put in a new high. Palantir put in a new high, going to go and test 140, I think, on the session. The Qs have put in a new high. Apple is now north of the volume-weighted average price there, Obi. So way to rock on there. Tesla's put in a new high. So all this news that we've heard from Israel and Iran has been thrown out the window essentially from a market standpoint. I'm not going to get into all of that, but we've recovered aggressively. We've filled that gap, and these big names are being the big-time leaders in today's session.
Yeah, definitely. I think the reversion kind of so here's the thing. For the past couple weeks, we've seen some aggressive sells in the market, and all of those dips have been bought up.
It's bull
We've seen that happen. Every single drop has been bought up. So it's like, okay, well, if I'm trying to, so then you really have to think how you really want to kind of focus in this kind of here market and be like, oh, sorry.
Answer it.
No.
It's
my alarm. It's basically the alarm that says to me, like, if I'm like in a position and I'm like, not really focused, I should probably get up, go for a walk. It was not Kathy Wood, but she's calling you.
No, not right now, please. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Is she saying she's shorting the market?
No, she said she's buying more Palantir.
She's buying more Palantir.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I said I don't want to hear it right now, so call me back later.
Oh boy. Oracle going again.
Yeah.
Oh
Is that 211?
I tried shorting this again today. I tried shorting. I shorted at a good point.
Did you? All right.
I tried a few times, and I'm like, all right, well, this is not like it's done. Like this is clearly not a short. I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna fight this 2 days in a row. It's clearly not a short. And look how aggressively strong Oracle is. I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm willing to spend maybe 1 day's worth of risk on my conviction, maybe not 2 days worth of that. And it didn't really come in. Yesterday, it just consolidated pretty nicely. And look at this continuation that we're having. We talk about an anchored VWAP hold that held right off of the open. And look at that. It's not even holding that anymore. Day two VWAP maybe coming in the pre-market. And then you can see those prior day highs as well. So lots of confluence there. Dips into VWAP off the open on Oracle, holding quite well as well. I think I tried the 205 shorts here and didn't really work. I think I might have tried a little bit here in the 208s. Didn't really work because again, the market was coming in. Things looked like they were slowing down. So I tried a couple stabs and I was like, I'm not really willing to really get too aggressive if the trend doesn't really break. So you know what, it's kind of pushing a little bit here. Look at this market go.
Yeah.
And we're sustaining. So talk about a gap fill. Oh boy,
Big time,
we're coming into some of those levels here. I want to know what some of those prior day close prices are on some of these Mag 7 stocks here. Spider not even close. You're not close. You're not. Oh, actually, Tesla's the only. Well, obviously, Tesla's gonna. Okay, so Tesla. It's funny. Tesla is the one that kind of messes with a lot of prior day levels and chops them all up.
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious that it does that. But Tesla's so competitive, right? It's so crowded and competitive. I think it's well within its range. But oh boy, Amazon and Alphabet. Would you look at those? Absolute strength to the
squeeze.
upside.
I like seeing the squeeze type price action, Obi. Like the Qs, like for me, Qs keep climbing. And if we get more squeezy, then I'm just gonna look for any indecision at some highs, and then maybe we can get a move off of that. So yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but I like it. Continue to climb higher, and I think it's gonna give us a good opportunity here.
Yeah, for sure. Again, if this, like I said, I love reversions. Once this buying is done, like I'm in the Apple long. If I have a strong enough reason to sell.
Yeah.
I mean, the market's kind of coming in to some of those prior day levels here. So let's see.
Oracle up 6% here on the day now. NVDA continuing to climb, so a VWAP buy was good there. Market just hustling and bustling here today, guys. Google just going beast mode, saying see you later. I like this look here for Google. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. I don't know why it does this. For some reason, what are we trading at right now? But it won't show me on the daily. It won't give me the a price where it's actually trading at right now for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why it does that on specific platforms. platform. But yeah, really curious. I tried messing around with it a lot, but it's frustrating. So I have to look at other charts sometimes. But yeah, guys, if you want to go over some, so thanks to Sharif, we got some new tools. Let's take a look at some options contracts, actually, some charts as well too, because we have the ability to do that now. That's going to be a cool tool in the bag, I think, here, Obi. Yeah. Let's pull up SPY. We're going to go 0 DTE on SPY here.
Yeah, let's see what those 605s are looking like.
You want to see what the 605s are looking like?
Or actually, let's go with 6.2 halves. I want to know what 6.2 halves
we don't
are doing.
got the, we don't got the halves.
6 halves are.
We don't got,
there's no 6.2 halves?
No, we don't got the halves. We only got dollar increments here.
Let's
want
see
the fives?
Yeah.
Okay, so right now, 0 DTE, the 05s are, okay, that's quite a ways away, though. There's not too much open. Actually, there is 17,000. 605 has the highest amounts of open. Actually, it doesn't. I eat those words really quick. 605
is where that size probably begins. Right?
Exactly. That's exactly what I was looking to say there. It's where it starts to begin. So we got 17,700 contracts. But let's pull up the old chart ski here now, because we can do that. Yeah, you like that? I dare you, the chart ski? Yeah, all right. So here it is. Here's the, I don't know why it goes down to the 4 hour, but there we go. This is the 605 0 DTE options chart right here. So you can see it was valued at a high of around $5 and 85 cents right there. Now trading at 11 cents. That is insane. No, okay. What am I talking about? This is a while ago.
What you doing? You selling that premium or what?
No, I'm way ahead of myself here. Let's zoom into the 5 minutes. So we were only at a high of around $2.79, but that thing is now essentially worthless. So what the market is saying that it won't go to 605 right now. And yes, guys, it is lunchtime right now. So there you go. From an again, I'm on the wrong day. Get it together, kid. So here we are, $1.35. So there you go. You're collecting a lot of premium on those 605s. If you were writing those, because you do get that big gap down. But if by the looks of it right here, it does seem to be expiring worthless. Let's take a look at some other cool charts here. So I'm going to exit this one, and I want to pull up NVDA 145s, because that's where we're going to see a lot of liquidity here, OB, on these 0D, even though it's weekly because everything expires. So we have 77,000 open contracts, and I was showing this to you guys yesterday in the group chat, just the concentration of OI on NVDA through the 145 and north of that. So let's pull up this chart and see what we got going on. Those are only worth $5 right now, which is very, very interesting. So essentially, those aren't worth anything, right? But one thing you will notice is look how liquid it is. Okay, so that's the 4 hour. Let's zoom into the 5 minute, and then you can see that there's big time liquidity there. So today is the 13th. Where do we open it up? Yeah, so they weren't really worth anything. So what that's telling me is that the market does not see NVDA going north of 145 by the end of the day, and we're currently trading at 143.33. So if you got kahunas, then you can grab those, and the way that NVDA is trading right now, it may tap into that, and you might have the ability to gain some extrinsic value, which is time value, but you don't have much of it left.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
Nice. So I have a question. So on that chart, if you can you scroll back, like scroll back a little bit more,
Yeah.
So you see that it's stepping down. You see the price of that premium has been stepping down. We tried to push through that $2 mark. It's exhausted that 424.80 mark right there. So coming into expiration, that's 0 DTE today, right?
Yeah.
So coming into today, yesterday, would you be selling that dollar premium? Would you be just selling the range all yesterday for just putting that bet on, being like, we're in a downtrend. This has been kind of going. I'm looking for that crush coming into the 0 day, and would you sell that premium going into it? Because that's a huge difference.
I think.
And your risk is like what? Your risk is what, $1.40, maybe $2, and your risk like.
Yeah. So I see what you're saying. So to kind of elaborate on your point there. So one thing to note is, okay, so for the past 2 earnings reports, we've collected and we observed that there was high levels of open interest through the 145, and then on the reports you've seen the clean flushes because the concentration in the supply zone was too much. There wasn't enough demand to absorb it. So if you're going to go based on the thesis that we are not going to go north of 145, then you want to sell that premium, right? Yeah, obviously,
you feel like that's where a lot of money is?
Yeah, exactly. So no, see, the thing is though, there's a time and a place when to write options. And I found out the hard way during the the tariff turmoil, I'm going to call it, and we were going through all that tariff news, you don't want to be an options writer just due to IV crush, right? Because you don't know when, at that time, you didn't know if Donald or something was going to, a news event was going to come out regarding, and then boom, and then you get that volatility spike, right? Like I use the example, and you guys seen it live here on air. I was short the market during that downtrend when we officially hit a bear market. The Qs were down 20%. I'm like, okay, let's start writing some options here because the volatility in the VIX was at highs. But then Donald the next day decides to truth out the fact that he's going to pause tariffs for 90 days, and it sent a volatility spike, and it blew past my stop loss because when you're writing, you need that. And I was telling you that, and it just absolutely blew past it for me. So I'm not saying don't write. It's just better.
Time and a place,
There's a time and a place, so just avoid it when you're in high levels of volatility and when there's so much uncertainty in the market and the VIX is elevated. Yeah, the objective is to catch as much IV as you possibly can and allow it to decay day by day, but when it's just consistent, you don't know when it's coming in, and when there's so much going on from a news standpoint, it makes it more difficult to do so.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. Okay, so yeah, no, I'm just curious. I haven't really dabbled in options in a very, very long time. But yeah, no, it's definitely a great market. And, and I hear a lot of day traders as well trading options markets on specific days as well. So it's like
these guys in the chat are consistently trading options, the day trading, whether it may be. I know a lot of traders who's only trade options from an intraday standpoint, from a leverage perspective, right? But then you have the likes.
We could have them at the firm as well.
But with the likes of Wayner and I, we've just come to the conclusion that okay, there's a time and a place, and we run a hybrid system. And it's been working really, really well. I like the hybrid system that I've established where it's, okay, I'll start a swing trade with shares. Once the swing trade starts working, that's when you can leverage the system. No, you buy the calls or puts, whatever direction you're going, you buy into the strength, so it allows you to really leverage it. So for example, what I did is I bought NVDA shares with an average of 105. The thesis starts working. I buy calls, and then what it does, it gives me a buffer room because my shares have unrealized gains, and then you can just use those unrealized gains to buy contracts and then also mitigate your risks too, because if the contracts start to decay, you sell the shares and it kind of offsets the losses, if that makes sense. But if it works out, you're like, okay, you got shares on at a great price, and now your contracts are rolling, and you're like, okay, bring me the money.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what we got going on. So what do we see? What you got? I got 205 call options on Apple mid-July. Let's pull them up here. Nice. I like this. We're gonna send it to Obi in 1 second. How is Apple doing? Coming back into the volume weighted average price. 205s. Los Pollos. I don't even see them here on the July thing. How do you have 205s? I only see increments of 2 of 10 at July 18th. And they're only worth $7 right now. So hey, there you go. Wow. Oh, sorry. No, I'm on NVDA. Sorry about that, Los Pollos. What am I doing? So I'll pull up those mid-Julys here. We'll take a look at that chart because I think that's going to be very interesting. 205s were $3 and we're $3.75 now as Apple takes another pop back to the top side. But we're gonna. Oh, guys, are we ever gonna have a blast looking at these options charts throughout the day? All right, Los Pollos. I mean, they were at 27. What? Okay, so at the beginning of a couple months ago, well, I don't know why it keeps pulling up the 4 hour. We don't want that 4 hour.
You gotta sell the open on some of these.
Yeah, we don't want that 4 hour. So, I mean, you're hovering around the lows right now, Los Pollos, mid-July, 205 on Apple. I mean, I'm not going to say it's not. I think, actually, you might be looking pretty good, in my opinion. 205, mid-July. You got plenty of time. Let's zoom out here. And if Apple decides that it wants to get a little bounce, all you really need is to go north of this range. If you can break through some of these key resistance zones, my guy is hitting up that money storm there. So, yeah.
You think we could get there today?
Did 105 today? Wow.
205.
205. Sorry, 205 today.
I mean, I would like that.
No. Yeah, I know you would like that. Yeah, I would like that for you. I would like that for you.
I would be like, damn, I should have had way more. But we're kind of gap filling right now.
Yeah, exactly.
We've come into the prior day low on the Qs as well, and coming in on the spider as well. So.
I mean, if I'm having a bad day, I want the people to the right of me at least to have a good day. At least I know Sean and Neil are having good days as well too. So it lifts my spirits when they're having a good day. So I'm rooting for a 205 on Apple. apple by the end of the day there, Ovi.
Hey man, you called it yourself.
What?
It doesn't matter whether you're red or you're green.
Yeah.
You followed your process.
Yeah.
You won on the day.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're all winning.
We're all
winning
damn,
here.
let's go. And I got, got dog training tonight too.
Oh,
So
boy.
I don't know if that's
How's
not-
Milo doing?
He's doing good, man.
Yeah?
He's doing good. Yeah.
good?
It was just him
What's
and
he
I
been
the
up
past
to?
couple of days.
Nice.
Selena went on a work trip to Mount Tremblant.
Okay.
In Montreal, for those
Yeah.
who don't know. So it was just him and I kicking it
Nice.
for the past couple
That's
of days.
chill. That's pretty chill.
Yeah, good stuff, man. He's like my shadow. I should change his name to Shadow. Because
Nice.
just follows me everywhere, literally. So
That's awesome. No, he's basically imprinted on you.
yeah. That's exactly what he's done. Adair, what do you got for us?
Here is happening now, and we're going to talk here. I guess small caps haven't been mentioned, so I'll just mention I'm seeing a whole bunch pop up on my scanner. OPCRML, DAR. Just keep an eye on all of these names. S&P 500. This is a great bounce here off the lows. Double bottom here in the 15-minute around just shy of 597. Right now, we're actually back above 600, but this could be a bit of a topping tail candle, or at least a slightly shorter version of it, about to form. Defense play Arrow Group. They IPO'd earlier today. Nice here. They opened actually above estimates. I was seeing the IPO price of $10. They opened just below $13. High of 34 right now, trading around 25. Lots of halts along the way. So another exciting IPO today. Could IPO season be back and here to stay? Here's Boeing, BA. This name got hit today, actually a little bit harder than it was hit yesterday as traders continue to digest the Air India crash that happened on Thursday. Unfortunately, this was a fatal incident. And today we actually had some reports earlier today that India is considering grounding some of these Boeing vehicles as they inspect them. As of right now, though, nice bounce off the lows for BA, which is back above $200. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content we're giving you every single day. With that in mind, here's something we missed the last couple days. Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you, Adara. Well, I did do the lesson of the day I was sick, but it was the theme of the lesson of the day was that I was sick, and kind of that you want to make, I would say, like, make less decisions, make it easier on yourself to process so that you're not necessarily making mistakes. And I think that's important. Today, there's certain types of days in the market that I think are obviously tricky. And what I love first of all, I love the discussion that Joe and Obi had going on, sticking to your plan, risk management, all that. One of the things that can be really tricky is you have a day where you're gapped down on news, then you're trending up into the pre-market, or in the pre-market going into the open, so you're getting a slight relief rally, and then at the open, the first thing you're doing at the open is breaking out the first support. So it looks like, okay, so the first thing the market's doing is trying to break down after it ground up, and overnight it's bad news. So that's going to trigger anybody that was punching in a breakdown shorts. Then promptly, what does it do? It breaks out the top, looks like a great continuation. Okay, you trap some shorts here. Now we're going into a relief rally day, makes a distinct turn, and then dumps. And this is where I know for myself, I know for Sean, this is where you went, if you were red early, you went green here, or you just made your money right there, which is certainly the case. And then you got right back into that low, and then the bounce said, no, we're not bouncing and stopping at VWAP. Continuation breakout. Like, there's traps in every regard, where if you time the turns perfectly, great. If you were too heavily biased to one direction and not willing to scalp, you were getting yourself into trouble. In a day like that, it's going to be tricky in a general sense. I'm not here to tell you, this is how you be green on that day. That's kind of the problem with day trading. Like, there's supposed to be some answer to every single question, as if anybody's perfect. No. But what you can do is every now and then there's going to be things that are, pretty choppy. Like, you may have had some good early entries here, but then all of a sudden, Intel was a good short the lower highs. The trend looks like it's going to be good. It trapped everybody. So maybe you just get away from it. But what you can't do, I think, and there'll be lots of choppy trades in there. I can show you, I'll show you CCL for one that went pretty well on Intel. But CCL, where you go like 1 for 3, is like, okay, first short bad, second short great, third time try to short the lower high. Oh, now we're trending up all of a sudden. Okay, well that's not working. Now I don't know what to do with that stock. But there's almost always a setup out there that was clear. A lot of times when you go through your entire list of this is what I'm watching, these are things we can be patient for, and get my VWAP bid out of there for at least for now. When I look over at iBid, however, and pull out the 15-minute chart, I'm reminded of, okay, well, in the higher time frame, what are the things I was looking at that were out of pocket, like I wanted to dip buy, but I was saying at the open of the show, it's nowhere close to my dip buy levels. What are the chances we get it? On days like today where there's super chop or like crazy wick actions, all of those levels that you went through on the higher time frame, they're like, what are the chances we get there? Sometimes those are your best plays. Why? Because they're ridiculously patient. You're waiting outside of the bands. Well, Bitcoin did exactly that. It pulled it right back in to what was a prior support, try to get to a prior support area. 59 down here. Most recent time we got there was 59.17. Where do we bounce? That's a trend reversion's dream. One, because you've sat out all of the mess and all of the junk at the open, tried to break the low, tried to break the high, trends all the way down into a key level, and it's not till 10:30 in the morning that it gets there. At 10:30 in the morning, the second it tests, instant reversal trade. It's that kind of setup, especially when at this point it's 10:30. You know it's been a choppy morning, right? You've been getting in, you've been getting out, a lot of traders red. Even if you're having a good day, it's like it hasn't felt all that clean to a lot of people. Those are the mornings where you want to make sure when you're going back and looking at where you're at, that level I thought I had no chance to get to on the higher time frame, that could be gold on a choppy day. Because on a choppy day, you want to be looking for reversions of that trend when it's wicking everybody out. So when one happens, and this is why someone was like, green is green on the day, Neil. The fact that you're barely up shouldn't matter. Well, the reason why it matters to me is because IBIT was one of the 4 stocks on my note for a dip buy into this area. And when the market was choppy, this actually faked out both ways, went right into my level, and then put on the cleanest trade I could have possibly imagined. And you'll see a lack of executions there. So when you have a choppy morning, just to go back and try to keep it simple, when you're doing your prep, oftentimes you'll look over the symbols you like, you'll zoom it out to a higher time frame, you'll throw some numbers out there, maybe some levels out there. It's the days that are super chop or not all that clean that you want to go back over that list, maybe have a look at some of the extended levels away that you didn't think could trade at those prices, and at least go back and look at them after the opening range has been set. Because they might be appealing. When everyone's getting chopped up, maybe it's heading right into a level that you had completely given up on. And that's exactly what happened there on IBIT. I end up missing the trade, which is unfortunate. It did happen in Apple. I know Opie's long Apple. Yeah, that's the other side of the equation is you can get the trade and just not hold it because I was too bearish. And this is another point. There's a difference between conviction and bias. And I'll give you an example of what that is. I had the low as well on Apple today on a 15-minute. This trade didn't lack conviction. I just had a bias to the south side. So my bias caused me to treat this trade as nothing more than a scalp trade that I wouldn't try to go continuation long on, whereas it had nothing to do with conviction. I liked the level. I saw it set up. Boom. You don't no emotion, you hit it. But because my bias was to the south side, I was then starting to think about, okay, well, there's that 197 level. Let's see it work the trend back down off of there. I should just be waiting for the short at that point. So, overall, the bigger lesson, I think, is the choppier the day, then the more work you have to do to be disciplined into the setups that you take, which is going to require going back to your research, going back to your preparation, and finding those higher level, higher probability trades, maybe at some levels you didn't think were going to come in there, and then just pick the best one and let it rip. Today is a day that I flat out can't miss at IBIT because there was nothing in my plan that was as clean as that, and that's just how it was going to be. So I can't miss that one when it's an A+ setup. And then a day like today, you got to make sure that you're spending as much time looking on a choppy day, looking for those A+ setups as you are trying to, or as opposed to over trading on some Bs and some Cs. And sometimes that just means going back to square one. So there's your lesson of the day. And Apple continues to go higher. Sometimes your bias can get the best of you. I think that's a different story. Maybe we'll come back to that another time. Good luck, everybody.
Hey, okay. Hey, chat. I want to show, can you put on my screen, Andre? Yeah, and put me in the pip. So this is a new, basically, chat game that we can do. Basically, you just have to type in a symbol, and it'll come through. And I would like you guys to try it out, and then we can start voting. And it should come in. Do you see it? Are you guys chatting? If not, yeah, you got to chat, guys. All right, and then you can just send it back. Oh, there we go. They're popping in now. There we go. Because there's a delay. All right, you can send it back. Send it back.
Hey, you got to go number. Oh, go back one more time, please, Assassino. Yeah, there we go. Hey.
Nice.
No, guys, you got to put the number in front. Yeah, make sure you.
Yeah.
So Fabian. So what this does is when we put that in, it calculates the most popular ones, right?
Correct.
So we'll get two. So whatever the top names are, it'll be displayed on that.
Yep.
Okay, so can you give me?
And we can vote for them.
Yeah.
So you can
After
see that
that, we can
they're just
vote for them.
populating, guys.
Whoa, it's not even that. We'll just go with the top 4.
And you can see the submissions at the top of the
So
screen.
this is the vote. We'll just
75
go with the.
submissions, yeah.
So we'll go with the top 4. All right.
Look
So
at
send me
that.
that
And then,
link.
look,
Guys,
this
make
is
sure
the
you
fun
put
part,
the thing
guys.
in there.
Get up.
Yeah,
Get ready for this.
I know,
The
I
showdown.
got one. Hold on.
So
Look at
pull
this.
up. Where can we see
let me throw in
a
some-
total of 130 submissions right now? Where can we see that the underlying that has the most votes?
That's a mystery. It's basically just user submitted,
okay, so
and it's the
Tesla
most popular stocks are the ones that come up on the voting right here, back and forth.
Okay.
So the chat
so
can
what does
vote.
it say? Vote now.
Yeah.
What
So we
is
have
it?
to
What
also
type of
remember
one?
about the delay that the chat has.
Oh, so 1 equals
and then,
Tesla, 2 equals SPY.
Yes. So you can put in your 1s or your 2s depending on who you want to vote for.
Okay. So what? So SPY and Tesla were the most popular ones, or?
Yes. User submitted
Okay.
tickers.
Okay. Very interesting.
And as they're coming in, the users can decide on who's the winner.
Who's the winner? There we go. Putting more power into the people's hands.
Oh,
Fabian,
nice.
the people's champ.
That's awesome. Thank you, Fabian, for that. Yeah,
People's
let's throw
champ.
those votes in, and then we'll see if it's going to be Tesla or SPY.
SPY. What are you voting for?
I voted for SPY.
Did you?
I voted for SPY. Yeah.
All right, then.
I cast my vote in there.
All
I don't know
right,
if you can.
I like this.
Look
This is
at
a
look at that.
battle.
That's so
This
close.
is a battle.
That's so
I'm
close.
throwing the ones in.
43%.
Battle.
No,
No,
56%.
don't spam.
Where's
Don't
the time?
spam. Don't do what
okay,
I
yeah,
did.
winners gonna be
Okay, we're getting a little bit carried away now, guys. So please don't spam the chat. I know it's fun. Thank you.
You
for
just
that
get one
cool-
vote.
Yeah.
Throw in one vote.
Thank you very much for that, Fabian. And now everybody. So there you go. Have a fun Friday. You guys get to spam the chat, and I can't do anything about it too much yeah, let's not get too carried away here,
right.
and show some political reform, I guess.
You know what?
Guy.
Right now,
Yeah.
the chat was moving faster than my tape.
Yeah.
So if my tape is, let's say, if I were to grade it from a speed of 0 to 10,
Yeah.
If the tape was moving at, let's say, like a 6, the chat just moved at like a 9.
Yeah.
That's how fast the chat was going. That was absolutely wild. I was just watching that. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly, Kreshnik, that's exactly what it was. But yeah, guys, with that being said, I've seen everybody putting the ones and everything in the chat. So now you essentially have no excuse on not to hit that like and subscribe, because you guys were hitting that. So just do us a solid, hit that like. 5,600 of us here this morning. Let's get that ball rolling. We're having a good time. Thank you for that one, Fabian, the Chilean nightmare. Obi, how's that trade going there, my friend?
I don't really know. I got out a lot on top of VWAP, and we were talking about this. There was a lot of places to add into this for sure, and I didn't take those ads. So I'm just letting it run. It's holding VWAP right now. The market's still strong. We're pushing back into some of those prior day levels. We were talking about, I guess, coming into the close. Okay, so if we're looking at SPY from yesterday, where did we close here? 603.69. Nice. So 603.69 is prior day close on the spider there. We're trading at 601.55, so it's still kind of running there. I don't know if we're going to get there, but I'm not really trying to anchor too much to that. But nice little trend on the day. The trend really hasn't broken that aggressively, but that 198 is still continuing to push here on Apple as well. So yeah, I'm just waiting, watching. Where's the next trade? I'm being patient because I'm in the long that I want to be in. My continuation bookman is weak. This is what I've been kind of.
Did you say bookman is weak?
My continuation book, like playbook.
Oh,
continuation playbook has been pretty weak. I'm just like, yeah, I have to be able to take continuations effectively, especially when, like we were talking about, when these legs last as long as they do. We were talking about this earlier. It's like some of them will continue to go much longer than you expect. We were looking for maybe a test of this 21,800, but we're continuing to push another 50, I guess, another 50 points to the upside there on the DAC, and we're just pushing 198s here on Apple. So that's the only thing I'm really watching. I feel like I'm like repeating myself, but the market is very, very strong, and the spider's coming into some of those prior day levels. So let's see what happens. I'm going to pull up the SPY chart, and then maybe we can take a look at it, because like you guys voted for Tesla and SPY right there. So we can start off with Tesla, and oh boy, that thing is pushing day highs right now. So look at that strength coming in. So some aggressive volume coming in as well. Let's see what's happening with the news, Dara.
The geopolitical headline here. Now, it's not anything that we haven't really heard today, but I want to mention it nonetheless here. Donald Trump apparently telling Axios that Israel's attack could help him make a deal with Iran. We know that's the deal that he's really wanted. So any kind of, I guess, hints or indicia of potential geopolitical resolution looks like a good look here for the NASDAQ as it continues to push higher in this uptrend. Also, apparently, a local news agency, Mer News Agency, is saying that apparently Israel has attacked one of Iran's holy cities. So this geopolitical stuff continues. I will keep you guys apprised of anything major. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, I was just telling Obi, I think it might be time here. So I'm starting really small on the short. Again, just have to be really cautious just due to risk. The thesis starts to work out. I like what Obi was saying earlier. So we'll just break this down. He's like, trend, bang, right? Crack it. Wait for the retest on the backside, and that's going to give you a possible addition to the position. So there we go. We're seeing the market start to squeeze, and then now I'm looking kind of for that overextension and maybe a move back in towards the volume-weighted average price. Really, really small. I think this is going to be a good, solid, precise entry. Can I be wrong? Most absolutely. But I'm starting super, super small, and then I'm going to look to add into this position, and then hopefully we can get that move that we're going to be looking for back towards view up. But having a fantastic time. I'm glad all you guys were participating in the chat. And you know what? I wanted to just thank everyone in the chat, and you guys know I'm active. I talk to you guys, but one thing I want to give everyone in there credit for, especially the regulars. I could go through the names. DJ, who do we got? Los Polios. I'll go through some other. Just you guys know who you are, right? I don't want to break them all down, but you guys have been doing a fantastic job working together, and that's what communities are supposed to do. I was frustrated earlier in the morning just due to things not working for me, but then I just hop in here with you guys, and it's just like, yeah, like it just brightens the day. So you guys can throw up ones in the chat for everyone, for all of you guys there, because you guys do a fantastic job day in and day out. So thank you for just always being there, and it means a lot. So yeah, appreciate it, all of you, every single one of you. Exactly, it doesn't even matter, every single one of you. No one is excluded from that one. But Amazon is on a different planet. If it decides to continue to go like this, a short in the queues is not going to be a good idea, especially with the likes of, I was going to say almost, NVDA is ripping. We got Google now, new high a day. Amazon, new high a day. What's our friend Apple still holding north of the volume weighted average price? Exactly, ones. Exactly. You guys, everyone deserves it, regardless if you're red or green. Fantastic community, and much love to every single one of you out there in the chat. But let's see if we can get this ball rolling. We're starting to reach that extension, that extended side, in my opinion. But who knows with this market? That could be a massive liquidity grab that we've experienced this morning, and then the market just wants to continue to climb higher. That's going to be beautiful for your Apple along there, Obi.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to see if it comes in.
Comes in? Yeah, that's
so,
fair. That's fair. What's up,
hey,
Katrina?
Sean's back here.
Dude, the big dog in the house.
Sean? How's your swim? Okay. He's on.
Oh, he say, look at circle going parabolic for sure, Los Polios. I trust you. We'll take a look on that one. Oh yeah, wow. Ooh, okay. Wow. Just wow.
That thing is pushing. Yeah, that's the continuation of this.
That's the continuation. Let's see the squeeze. Okay, you got that covered over there?
Yes, sir.
There, Obi. All right, good stuff. Send it up.
All right, guys, level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform. Sign up and try it for free. Start your trading journey today. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TRADERTV. Links in the description. Be the trader, get funded. Join PropXP today. PropXP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com.
Ooh, Prop XP. Yeah, go. Oh boy, go check that one out. Circle.
Yeah, that thing is running, man.
Lions, Tigers, and Bears. Oh boy. I know it's oh my, I'm pretty sure, but we'll throw up the oh boy for our guy Obi. Let's see what else we got going on here, guys. If there's any specific names that you want to, yeah, AIRO has just been like, look at this. You can't even trade straight. It's just continuous halts. So just be careful on this one, guys. The top is now 33.40. So it's nothing substantial from what we're trading at right now. But again, you don't want to get caught. Like if you're short and you get caught in an uphold, that is not good. You're gonna have a bad time. All right. So just remember that, guys. Like the saying in South Park, when you're French frying, when you should pizza, you're gonna have a bad time. Same thing here with AIRO. Do you remember that?
No,
you never seen that episode?
No,
yeah, so they're skiing and stuff, and the instructor's like, if you French fry when you're supposed to pizza, you're gonna have a bad time. All right. So we don't want to have bad times. Let's see if we can get this market to break down. Hopefully this was just hopefully this was the final push here on Amazon, right? You can see us run into some of these this consolidation zone from yesterday. Look at this sideways PA here on Amazon. And then now we're knocking right on the door of that. So maybe we're going to get somewhat of a rejection here, right here, guys. So we are a little bit north of it, but maybe this will be a good indecision print that we come back into the range. And I think that if we do get a move to the south end of this range, we will see somewhat of a pullback here in the overall market. I'm not going to add just yet. Be patient. Circle did put in a good indecision print on the 5-minute, so that could be a good potential short as well too. But we know with these IPOs what can happen in these names. So just be extreme. Why am I pulling up GMEs here? So just be extremely cautious, right? But this is a potentially good good signal right there. But we're at a low of around 109, and then now it looks like it wants to break the high. If it breaks that high, then you got to get out of that trade, and you don't want any of that smoke there, Obi.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm seeing that little bit of a pullback here. I want to know, there's about eight and a half minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print, and we've been seeing a prior bar hold on these 15-minute candles back to back after since that bottom kind of was made in and around where was that, around 10:30. So yeah, the market coming in with a little bit of a bid after the first hour into the open. So nice little push here, 21,850. We're coming into those prior levels, so we were going to take a look at I guess the Tesla and SPY here. Tesla, again, we talked about it, already pushing into some of those prior day levels, but oh boy, something's happening on Tesla right now. As I pulled it up, that's some crazy timing. There's definitely some sort of news here. Let's pull that up right now on Tesla. Boom, there is definitely news on this. That is a catalyst-driven spike. I'm just watching the tape here on my other screen. 323 halves continuing to push. 324s. Can we get to 325s? Oh boy, here we go.
Oh wow, Tesla.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Look at that. With the market breaking out as well, like not really breaking out, but having some strong bid, and we get that strong push on Tesla. So let's watch and see how this one rolls out. A little bit of size coming in at that 325 here. So let me pull up the
breaking news, Tesla Bank,
you guys. And before we come back to that 325, let's go to Dara with the breaking news.
I'm seeing reports here. Apparently, the U.S. is moving to ease rules that hinder Tesla's self-driving cybercab. So apparently, again, the U.S. moving to ease some rules that would hinder Tesla's self-driving cybercab, or robotaxi, as it's often referred to. Now, of course, there were actually some concerns that this wouldn't necessarily be the case, because we know there was this back and forth between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. I guess their friendship having a little bit of a fallout. Now it looks like, though, this could be a really positive catalyst for the stock, especially given that there were concerns about this. Now it looks like things seem to be all good. I'm not seeing who reported this, but just keep an eye on this regardless. TSLA, apparently the U.S. trying to ease some rules to make it a little bit easier for Tesla's self-driving robotaxi. Back to you.
This is what we want to hear, right? That's fantastic. That's some really, really good stuff. I'm thinking about getting involved here on Tesla for this continuation to the top side. I mean, I'm short the Qs, and I don't necessarily want to go against myself, but that's something that I want to hear about Tesla. I think that's going to be a really strong positive catalyst. But I do believe that some of the big names are starting to top out as well. Okay, no, never mind. That's Circle. Why is Circle everywhere on my secondary screens here? Let's get Amazon back up here. Joseph, get it together, my brother. All right, so yeah, that Amazon still hovering around those levels, but Tesla looking really good here, guys. It might possibly break these highs. I was waiting for another open around these lows, and then boom, I'm gonna punch. Did I get in there? No, I didn't. Oh, my days. Okay, yeah, so I'm in it right now, looking for a pop continuation. Oh, let's go. But we got to cover something else here as well, too, guys. Give me a second there. Assassino, I got to get my everything sorted out, but let's see what we got going on. Okay, we're good to go. Prop X, level up your trading game with Prop. Ooh. There we go, one for all. The new trading competition, we got it right this time, from Trade the Pool. Never been done before. Everyone will be trading together on one shared account with $1 million in buying power. Starts June 16th to 18th. The goal, beat the Qs. For example, if the Qs move up by 3% up or down, we aim for more. And what's in it for you? Everyone wins. Plus, 675,000 in prizes. 20 evaluation accounts up for grabs. One account, one mission, one for all. Scan that QR code. Scan the QR code and join that team now if you're looking to participate in the one for all. So a group of traders, I've never personally heard of an idea like that before. So that's going to be interesting for those who are going to partake in that. So good luck to all, and I hope everyone kills it. Over $500,000 in prizes, that's definitely going to grab my attention for sure.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So. This Tesla move is grabbing my attention right now with this aggressive push up. Yeah, a lot of millions of shares coming in into that move, and we get that 320. I guess we were already kind of building up into it. If you kind of take a look back, we were talking about that kind of push into those highs. We did get that hold, pulled back into 314s, and then started consolidating again in that upper quartile of the morning range, and then you can see that stair step. You get a little bit of news. Guess what? That boom right through into some of those prior day levels. Here goes that continuation, that price action coming in really, really strong. Again, I'm looking at prior days high there, 332.56. And we were already consolidating above some of the action we had going into the end of the day as well. So pushing up into that consolidation that we had, I guess I want to know how long this consolidation was. We can just measure that. That was about 3 hours. So this consolidation lasted for 3 hours yesterday, maybe with that opening range high being around 329s, 330s, and those lows being around 321. So interestingly enough, look at that, double top breakout of those 321s. That was also opening range low of yesterday with that volume coming in and the catalyst. So let's see how this move kind of pans out here. I'm watching it, taking a close look. Let me know if you guys were already trading Tesla. Again, I know a lot of people trade Tesla, but how many of you were long? How many of you were short, risking against those highs? Throw it up in the chat. I'm curious to know. And this catalyst, who's trading that? I know Joe's definitely involved there a little bit, and the market is looking like it might be slowing down here, taking a little bit of a pause.
Yeah, I hopped
15-minute candle's about to close soon.
I hopped out of Tesla there, and it looks like it might pop again. So maybe I don't want to chase it either because I am short the Qs there. Obi, sorry, we'll send it back. But I did hop out on a little scalp. The Qs are starting to move down, so I do kind of want to slowly start to add into this position, brother.
Yeah, so we're talking about that 15-minute candle, so let's take a quick look at that. Yeah, so you can see this is the consolidation that I'm talking about here on Tesla. A little push up, aggressive volume coming in. 325s holding right now. There's a little bit of size there. We're chopping through that. Didn't really give us a strong push right off of it. We got a high of 325.82, so an 80 penny push on Tesla. We see Tesla kind of pop and drop a few dollars on certain breaks, and that break coming in with volume is pretty nice. I'm looking at prior day high as well. This little consolidation before we broke down, that seems interesting as well, and that is the current high, which is very interesting to me. Look at that confluence right here, boom, boom. That's where that selling comes in going into the end of the day, and this pop on news takes a little bit of a stall right at that price. I'm just watching it, stalking it right now. Let's see what it does in and around these areas. The TQ is definitely taking a little bit of a turn. So let's take a look at the spider as well. We were talking about that a little earlier. Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a trend break. So shout out to Joe for having that short in, and I see him. He's adding to the position.
Yeah,
as
I'm
well.
gonna add
Let's
one
go
more time.
as it
I'm
gets
gonna
more
add.
aggressive.
Here we go.
Here
Yeah,
we go.
I got to add
Coming to the
here.
downside. I got to deal with a little bit of this apple. So
Yeah. Okay. So there we go.
That thing is coming in. Yeah. Let's talk about your TQ short.
Yeah. So we're looking for the breakdown here now, guys. As some of the big Apple's really starting to pull back. So yeah, that's the one thing I don't like. I will obviously want to see you do good as well. Well, fantastic anyways, but Apple is the aggressor right now, guys, pulling back. I think it is dragging the overall market down, but the big names that are remaining strong are Google and Amazon, holding up the queues right now. So if it decides, if those two names, I believe, if they want to start to pull in as well too, then maybe we're going to get that move back towards the volume weighted average price. We'll pull up the NAS itself because I believe it is still slightly negative, but I'm going to be patient. If we can get this move back to VWAP, then we're going to be painting pretty pictures, but we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves right now. Okay, so that's the game plan. We're still down 0.5% on the overall market, so keep that in mind. I got to be really cautious. If we get a pop now that you're trading these leverage products, again, we crack through some of these resistance zones, I think we'll be sitting okay. Apple is leading the way to the downside right now, Obi.
Sure.
I know you got that position to manage. iBit is still hovering around those highs, but Google is saying, no, we have a different agenda today, and that's just to continue to the long side. Yeah. It's just like, you know what, we're doing something
Same with
else
Amazon.
today.
Have you seen Amazon?
Yeah, Amazon has been absolutely insane. So these two on the day are like, yeah, okay, so whatever you guys were planning, scratch that. We're going long, and we're going long aggressively. So that program is most definitely stepped in. The Qs have put an indecision. We're starting to see somewhat of a pullback here in Apple as well, but just be cautious, be patient. If it's gonna work, I gotta let it cook up, because that's back-to-back days where I had the Oracle trade and I just didn't diamond hand it. I Devin Haney that one, unfortunately, and I apologize to you guys with that. So.
Yeah, definitely. I lightened up a little bit there. Tesla, look at that pullback on Tesla. That's the one I was.
I'm glad I got out of that.
Kind of pulling back in through that 325. That 325 didn't really hold there, but yeah, let's see it chop around. That pullback that it initially had was in and around 322. So let's see if we can kind of sustain a bit above that level. The market's taking its first kind of a breather after that, again, aggressive strength since about 10:30, right? What time is it right now? It's about 12:30. So for the past 2 hours, we've been getting a little bit of a bid. Finally catching some selling here as we break some trends. And let's see if buyers step back in. I don't know, but it seems like, again, we talk about these legs being very directional, very directional. Let's see if this 15-minute candle also continues to give us some red here as we do start to break some of those prior bars. But again, going into prior days levels, do we expect a little bit of turbulence? For sure, I think so. And again, got to be nimble. I definitely lightened up a lot on that because that was a strong sell. And again, news can come in aggressively. We saw what Tesla kind of did on that. 326s, 325 still holding. So I'm still watching it. Let's see if this consolidation can sustain. Apple pulled back a little bit there. Again, VWAP. We're still in and around VWAP, but I've lined up a significant amount, so I'm just going to let that run. Don't really care about that one anymore. And we kind of talked about this earlier. When that position is kind of starting to work, you have a set of rules to be like, okay, well, you know, this is what I'm looking for. It gave me the VWAP that I was looking for. You can see that I kind of pieced out along the way pretty aggressively again. And now reasons to sell are coming in. And best believe if I wasn't necessarily long, I would probably be participating in a little bit of this the other way. But again, let's see how far back we really pull back. 21,800. Again, this is the opening range high here on the NASDAQ, just shy of that 21,800. Let's see if we can pull back. That's not too far away on there. Let's see what it does in and around that area. I'm watching the futures as well to look for that support to come in. Names that are currently still strong, let's take a look at some of those as well. Oracle, oh boy.
Yeah.
I tried the short this one. Again, if you guys saw, we're watching yesterday in the morning, I shorted this all the way to the top. Definitely not something to do, and not a well spending of your daily risk, right? I'm like, all right, maybe I have too much conviction, and the market's clearly telling me I'm wrong. So today I did try it a couple more times, and when I saw that it was really aggressively strong again, I didn't really choose to flip, but I was just like, all right, this is more than enough. I don't really want to force the short here. This is clearly not going that way, so I left it alone. But clearly, the long is still strong. Day 2 earnings on Oracle, they came in with a little bit of a double beat, and the gap up continuation. You can see that anchored VWAP holding quite well as well and accelerating away from some of those average prices. That's why I'm just like, oh boy, when and if that reversion does come in, I do want to be a little bit involved in that one there, but we'll let that one cook and let that one set up here. Let's take another look at some of these strong ones here. Google, take a look at this. Absolute strength to the upside. This is a 3-minute chart, kind of choppy in that uptrend. Let's take a look at a higher time frame. Look at this 15-minute straight green candles to the upside. This one's starting off with a nice little break. 10 minutes and 40 seconds left for this one. As we break prior day highs on the goggles. Wow, this bid is really coming in aggressively. What's going on?
Yesterday's IPO?
Remember, yeah.
I left the bid in.
Yeah.
Came in and got smoked.
Yeah.
Imagine
you did that too. Yeah.
I'd be in here $30 in a month.
Yeah, that's crazy. Sean's just like, he was participating in the IPOs, and today was the one to participate in it for sure. And yeah, look at that Tesla move continue to go. That consolidation is breaking out, so that's a good continuation there happening. Let's see what Adara has to say with some news.
And Amazon, I'm seeing reports here, according to CNBC, the company is reorganizing its healthcare business in its latest attempt to crack into the multi-trillion-dollar healthcare markets. Keep an eye on AMZN, consolidating near highs. Apparently a new business is one's trying to enter or re-enter in a different way, healthcare. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Amazon was the next one I was going to talk about right here. But Google breaking out of prior day highs, that's pretty decent. Breaking that, a little bit of a 2-day trend again. You can just simply be like, all right, cool. We've had some selling coming in. Boom, just a rough trend right there, and we're coming right up into the breakout of that as well. So. Cool stuff there on goggles. Let's take a look at Amazon as well. Wow, that's definitely buyers are delivering that price to the upside, breaking that prior day high as well. 214s currently. Nice little hold there. Let's see what Amazon has in store. But I like this strength, man. I'm kind of waiting. I'm waiting for some of this buying to step off to really start to get involved as well. So let's see where that brings us to. Apple holding that 197 now. So if I'm looking for that continuation, wow, look at that Tesla go. Oh my God. Are we going to see, you think we're going to see 230s today?
230 on Tesla? Yeah, at this pace, it's looking like it, Obi, to be honest with you, at this pace. So it's not too far away. What are we trading? Oh, maybe it is 3 points. We do know that we have somewhat of a call wall there as well, guys, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Speaking of call walls, let's pull up that specific strike price. Look at it, I'm like a kid in a candy shop today. We'll go with Tesla. We're going to go with today's expiration cycle, and we're going to take a look at those 330s that are worth $1.06 right now. Go, Qs. Go, my friend. Ooh, wow. Ooh, no way. Oh, okay. I keep getting bamboozled by this here. Okay, that makes significantly more sense. Okay. Pardon me? They're resuming. Oh, really? Okay, so that is not a good. Okay, Katina Man short the Qs. The attack on Israel is being continued. That's what I'm hearing from Katina Man. Adara's going to bring that to us momentarily. The market's moving south. Tesla's moving north. It's saying, I don't care. We have our own catalyst. They're easing some of the laws on the autonomy. That's a positive sign for Tesla, but the market's starting to pull back a little bit here. Let's see how long this can hold up there, Obi. But this is the 330 calls that we have. Oh, I thought it had the most. Okay, yeah, so it does. So 24,000, this is where you're going to see the liquidity start to step in here. Very, very liquid. So those 330s looking pretty good right now off of those bottoms, almost doubling, almost tripling. Wow, they were worth nothing at one point today. Obi, they were worth $15, and now those are worth $1.37 at this high. So there you go. If you happen to buy this. Pardon me? Yeah, they expired today.
Wow, I'm
So
telling
that-
you, man, selling some of these zero DTs is starting to look a little.
Oh no,
little lucrative.
you would have had your face ripped off there if you sold that.
Oh, you're saying, but I thought you said it was at $15 earlier.
It was worth $1. It was worth $15, so 0.15, but now it's worth $1 something,
okay,
right?
Okay.
So if you're
talking,
short,
I thought you meant it was worth 15. It came down to
No. If the opposite, yeah,
okay.
you were right. If it was the opposite,
So it
there,
was 15 cents.
it was
And
50,
it went up to $1.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're short that, you're French frying when you're supposed to pizza. You're having a bad time. All right, we're gonna go off to Adara.
Some updates here on what's happening to Israel as we make, I would say, a little bit of a lower high here in the NASDAQ. As Sean mentioned, it looks like things are continuing to occur here. Sky News Arabia reporting that apparently sirens are sounding in the Jerusalem area after a rocket was fired from Yemen towards Israel. Yeah, just some sirens sounding here apparently. So keep an eye on the market as we continue to digest this news with regards to the Middle East. I'll keep you guys posted for anything there. Also, stay tuned. We have a new infographic series coming out on X at TTV Research that I'm very excited about. It involves a heat map of the NASDAQ based on sector weight and also little subsector heat maps as well. So stay tuned for that. That should be out hopefully by the time the midday's over. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm thinking about adding as well, once again, on this move. I mean, the market is extended. Amazon's starting to pull back. So is AMD. Tesla's the only one kind of not moving in sync right now. So let's get this move. We might be able to hold this until we get back to VWAP. So yeah, we'll pack our patience and we'll look for some primetime adding opportunities here, Obi.
Yes, sir. You know that Sharif put on this massager heat thing on the chair that I'm sitting on?
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if he minds if I use it.
Oh boy, hey.
What's that?
We're back.
I can definitely use it. Yeah, I can definitely use it, bro. I'm telling you, like
So he
this
joked that you couldn't, but I don't know if he actually meant that. And then I did see him moving it around, but then he was laughing, so I don't really know.
He said nobody could use it?
He said, oh, yeah, because I think Fabian said, oh, can Obi use this thing? And Sharif said, yeah, as long as he doesn't use my massage chair. But then he laughed. So I'm honestly,
oh boy,
it's a gray area, Obi. Oh boy.
Oh boy. So yeah.
It's a gray area. Okay, all right.
So, I mean, hey. I don't know.
It may or may not be on. You guys just won't know. Who knows? Dude, this thing's got a heater. This thing's got upper, middle, lower thighs. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. I did not expect this when
the shorts.
Oh boy, here we go.
Printing.
Oh, the shorts are kind of going.
My guy, I love it when he does that. He's a pull up. But yeah, let's go. Good times, regardless of your status on the day. Let's see if we can continue this breakdown, Obi. How's your Apple doing? It's still hovering just a little bit.
Yeah, it's still holding. Again, I'm holding on
holding.
to a breadcrumb. I got short a little bit of Amazon here. So
ooh, okay, at the highs. I like that.
Yeah, I'm kind of watching that. Let's see if it continues. Right, nothing too crazy just yet. But let's see. Throwing on not even. I guess maybe like one risk unit. Maybe.
Okay.
Let's go with that. Nothing too crazy. I'm not really too hot about this. The market's pretty strong here. Yeah. I'm watching Tesla. Tesla's the one that I'm really watching here. Tesla's continuing to go. We got to a high of 327.80s here. So again, Tesla pulling up into yesterday's levels. We saw that aggressive push on that intraday news there on Tesla yesterday, and then we sold off a lot of it there. So yeah, Amazon, this is all I'm looking at right here. We broke prior days and then prior days high, and then we're coming right back in. I'm just looking at, like, we've had kind of supply coming in for multiple days here. Yesterday was consolidation, but again, the gap down kind of following through there. But yeah, if we're gonna kind of pull up back into these levels, I do want to be involved to get a little bit of a feel for the situation there. But yeah, no, Tesla, let's pull up that one. Tesla right here. So you can see the high, prior day high coming in at 332.56, current day high 327.82s here. But strong trend. Again, whatever you're using to define a trend here, whether it's bars, whether it's a moving average that you want to throw on, or whether it's above VWAP, or whether it's structures being like, okay, are we holding higher highs, higher lows, whatever it may be, you can see that it is holding structure on multiple kind of ways to measure a trend. And we're pulling up into yesterday's consolidation. So let's see if we can break the high. This was aggressive. You can see that the selling came in pretty strong. I'm just looking to see what we do in and around those levels. But that continuation off of that news has been pretty nice. You had to have it right early, and then the pullbacks were nice as well. It's giving you about a $3 push there. If you got 327s, 320, almost near 328s there on that Tesla push, looking like it's going to probably continue here if it continues to hold. But you can see that volume stepping down as well. This is a 3-minute chart. That strongest volume coming in with that initial candle, and then stepping down a little bit off of that 327.80s. Market's pulling back here as well. We talked about that second 15-minute candle that is starting to print a little bit red. So let's see how much time is left on that one there. We've got about 1:20 seconds for that 15-minute candle to finish printing. Let's see if that continues. And this is a break of trend. This is a break of trend. We were holding the bid, and finally we got some selling coming in. Shout out to Joe for catching those highs right there.
Yeah, appreciate that. Just patience, right? Patience, but it isn't working out, so we don't want to celebrate too early or anything along those lines. I'm also looking to add into this position to try to make it a little bit more aggressive and larger, so we can really start to take a chunk out of some of these losses. But the one issue that I got going on right now, and I think that's going to be NVDA, the King of Kings, looking like it wants to break this trend line. If we sit on the top side of this, you see this V-shaped pattern. I mentioned it to you guys before on multiple time frames. If it decides to break and sit on top of this, not going to be a good time. We're going to be, again, I'm not going to use that reference too many times because now it's just stuck in my head. But yeah, if that's the case that happens, we got to be cautious and just be wary of whatever we've got going on. All right, so move back towards SPY is relatively weaker too, which I like. The financials were weak, right? And the financials are the second largest sector holding in the SPY. So we'll pull up XLF here, guys, to see what we got going on. I'm pretty sure it was the weakest. When we did the top performing sectors, it was the weakest, but now has recovered drastically. But a big time gap down in the post market yesterday. And then you get the continuation to the downside throughout the intraday session. But then now we're starting to run in some of these pre-market highs and then bouncing off of those. So keep that in mind there, guys. But let's go Qs. Break through this key support level. What was once resistance is now acting as support. So there you go. So if we punch through that, then I think we're going to take that next step lower here. So ad opportunity starting to come into play, into fruition here. Be patient. If Amazon really does start to want to pull back, the same with the likes of NVDA and some of the other big names, then we'll be okay. But I know a lot of traders in the chat were talking about PLTR knocking on the door of 140. Beautiful stuff there. Taking it one out of Obi's playbook there. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's pull up the options chain to see if we have anything at 140. And that says, hey, Jose, we are not going that way today. But let's take a look here, guys, okay? So 140, we have approximately 15,000 open contracts. 136, you're underwater if you're short those there, guys. But yeah, that's going to be the highest level of OI there. So, I mean, is that a max pain level? 142, maybe, possibly. I think so on the weekly expiration cycle. But you can see a little bit of a congestion zone through some of these 130 strikes here, guys. So yeah, let's see what's going on with Palantir. But it's definitely one of the strongest underlyings in a long time. So I kind of compared it to one of the rallies that NVDA has been on the past couple of years, right? When NVDA was going through that exponential growth cycle. Palantir is kind of giving me that vibes. I'm not going to compare the two totally different sectors, but yeah, I like it. So yeah, that's what we got going on.
Yeah, I'm watching this Amazon, man. This consolidation, we're kind of holding here. You know, we talk about that opening range high here on the NASDAQ. We're coming into that level right now, so I'm just watching to see if there's any sort of interaction there. If there is, we're going to see it. If there isn't, then we're probably going to, well, regardless of whatever it is, we'll see if that comes in with the bounce. Does that resistance turn into support is what I'm looking for in this area, and the short was definitely quite nice as it is coming in. Spider, that break of trend on the SPY is coming in quite nicely as well. I'm looking at it on here on the 3-minute. You can see that once that buying kind of starts to slow down, we're getting that pull back in. This line, I don't think it means anything here on the 3-minute. I think it's a higher time frame. Sometimes the lines can get a little skewed when I draw them on the higher time frames and then go back down to the lower time frame. So I'm just going to ignore that. But yeah, nice little break of trend. We talked about that bid coming in all the way from 10:30. What a beautiful reversion, 10:30 coming in for about 2 hours, and then finally breaking back down there on the SPY. So let's see how far we can reach. VWAP coming in at 599.15 there on the spider. So if we're going to consolidate a little bit there, maybe a reversion to the mean might be on the table there. Let's see if that spider crawls all the way back down there. Let's take a look at some of those volume leaders and see what some of them are doing with the market taking a little bit of a pullback. That should be an interesting comparison to make and see if they're following along well or not. So let's see. I don't know if you've already taken a look at some of these, but USEG. We know that if Sharif was here, he would definitely be aware of this one at the very least, if not trading it. But yeah, I'm doing significant volume. Look at that, over 95 million shares traded on the day with a market cap of about 75, just shy of 75 million there. Nvidia obviously coming in. Wow, almost 100%. Not really there yet. Almost 100% reversion coming in on Nvidia. High a day is at 143.58. And oh boy, yesterday we saw a held offer. A textbook example of a held offer, and yeah, 145s there coming in, and that held offer didn't really step off, right? That seller was still there, and we kind of saw them stepping off going into the close. And Sean was explaining to us how some people have that the order that kind of gets pulled after the market close, and we saw that happening real time at that 145. That was beautiful, and we stepped down off of a held offer. Interesting. And then selling coming in off of the open as well. That was, again, we talked about how that might have been a thing on some people's docket in terms of a morning plan. But, the reversion has been quite nice as well as we reverted all the way back on these futures. So beautiful price action that we're getting. Lucid, Tesla still continuing 327.82. So still holding that high from before, still consolidating. So let's see, it did kind of step up quite nicely. That volume has fallen off quite well. But if it's going to grind up on lower volume, I might like that a little bit more as well. I don't know. We'll see what it does. BBAI, yeah. First kind of selling coming in here, day high. Oh boy, we didn't even get to prior days there, so maybe we're making lower highs, it would seem. Yeah, exactly. So a little bit of a lower high step down here on BBAI. We saw that this one was a little bit of a runner a few days ago. Let's see what it's been doing. I want to go to a higher time frame. This is the hourly. Yeah, so we did have some strong pops here earlier on in the month, or at the end of May and then the beginning of June, but we've been stepping down there a little bit on that one. Interesting to see that it's still on the top volume leader list, though. That's very interesting. So a lot of participation happening there, I guess, on that one. Palantir, oh boy, this one's coming in for a breakout, man. Look at that on the hourly. Even though the market's taken a nice pullback, Palantir still is consolidating in its upper quartile. We keep on talking about this, and we're seeing this unfold right now. So the question becomes, what's the probability of a continuation through that break if that volume comes in? If this market takes another step up and holds that prior resistance as support, and maybe the bid comes back in and we break those highs, will Palantir, this build-up, this wind-up, will it explode into that 140? I have no idea. That's the question that I'm asking. This is quite some strength. If the market takes a strong pullback, sure, I don't know. Palantir usually, I think it has an ATR. I think it's not an ATR. It has a beta of around, I think it was 2 something. Don't quote me on that one. I'm just going to check to make sure here what it was. But I know it's in the multiples for sure. 2.6 the last time I checked. Let's take a look on PLTR. Right now, the beta is 2.63. There we go. So not that much of a big difference from the last time I saw it. So Palantir, yeah. So that aggressive strength was there. 139.24. Today's high. So we actually broke yesterday's highs by 4 pennies, and we pulled back in. Yeah. Like you said before, sometimes it can be a game of pennies, but you got to make sense of it.
Yeah, bang. There we go. We'll give you that bang there. Yeah, we're starting to pull back here in the market. The big names are looking strong once again. Amazon just heading right back towards that high a day. So this is just full-on buy program right now. NVDA is just chopping around Palantir heading back towards the top of the range. Tesla grinding higher here, guys. So yeah, I think Amazon and the Qs are most definitely highly correlated today. We need Amazon to start selling, otherwise this short might not really work out too well. Obi,
My stop is very soon. I'm seeing that. I started the short on Amazon because I liked it, but again, I wasn't even. I said I'm going to give it one risk unit because I'm just not too crazy about it, and we'll let that happen. And I'm not even giving too much of that either. But we'll let that work. I like the long. I'm in a little bit of that Apple still, maybe looking for ads if we can show some structure and some continuation here. We are getting a little bit of a bounce, but guess what?
What?
We just talked about Palantir. I want to keep my eyes on Palantir right now.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna put that on the board here. We'll let Amazon deal with itself. That stop should be coming in relatively soon. I gotta check that here. Sometimes it goes in, sometimes it doesn't. As of right now, okay, I see where that is. Yeah, that should be coming in soon enough. Let's see, let's pull up Palantir here and take a look at what that is up to. So Apple, we're watching that. Let's take off Amazon off the list there and go to Palantir. Boom, yeah, 139s. Let's see if there's any size coming in at that 140 mark here. I don't really see anything just yet, but let's see if that continues. Oh boy, there's that spike on the SPY. What's happening there? That's some aggressive strength coming in. So I'm just looking at here at the 3-minute, boom. So that bid coming in, I guess, holding that 600 level. Let's see if we can continue to make lower highs. I know that, again, this is a little bit of a break of that trend. Again, using a moving average or whatever you want, like a trend line, right? You can just see that that was that break. And we saw Joe kind of put that in place and get into his TQ short, and that gave him a nice move there. You got from 74 nines all the way down to 430s, right?
Yeah.
So it's like I want to know right away what the ATR on the TQs is and like what percentage of the ATR that move really was.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, okay, well, you got an ATR above I guess like what is this? It's like three something. Here, I think, and yeah, it gave you a decent chunk of that.
Yeah, it gave me a nice move here. And then, guys, what you can see is that was once resistance just came in and acted as support and just bounced off that level almost to a T. So yeah, we got to be patient in this one. Tesla's really strong here, guys. So yeah, it's looking really good. I do like that we are rejecting this kind of this support level right here. So if we can get a flush back down, but if these guys want to continue to climb, then we're not sitting in a good position right now. So yeah, we'll be cautious. We'll wait for it to hopefully see. That's the thing, right? If they really start to pull back, then I think we'll be okay. But if the big names decide that they're going to be on a different agenda, like there we go, we get another big pop right there. So yeah, shorting. Yeah, I don't know, not too good of an idea, I guess, right now, Obi, because Tesla's climbing higher, Amazon's going, and it looks like NVDA wants to break out as well too. So yeah, we might have to mark down a small L on that one. Don't want to hold on to this for too much longer, but I also don't want to just chop myself up as well too. So gonna be patient, gonna just wait for this to play out. Either it's gonna work or it's not. All right, so yeah, just keep that in mind. But if Tesla really wants to continue this, then it's not going to be a pretty picture there. NVDA sitting on the backside of this trend. We now want it to we want NVDA to break below this support level, but this is a bullish pattern, right? Like we can go back to the likes of some higher time frames and see where it's displayed. I know it's on Google. Google. Yeah, we see it here on Google, right? Identical pattern, and then we're going to see the exact same thing on Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's really, really strong. And then you see the exact same pattern here on Tesla. So yeah, okay, I'm going to have to hop out of this trade here momentarily. That's probably going to be it for the day. Not going to try too many things, especially if I'm on the wrong side of things, trying to short this market and it just wants to continue to climb higher, Obi.
Yeah, I'm watching this Palantir push, that 40 break potentially coming in here. So I want to give it a little bit of a try as it has been holding, structure. The market's taking that bid back up. This is what I talked about, a potential scenario, an iteration of a price action that can potentially happen where the prior Morning range high comes in, resistance turns into support. We take a bid, and then Palantir catches that bid, and that wind up of price action finally gets a little bit of an explosive push. Let's see if there's continuation. That's what I'm asking there. We have been holding quite nice. Again, 140 potentially on the horizon as well. So maybe want to participate in a little bit of that, and I will do a little bit of participation there with that. So coming into those prior day highs, if the Nasdaq and the SPY continue to push and they break current day highs, then I think again this Palantir push can have a little bit more umph. We just talked about it following a little bit of the market. We said that it had a beta of 2.6. How does that affect this breakout? You can kind of figure that out if you want to put weighting on that or not, or how do you really want to weigh that in. But nice little consolidation. Breakout, holding consolidations above day high, and we're taking that leg, looking for a potential leg with market strength on that Palantir push. So let's see if that can come in there on Palantir. That's what I'm looking at. Again, Alphabet did take a little bit of a pullback. That's coming in. I think I probably got stopped out of the Amazon. Yeah, I got stopped out of the Amazon there. I wasn't really watching. I was like, yeah, okay, it's coming in. So I gave it a little bit of a shot. Let's see if this Palantir push can come in as well into that 140. So that 140 doesn't really show me too much size just yet. So we're going to be patient. Let me pull that up for you here on the book and take a look as well on the push. Yeah, you see that, right?
This thing,
Crazy.
yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's just like, honestly, just go long this name.
Yeah, look at the higher time.
And any,
Look at that boom. What a breakout.
just day
that wick
after
real?
day.
There's no way.
Where?
That wick. What
This
is that?
one?
That crazy wick.
Yeah, for sure. Why not? Yeah, it could be. Very much so. Yeah, again, this name is just.
Oh, is that? That's a daily?
No, it's a 5-er. It's a 5-minute there, brother. Yeah, Palantir. Knocking on the door of all-time highs once again there. What a stock, man. This thing is the bee's knees, that's for sure. Yeah.
Palantir.
Hey, this guy, he did that on purpose. He said what stock. He said what stock on purpose. And we both fell for it. We're like, yeah, Palantir, man, Palantir. But yeah, let's go. Yeah, breakdown. As of right now, we failed to construct a new high. I like that. That's a positive sign for me. NVDA, if it decides it wants to do something, either go higher or break down, hopefully that supply zone through these specific levels comes into play. But I don't like it from this pattern standpoint because it is slightly bullish. So, excuse me, we filled half that gap. We do have supply zones as well, too, through the 140, so we'll keep that in mind. But come on, break down, big boys. Never mind what Tesla's doing. Tesla's on its own war path.
It's doing its own thing, bro.
Yeah, it's doing its own thing, so disregard Tesla. What's our guy at Amazon? It's still hovering around those highs.
Yeah.
Just a complete buy program. It's funny, I was thinking about buying some more the other day, and I'm like, no, just be patient. Sure enough, it does a massive rip up today. Let's take a look at Amazon from a daily standpoint. Trend still 100% intact. It hasn't even been damaged or hindered whatsoever. So big time trend coming up here on AMZN. Yeah, I mean, in the long term, you want to go long these names. Intraday standpoint, we can short these. You don't want to be holding. I don't know if anybody, it would be a good idea to hold shorts. I've never personally done that too many times. I'll buy puts instead. But especially when the market's doing what it's doing right now, you don't want to be short like your boy is, Obi.
Yeah, I'm just watching this Palantir really start to come in. This 140 coming in. There you go, 300 lots stepping in front. There's 139.95s holding with about 3,000 there. So, okay, forget about the chart. Let's take a look at the book here and see what that size is coming in at. Let me throw that filter on for you guys as well. There it is, spoofy right there. 3,000 lots, or is that 1,000 something? I don't know. It seems like a couple thousand. Let's see if we can come into that 40 mark. Here it comes. Let's see if we can push into the break here with that size sitting there. Let's see if that seller can get taken out. I don't know. Listen, you know what? This is what I was talking about before. If I had the buying power, which I don't, that 140 is looking pretty juicy.
You would take the 140 break?
I mean, I like that.
Okay.
Let's see if it follows through. I don't know if it's going to follow through. That's the thing. I don't know if it's going to follow through. But it's holding up. It's been building up. The market's strong. We're holding that 21.8. Let's see if we can push through that 140 in any sort of meaningful way. A little bit of a breakout intraday happening at 1 o'clock. Oh boy. And let's see if that size is anything meaningful here on Palantir. What are you looking at there?
Yes, I'm still sitting in this trade. I'm just watching NVDA just in case it does So I want to keep my eye on this because I don't think that the Amazon and Google are going to squeeze too much more. I could be wrong, but I think this is going to be a massive inflection point here for my Qs short. Is that what is NVDA going to do right here? So this is why I'm just super focused on what's going on with this specific underlying right now, because if it wants to continue and break through some of these resistance zones and you see the volume start to step in, then it's like, okay, you really got to get out of this trade because the market can continue to squeeze. Tesla is slightly pulling back to a couple positive signs. I mean, we didn't establish a new high on that one, a lower high on the Qs, but I think a lot of this is going to revolve around what NVDA is going to, because you see that Tesla has been moving to the top side, and we haven't really been participating in that move, the Qs that is. We're more or less following what Amazon, Google, and NVDA are up to. So that's why I'm really focusing on that. I'm not too sure if is that a call for Adara there, or I didn't, no, not yet. I thought I heard her say. Tesla, gradual lower highs on the 15-minute if you go back a few days. Yeah, exactly. And I suspected that as well too, Adair. So thank you for pointing that out. We'll pull up the 15-minute and it's just zoom. Yeah, exactly. So, and I see what she's getting at here. Just over the past couple of sessions, you can see those consistent higher lows. I think that's what she was referring to there. So yeah, continuous nice move there. And that trend line is fully intact there, Obi. Look at it bounce off of it today. Yesterday, look how many touches we have from I don't know when the rift was. Yeah, so let's figure it out here. Maybe somewhere along these neck of the woods. So yeah, but a big time recovery in this name, and it's still holding up these trend lines relatively strong. Amazon's about to put in a new high a day. So very interesting stuff today on the session, guys. Adara, what do you got for us?
Referring to on Tesla, I realize this is an extremely messy chart. I apologize. If you go back to Wednesday, May 28th, and the 15, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. We just maybe broke out of this now, but yeah, that's kind of more what I was referring to. Sorry to interrupt. Back to you.
Wow.
For pointing that out.
That is a beautiful Tesla chart.
And I was forming,
it reminds me of my own.
I pointed out the higher lows as well too, which were very interesting. Last 2 days in Tesla on daily time frame, bull flag. Yeah, we can take a look. I mean, that's what we were just talking about. Nice position on the TQs. I wouldn't say that just yet, diggity, right? We don't have the target that we're looking at. You can see that we're continuously bouncing off some key that were prior resistance, now acting as support. So the one thing that I do have going for me is I believe that the fail to construct a new high of the day. All right, so that's one thing that I'm going to be riding, hopefully this wave. But the thing is, if Amazon, and I'll go over it one more time. Sorry if I sound like a broken record, but it's really important to follow what the MAG are up to because they carry so much weight in the index.
Yeah, definitely. I think, again, we always look at what the weighting of some of those names are, and the top ones definitely kind of, have a little bit of an indication. Kind of gives you. Sometimes it's curious. Sometimes you'll be like, oh, it's because of Apple that the market is being pulled in, and I've talked to traders who are like, oh, well, no, it's because of the NASDAQ that the stocks are fading because the NASDAQ are selling. You know what? I don't really know what the right answer is, nor probably do I really care. But I think what it's showing us here is that the market is slowing down. Some of these stocks are slowing down. Some of these stocks are doing their own thing and kind of building on their own story that the price action has been telling on the day. So that's kind of a little bit more of what I want to focus on here on the day. Palantir looks nice for now. Let's see if that 140 can potentially come in. Current day high coming in at 139.99. So, oh boy, that's a little interesting there. A little bit of a level hold. So didn't quite even print that 140. We knocked on the door of that 140, and then taking a consolidation within that upper quarter, just underneath that 140 there right now. Let's see. I keep seeing a little bit of a bid that keeps on wiping into the ask there, but not really getting too far, only into the 80s and 90s. I'm just observing if that kind of bidding starts to step down as well. Let's see if that will come into fruition. 140 hold, I guess. If the trend breaks from here, I wouldn't be surprised either. So I'm just waiting and watching, looking for a potential push. Not really in anything significant. Waiting for that 140 to really come in so that we can really start to get involved if Palantir continues through that breakout.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on, go. All right, trader, we're doing it there. we're doing it, Obi. I added again here, so I'm getting really aggressive. Again, just based off of this failed high. Thank you, Diggity Jacobs, for those kind words as well too. So this dip getting bought up with war breaking out is making me highly suspect. Yeah, I mean, let's go. I think this is going to be really, really key inflection point right now on the TQs. If it breaks through this support level, then maybe we're going to get to that next level, and that's going to be 74.20, and I will start to take some off here on this trade. So bang, bang, bang. Let's go. Added to this position. This is exactly what I needed to see here, Obi. The momentum is starting to pick up. Failed break on NVDA. This is what I was referring to earlier, guys. I really, I don't need that. This is what a lot of the trade plan was based off of what NVDA was going to do. It breaks to the top side, adios muchachos. We're out of this one. It goes to the downside, breaks through some of these key support levels. We're alive and well. So a nice little look there on the TQs and another ad. But mind you guys, because of how much risk I have, they're not the most aggressive, right? I have to start really small. Once the thesis really starts to pan out, then that's when we can add into these positions. But with NVDA starting to break down, Google heading towards the lows, Amazon heading back towards some of those key support levels as well too, Obi. Let's see if the Qs can break through the support level, but there's going to be a lot that's correlated with that. Let's pull up the Qs right now. From what I'm seeing is this is going to be a big time, so this is our 5-minute opening drive, and then sure enough, you get some whipsaw moves up and along these neck of the woods. If this breaks, then I would look for some more continuation to the downside. This is going to be really, really a massive part. If we don't see the participation from the big names start to step in, then maybe it could just be a potential fake move to the downside. So that's what I'm looking for. Support levels to break, head towards VWAP. Game plan said.
Let's go.
Exactly.
140 is still holding there. So I'm watching that. Nice little hold on Apple as well. So we hold above a little bit on that 197. Even the market's pulling back pretty decently, I would say, and poised for a little bit lower as well. But let's see if that actually comes in. Like Joe said, we are kind of still holding that opening range high as a little bit of support there, both on the NASDAQ and the ES. So let's see what that comes in as. But it is starting to look a little bit weaker. It does seem like sellers are starting to meet with that buying and starting to consolidate. But here's the thing about consolidations. If they start to happen, like we see, like at a higher place, say like you're like, okay, things are trending higher and higher, and there's a place where there's a consolidation that happens, you can kind of consider that as a little bit of price acceptance, depending on how much how that consolidation really takes place, right? And it's like, okay, well, you can see that continuation happen after that, or not, depending on how that might take place. But as of right now, I think we have some news with Adura.
Let's go.
Just letting you guys know, we might have some more geopolitical updates. Looks like Iran will be, or Iran, according to Iran's press TV, a televised statement by Supreme Leader Khamenei is set to air shortly. Apparently, Iran also announced here that they're not participating in nuclear negotiations with the U.S. that were scheduled for Sunday. Trump earlier had said he wasn't sure if they were going to be there. They've confirmed they will not. Back to you.
Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Nice ads there is right. Thank you, Skull Gorf. Thank you, everyone. Tesla profits now. City Boy 305, my guy, printing up a massive storm. 4-figure day for my brother, City Boy over there in FLA. Let's go. Continue this breakdown. Volume stepping into the downside. I took a little bit off here, guys, at that specific target. I told you we want to wait for that support to break, lower end of the range. Let's see if this momentum can be sustained to the downside, and I do believe we can get that move towards the volume-weighted average price. I mentioned just by starting really small, adding into these winners, and just waiting for pristine opportunities to add more into this position as much as I possibly can. So I want to make this position and let it ride. So I'm taking small bits off. There we go. Another move to the downside. We like that, Obi. A good look there. What is Amazon doing? It is breaking those support levels as well, too. Let's go. Some more breathing room. Yes, let's go. I think we're going to get this move towards to VWAP. By no means is this trade going to put me green on the day, but what we can do is take a big chunk out of some of our losses, and I think that's going to be the objective for this one, because I just can't get aggressive enough in order to offset some of the losses. So right now it's just a chiseling away. I mentioned you guys just chiseling away. I chisel, and that's exactly what we're trying to do here. Bang, bang, and there. Let's go. Hit the sirens. Let's go, Obi. Let's go. I know you're in this one. Skull, I know you're in this trade, my brother. Let's go. Big Spot, I know you're short XLF as well, too. Yes, big time move, adding to winners, failed to construct a new high, just slowly taking some off, and I'm just glad to be participating on this trend.
The trend is definitely broken, and I'm kind of looking at that Apple as well. The Palantir pulling back in, yes, but still kind of within that upper range. Let's see. Like I said, I was a little bit of light on there. Let's see if that can come in and give us some more areas where it shows us that it might be holding. That an initial push into 140, obviously not coming in right away, so that's kind of not right there. So let's see if that hold comes in. Here we did kind of break back down in through some of those opening range highs here on both the NASDAQ and the ES. But let's see, how much time is left for this 15-minute candle to close? I like to just use that as a little bit of a measuring device. It's about 1 minute and 40 seconds here. So coming into certain candle closes, I feel like the volatility of the price action can kind of get a little bit shaky there. I like to observe how certain candles like to close. Just to give a little bit of indication, right? Let's see how this 15-minute candle closes as of right now. We're currently a little bit of a wick off of those prior day highs there. Oh boy, Apple coming back up into VWAP on that little bit of a bid. So when the buying coming in on the market, look at that aggressive bid coming back in, taking Apple back to the top of its consolidation underneath VWAP. Let's see if that can come in. Palantir holding that 139-ish, 130 level, 139, 130s and 139.40s levels as of right now. Let's see if it can hold the half and then print a little bit higher. If it gets anywhere lower, then again, I will be more than willing to be wrong on this and let the trade kind of carry itself out. But the market's pulling back in. I'm definitely, I guess, fighting the trend a little bit with the short, but you can see that Palantir is still kind of technically trending up. So.
Yeah. Okay, so you're long PLTR as well too there, Obi? Nice. Yeah, I mean, so one thing, we noticed a bounce right there in the Qs. NVDA tapped onto it and just bounced right in. So it tapped to VWAP and then just decided like, all right, let's take another move higher here. So I'm going to be cautious. Again, this 1 minute print can be slightly alarming. You can see that we have a fairly large volume print and a candle potential isolated, or not isolated, but a hammer type candle. It's not the cleanest. You would like to see a little bit more buying or selling pressure step in there. But yeah, I mean, that's a positive, not a positive sign for me. But let's see if we can break through VWAP on NVDA, and then I think we'll have ourselves a little bit more of a buffer. I only have about a little bit less than half of what of my full position, but mind you, because I'm averaging in, right? It's FIFO, first in, first out. So I'm first in here, but as I start to take some in, my average also starts to decrease as well too. So you'll see as I continuously partial, eventually when I only have X amount of shares left, my average will be right around here. So it's right at 45s, which, why? Come on, why does it work like that? Okay, so I guess I am right around where this is with not much size left from these starter positions there. So, and just to kind of hone in on just being able to make this a little bit better. Now, if I add just up here or closer up here, then I'm sitting in a significantly better position right now. But let's go. We're getting that breakdown. Yeah, just chipping away here, guys. Love seeing this. Give me a new low, and then we'll trim a little bit more. And yeah, let's go. Oh, wow, Obi, big time dump right there. Yeah, there it goes. Amazon starting to follow as well too, Obi. I hope you're cleaning up over there and smashing it. So yeah, we're just slowly chipping away. Yes. This is exactly what we're waiting for. This one's working out for us. Trend reverse, throwing out some lean. Yeah, did I say something there about the pro meth? I don't think I did. But if maybe it was an accident, I'm not too sure. But Joseph, day trader cut, yeah, thanks. I wouldn't say printing, to be honest with you. It's just loss mitigation right now at this point. No FTX. So I mean, you got that. Finally, someone got that one there. All right, I'm glad I got a chuckle out of.
Yes.
Given who his roommate is, SPF, that is way too loaded of a comment.
I said no. Hey, I'm glad someone caught up on that one one there. So yeah, Sharif's got the T-shirt and everything along those lines. But
I've seen him with the T-shirt. I was
yeah,
like, oh boy.
he's got the T-shirt. Oh, I was about to sing a song that would probably be a little bit inappropriate, but
Oh boy.
yeah, it
What
is.
song is that?
It's with his name's Kurt Cobain's and Tory Lanez. Yeah, it's a good one.
I should know.
It's called like T-shirt and something else. I don't know. I
Okay.
just don't even really feel like
Yeah,
saying it on here.
Okay.
But did it break the megaphone down and bouncing 200 VMA on 1 minute? What's that, brother?
Look at that Oracle breakdown. Oh boy.
No
That's
way.
coming in
Is
hot.
it
I see
coming
that
in?
on your chart. Yeah, look at that.
Let's see it. Oh, you
God.
see it on my chart.
Yeah, I was just looking over there.
Wait, I don't
Oracle-
even have Oracle up here.
No, I saw up there on the top, right there.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
Your top screen, bro. Come on.
Hello. Yeah. I rarely look at this one. I don't even know why I have it, to be honest with you. I'm more of over here. But Cristobal, you know that song. That's a good one there. It's one of my favorite R&B tracks. We're getting a big time bounce here in the market. Just so DJ, I don't know if you're still in the chat. I'll tag you. Yeah, DJ, you're still in the chat. I think it's just really important to note. Just again, you said to me you got wicked out multiple times. You've seen me get wicked out multiple times today as well too, and miss the move. You just have to document and just like realize, hey, what is going on here? There's obviously things that are out of your control, like whipsaw moves that we experienced today, but a lot of it we do have some control over just when we get in. And I think patience is really, really key. When you're seeing strong stocks like Amazon continuously climb higher, I mean, take the stabs, but just be prepared to get out when you take those stabs because the squeeze can continue. But eventually, if we go parabolic, like look at Amazon, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, like 20 candles, and you have like one or two red candles that are just little breaths before it takes an additional move higher. So when you're trying to fight these squeeze stocks, take the stab, but just get out immediately and wait for momentum to really cool off. And I think that can be displayed in price action, Obi.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point there. Yeah. Price action is king. That's usually what we say, I guess, around here sometimes. But price action is king. I definitely believe in that very strongly.
Absolutely.
And yeah, sometimes again, you just have to take a look at what the market is telling you. That's kind of what that kind of boils down to. What is the market telling you? Are you listening? Are you making effective kind of decisions in and around that? And are you following your plan? That's at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Wow, Oracle with a little bit of a bid. I kind of called it out, and it's like, okay, well, nope, we're gonna head back in the other direction as of right now. Oh boy. So yeah, no, Palantir coming in to some of its prior kind of structures here. Let's see if we can hold a little bit of a higher low. If not, that's okay as well. Apple coming in, holding that 197. We talked about the consolidation, so we did break down on that market kind of flush coming in. Oh boy. We have 9 minutes left for this 15-minute, and we're ripping right back up into that 21,800 as of right now. Oh boy. So I guess bouncing off of some of those prior levels, maybe candle closes, whatever you want, but the area 750
Tesla.
hold and that wick coming right back in. Talk about some of these aggressive buyback, like not buybacks, but like these dips that are getting bought right back up.
Yeah, I mean
This market, and it's just like sometimes when that comes in, man, I'm just learning. Sometimes I'm learning the hard way. Like you just gotta respect that when it comes in, and it's like just make sure you're just managing your risk while you do that, right? That's my biggest thing.
number one, man.
I saw yesterday. I spent way too much on that Oracle short. And that didn't really. Whoa, something's coming.
Oh, whoa, yeah. Wow. Okay, yeah,
price action is king.
I gotta hop out here.
I don't know what's happening, but
Break
there's
even.
follow through.
Yeah, a big time spike right there, and I think it's being led by the likes of Tesla, right? I just want to take a look at NVDA from a daily standpoint here, guys. But Tesla, big time pop. So I'm glad to just take that a little bit. It gives me some more breathing room, and that's kind of exactly what I was looking for on that one here. But yeah, NVDA 5-minute, nice hammer candle right at VWAP there, guys. And then we can take a look at Tesla as well too, as it takes another big time pop. Oh, that's the thing. I was long here, and then sure enough, I just didn't hold it. That news is really positive. So you can say see you later to Tesla. I think come Monday, this thing is going to continue with this strength, especially with now that him and Elon and Donald are now buddy again, and Donald's like, hey, we're going to ease some of these restrictions on full autonomy. Then boom, look at that stock, AC Slater to that one continues to climb higher and higher, and I don't think think at any point we're going to see any form of a drastic pullback there on Tesla. Man, I'm hungry, man. I'm a little
chilly out here. This is funny.
You don't
Like,
got the heater on?
No, I don't have the heater. He also has a heater in the massage chair. How crazy is that?
You don't have it on?
No, I don't.
Why?
I should probably turn it on. He said don't use that.
Oh, did he say yeah?
No,
yeah.
the remote's attached to the chair, guys. Like look, it's right here. Boom. Remote control. I heard that conversation yesterday.
About the remote?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's always dropping it and stuff. So yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
There's,
It's kind of Sharif has been here for a while. He knows what's up, man. Like
knows what's up,
massage
man.
chair,
I think-
and heater. Like it gets cold on this side. I sit in that
It's
corner right now.
freezing.
And there are 2 or actually 3 vents up there.
Yeah.
And oh boy, does it get a little bit of a chill that comes
Yeah.
in. So
And in the winter,
the heater is definitely well needed.
And in the winter, I'm miserable enough, right? Just due to the cold and the darkness, and then it's just like a constant breeze on the old back of the head there. So yeah, it's that one's a little frustrating, but yeah, Tesla was most definitely the long. This is what impatience gets you. So here we go. This is what being impatient gets you right there, and also on this one. So being hesitant and being impatient will only lead you to things like this, and then you get frustrated, right? So it's unfortunate in some big time moves. We'll have to just take advantage of that little move that we got there on the TQs. Another whipsaws, and yesterday we've seen a lot of, yeah, exactly. We've seen a lot of whipsaw moves yesterday in the market, and it's being displayed again here today, guys. So just be cautious and try to enjoy what's being presented in front of you. So how's the MP materials? How's my MP materials doing? What's that?
You had a position in MP?
No.
Okay, true.
I have no idea. I don't know if you're asking me to take a look at MP. Is that an actual ticker? Do you know MP?
Yep.
MP materials, how's it doing?
It's like I think it's one of the rare earth plays.
Yeah, okay, there you go, rare earth there. So yeah, I mean, a nice play right there. Yeah, good look, especially at the end of a couple days ago, yesterday's session there, guys. Boop. See you later. 26 all the way to a high of around. What happened there? What is going on? Okay, we lost all the data on that one. Very interesting. So that story ended relatively quick. But yeah, Tesla is the name of the game today. Dragging the market up, sorry, I should say. So really, really good look there. Did you take anything out of Amazon there, Obi, or?
I covered the Amazon.
Oh, you covered the Amazon? Oh, bang.
Yeah.
Fire.
I already had, I put a stop in and I looked away. I didn't really.
Okay, that's good.
Like
No,
I wasn't too convicted on that short.
Rightfully so.
I put on the one risk unit and I left it alone. I did like it for a moment, and then I was like, all right, well, it dropped and then it stalled. I was like, all right, cool. Let's see where that kind of leads to. Even though the market's kind of pulling in, there are some stocks that are very, very strong. Tesla being one of them. Palantir, yeah, still kind of holding a little bit there. Dropped down to 139s, holding a little bit as of right now. On top of that, so continuing to watch that one there as it potentially continues to hold trend, right? Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. Here we go. We got a super chat by Jason Smalley. Thank you for the super chat there. What is the brand of chair? I'm looking for one myself. Yes, great job every day with analysis. Thank you very much for that super chat. I don't know what brand these
No, but I think they just want. I think he's talking about the massage thing.
The massage thing? Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's an Obis.
Yeah, it's an Obis. Obis form. Ooh.
Obi is
Oh, that's
sitting
it.
on the
Those are Obis form. What is that?
Obi form.
Yeah, Obis form. Yeah,
It's right now. It's
like
it's
Obis.
doing the Obi form right now.
Yeah, he's doing the Obi form. Sharif might have started a dangerous trend. I mean, come wintertime, that's
dude.
gonna.
I'm telling you that
Katina and Neil are gonna have them as well too.
I got to get me one of these because I bet the heater is probably doing wonders.
Yeah, doing wonders. I mean, your t-shirt and shorts today.
Yo, I know. Well, hey, what's going on, guys? We got the
the funds.
Okay.
The funds. Ooh, okay.
All right.
Let's go. What do you got?
Let's
What do
see.
you got
Is this
there?
thing on?
Yeah.
I don't know if I get the massage thing on the chair. Like I have something like that at home. Like you lay down on that bad boy.
Yeah.
And it does that. But I don't know. I don't know if I need a
hopping in
massage while I'm sitting in the trading desk. I
All
mean,
right.
you know,
All right. No,
I mean,
let's
I'm
go around
down.
the table here. Let's go around the table here. You getting the
right
chair?
now, bro.
You getting the
I'm
chair,
loving
Katina
it.
Man, or what?
Am I getting one? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's Father's Day coming up.
You're
I
the
don't know.
okay.
No, but I never asked for one.
Okay, well, I got a question for you now. You just brought it up.
I
What
never-
do you? Did you ask for anything? I should ask.
No.
I should say. You hadn't asked for
Hey,
anything.
there you go.
Is there,
Subliminally.
could you-
So
could
I
you
don't
guess?
even.
Hopefully
I don't even have an
someone's watching the
idea.
show.
But
Yeah, exactly.
I think I think I'm probably getting like a hat or something like that.
Yeah,
like,
hey,
you
we'll
know,
never
something.
conflict with the old hats.
I don't know. We don't really. I mean, we're crazy busy. We have a hockey game. It's all about my kids.
Let's
so.
go.
We have a hockey game and then baseball game on Father's Day, but that's enough for me. So I'm happy with all that. But
It's a good time for you, though, no, Katina?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's great.
Yeah,
I love all of that. But yeah, I don't like the. I mean, I didn't like to talk before about how Obi's filling in for Sharif, and he wasn't sure if he could use Sharif's Obis form. It's 100% he could use
You're
it.
in the
100%.
chair.
I mean, if you're in the chair, you
I
are
mean, you're
in
in the
the chair.
Unless so it would have to be removed
I mean,
from the chair.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
It's heated,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
The work
yeah,
it
it's
back.
heated.
Yeah. So what do you got going? You got the heat going on there?
I got the heat going
And
on.
the
I got
massage.
I got the massage.
So what's
the
it like?
lower and middle. It's so nice.
Is it?
Dude, I was shivering. I'm chilling right now.
Oh, you know what? Now
I may-
now I
I'm
do want
straight-
it because if
I may have to expense
It's like
this.
if it heats you up, that's a different
like
story.
Exactly.
it heats you
Expense,
up,
baby.
and you know that
Expense,
lower
yeah.
back right there.
I'm
like,
starting to get some back pain right now. I
Yo.
think I should deal. I mean, maybe I need to.
Get the upper back. Look, I can. It does it all.
Benefits cover this thing or what?
Lower,
course
upper,
they do.
up
But-
and down. What does that do? Oh boy, maybe we
Assassino,
for after the
my
show.
screen, please.
Side to side.
Katina Man screen.
There's the AMD short right here.
Oh, AMD. Let's go. Oh,
Up to stick, 118. Patience finally paid, man. We were short all the way. We got stopped out there. Then, boom goes the dynamite, and then we're also short right here as well. Patience pays one more time as we go to 75 on the TQs. But all right, the Brady Bunch time.
yeah, we're. Is that
Where's
all?
the Brady Bunch?
That's all.
The Brady Bunch.
Yeah,
No,
bring
what?
all four of
bring
us
us
back.
back,
Yeah,
bring
bring
us
us
back.
all four
Where-
back.
where we
The Foursquare. Where's the Foursquare at?
Square. And
Okay.
no.
Oh,
All right,
there's the
forget
four.
it.
Oh, come on.
We're back in a half hour.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, okay.
Back.
Okay.
We're
Hold
back.
your-
I don't think people probably want the midday show instead of us, man.
No, we want. No, come on.
Oh, Joe, I know you didn't see the game last night, but Oilers 2-2.
I did.
Oh, you told me you're only drinking water these days, so I guess if you win the bet, man, 2 rounds of water on me, my guy.
No.
No,
Hold
no.
on a second.
No.
Hold on a second.
No,
Yo, that better be some
You guys
Perrier,
made
bro.
you guys made a bet based on
Yeah.
buying some brews.
Yes,
And
but then he just told me.
And after the bet, he
I-
switched to he's not drinking.
No, I
So
asked-
basically,
I never
you
said
will-
that. I never said that.
You'll get some brews, and all you have to do is
Want me to show you the note that it says?
Please,
No way.
Wow,
please
that's
add-
the
no.
best
Dude,
bet ever
You
for
did
you,
not
man.
say that.
No, listen, no.
So you get to get
no,
some
he's
Joe,
not-
Joe, he would
he's
never
not
lie.
lying.
Joe.
No, listen, he's not
That's not
lying.
smart,
I
Joe.
said
That's
the
not
funny
smart.
thing is though he messaged me asking if I wanted something
Please.
from Second Cup.
Yep.
I said no, I'm only drinking water these days. I was going to add, with the exception. Hold on. I
beer is
wanted
not
to be
water.
professional. I was going to add only water and beer, but decided to only go with the one. I will not say no to a frosty cold one because I'm that guy. I got to remove this guy from the
Okay.
chat here.
All right.
But no, hold on, Katina, man. Game seven. What was our deal? Are we doing batty alleys as well too?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
If it goes to Game 7,
Okay.
then we're going to go on a pizza date and we're going to get batty alleys.
Batty alleys.
Is this what sport is this?
Hockey.
Hockey. That's why I'm here. I'm here. I was just curious. It sounded interesting. I was like, going to the seventh. I was like, oh boy.
Wow.
I just want to make it clear. It could have been football. Yeah. Is it not the season? I don't know. Well, it's the season for price action, and that's what I know. 139's not really holding here on Palantir, so we gotta take a look at this one and see if that one can. I don't know. I'm looking for that trend to hold. Looking a little bit weaker than before, but we're catching a little bit of a bid here on this 15-minute candle as it begins to print. Yeah, the Nasdaq and the ES, nice little trend break. We came into VWAP on the Spider and the ES. So if you took that trend break into VWAP, absolutely beautiful. beautiful mean reversion. I did not participate, unfortunately, but that's okay. Sometimes you miss some trades. Sometimes you just focus on other ones that might be a little bit better for you. And that Tesla is looking quite nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had some news. Yeah, we had some news, and we get that continuation off that news as well. Slap on an anchored VWAP to that
are
news.
these guys?
You can see that that first pullback actually holds that pretty well, and then continues to stair step for more
We're
fresh
getting
highs
lit
there.
up
Coming
by
into some
spam.
prior highs. Got to keep an eye on some of those as well. But Apple holding quite strong underneath that VWAP there. So I don't know if that low a day is going to get taken out for the rest of the day. So I'm just going to be chilling in that one. If it gives me more reasons to kind of continue the trade, I would like to see that. But as of right now, with the market pulling back, I don't really see anything too crazy. Palantir, just taking a stab at Palantir. But let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. Do you guys have anything setting up for you? It's 1:30. Oh boy. Sometimes, you know what? It really depends. Sometimes it's like, okay, you know, some trades only show up in the morning, some trades only show up in the midday. But at the end of the day, it's like, what's the setup, right? When is the setup showing up? And sometimes the setup can show up regardless of what time of day it is as well. So
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
you see some of that sometimes.
Yeah, good stuff. We got a $5 super chat here from our guy, Big Spile. Sean, I used to show cows with some boys from Guelph, notorious for dodging paying on them bets. Number jabroni. Hey man, no. If there's anything that I am a man who pays his debt. There's no question about that. When you put on a bet, we shake that hands. We're in it to the end. So that's how it's going.
Like the Lannisters.
Like when I don't want to be a Lannister. No, I don't want to be a Lannister. I mean, Tywin, that's the dad's name, right? I
don't remember.
Yeah. It's Tywin or something along that. I know the little one and dad have similar names. They're really close, but yeah, Tywin Lannister. I mean, he always paid his debt. But as for the other Lannisters, I don't want any part of that. I'd rather be Jon Snow. You know nothing, Jon Snow.
I know nothing.
You know nothing, Jon Snow. Yeah.
That's the best.
Who would you want to be if you could be a family in the Game of Thrones?
Dude, I always say that I've used that pun multiple times before on the show, where it's like, call me Jon Snow because I know nothing.
Because you know nothing. So would you rather be a Stark, a Greyjoy, a Lannister?
Dude, I want to be the dragon.
Or a
be the
Targaryen.
dragon?
Well, you can be a Targaryen, right? You could be a Targaryen and ride the dragons.
Yeah,
So
that would be cool.
Okay, so Targaryen it is. Yeah, I think I'd want to be.
I'm down for going with a mounted class, the Dragon Riders. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, every house. Yeah, every house does get. They get mangled up, is what he said. So, yeah. I think I would probably go with the Targaryen house there on that one. I think I would want to be a Targaryen because you get to control the dragons and everything like that. So, yeah, they were the kings. What would you guys want to be in the chat? Put it in there. We'll have a little fun.
The Night King.
The Night King. Who's that one?
The zombie guy.
Oh, the Night King. Oh, from what are those people called again?
Damn.
The
White Walkers?
what are they called, man?
The chat's definitely gonna come.
Yeah, what are the
We do, but
what are the people beyond the walls are called there? The snow people.
the snow people.
What are they called, man?
I don't know.
We just gotta wait. We gotta wait for the
oh boy.
the White Walkers. The White Walkers.
Okay,
Thank you. Yeah.
I think
yeah.
it was like Walker something. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the White Walkers.
Wait, you would want to be a White Walker?
No, it was a joke.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say because you're
Being the
easily
zombie
defeated.
king is pretty.
He's
pretty
cool.
Awesome.
Obviously, you like how when they
Be like,
take the dragon
out of the water.
Yeah. That was pretty cool. White
Dude,
Walker.
that was
No, the
sick.
wildlings.
I was like, I saw that happen. I was like, there's no way. And then the dragon came out, and I was like, wow, horrible ending to the show. But we don't talk.
Yeah, it was really bad, wasn't it?
It was good. The build-up. You know, you're there for the story. You're there for the build-up. You know, it's the journey, not the.
Yeah,
not the
isn't that
destination, apparently. I didn't know what the.
That's
what
a
the
prime
really
example there. But yeah, to get back into these markets, guys, I'm all out of this TQs trade. That worked out nice. I mean, we did eliminate some of the losses on the day. We didn't get that continuation. Bylan Wood, nice. I didn't know you were. Are you living in Nigeria? You're Nigerian. So that's very interesting. Thank you for that. People watching around all around the globe, it seems to be the case. But Yeah, so this was our cues. I mean, we started really small, guys. Once the thesis started to work out, then that's when we had the ability to add into these positions. Failed to construct a new high a day. You add a little bit more. We could have got slightly more aggressive on that one, but I wanted to average in, and then boom, 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 we get that move to the downside, and then eventually we get stopped out, break even. Opie, take it over, brother.
Traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Oh boy.
Check the link. So yeah, what do you got going on? You're still in that Palantir?
I mean, I'm in that Palantir. I'm in a little bit of the Apple. The Apple's starting to consolidate a little bit. Might hit my timer for that one there to be like, all right, well, if we're not really doing anything, do I really want to hold this into the end of the day there? Or do I just want to let go of it? The market's looking a little bit weaker as it has kind of, as the bid that we were seeing for those couple of hours, it has definitely dissipated and sellers came in a little bit. We took about, I guess, at least a 30% pullback back in through that morning range high and holding on top of that 21,750 right now on the NASDAQ. I'm still watching this Palantir, watching it to see if it continues to hold trend. As of right now, it's still doing everything that I kind of want to see there, still holding trend, still holding prior structures, still holding trend lines. Tesla as well. Tesla, actually, that continuation off of the news was a solid trade. I just didn't participate. And that was a little bit of a miss there. But you can see how that volume comes into Tesla. The pullback sustains some interesting prices. And then we get to stair step all the way up from, I guess the first pullback came into 323s. Even if you took that reaction high break there, you can see that 325.80s was that area. We push up above it, we pull back, and then hold that area, giving us that beautiful stair step for another break of that prior high. So a nice little stair step up, continuation off of that news catalyst. But you can see, as of right now, a little bit of a break in trend coming in. So maybe a little bit of a reason to sell. Let's see where that is coming in with. Oh boy. Let's take a look at prior day high. A little bit of confluence there coming in. Prior day high 332.56 is current day high 332.99. So we did kind of try to push that 333 level, but that selling coming in yesterday pretty aggressively on Tesla off of these areas. Let's see if there's a little bit of supply stuff that's still kind of sitting there. It's giving us that trend break for now. Let's see if there's continuation and follow through on the move. The market tailwind is definitely on the side of that if that does potentially come in.
Yeah, good luck there, Obi. I don't know what I did here, but I wanted to pull up those. I have those 330 calls because someone else in the chat just mentioned it, and I don't know what's going on. It's not I don't know. I don't want to mess around with it too much right now, but for some reason, and I tried resetting something. I'll pull up another one here, or maybe I'll just go with a different style of chart. Maybe it's a new chart. I'm just available. Why? Like, what is that? What kind of nonsense is that there, guys? That's yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Hit it one more time there. Dang, yeah, big time, super. Why do you gotta embarrass us like this? Anyways, I mean, from this contract, guys, like, what's going on here? Hide drawings, high indicators, high position, hide all. We don't wanna hide anything here. Yeah, this is a little bit lackluster, but I wanted to look at a percentage gain from these contracts, guys, because that's where the value of these of trading options come in. If you happen to buy those 330s at the lows on Tesla today, and that news came out, then you're just laughing straight to the bank. So. Very interesting stuff. I got to figure out what I pressed there. Yeah, I did break it. Your mom's stock broker. I did. I wrapped up at like 9:30 a.m. Those 1 minute candles were insane. Tisha, what did you trade there? I'm curious on that one. Pay your trading view subs, Joe. No, it's not even in. This is a different platform. They just happen to use trading view charts on that one. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with there. I wish I could pull up. I don't even know if you can pull up certain contracts on TradingView. I don't use it that often, but yeah, really curious to see what happened there. So yeah, now we got something to sort out here. Not the most tech savvy individual guy, as you guys can probably tell by the way I'm just clicking random stuff. But let's zoom in. I don't know why we're on the. Let's get to this 5 minute here. Where did the price go? That doesn't even make any sense. Indicators. Isn't price one? Because we want that. Price volume trend. No. Where are they? Oh, here they are. Candles. Pull them up. No. Okay, so this is extremely lackluster. I apologize, but I just wanted to show you the power of what options are doing, what they can do, especially on just like when things are trading at 11 cents or 15 cents, and then you just get a massive move. And I mean, they were above water at some point, so 332. So you would collect intrinsic and extrinsic value. But I think with the move that we were seeing with today, Tesla trading at 312, you're owning the 330s on it from a daily standpoint. You just take that extrinsic value and then you go and enjoy your Friday. So yeah, it's unfortunate I couldn't pull that up for you guys. I apologize on that. I have to figure out what's going on with these charts. I don't know why it's not displaying price. That's very interesting. Yeah, what do you got going on, Obi? Are you still long Palantir? How's Palantir doing? Still consolidating roughly. It did knock right into 140, now coming back to 138.80s. Oh, you hopped out of Palantir just now? Yeah, you
literally just got. So like you can see what I have up there. I'm just like, all right, that's
yeah,
full.
yeah. Good call.
I should probably get out because that is for me a little bit of a reason to sell.
Even though it's not a trade W, just moral victory, just following the plans there. So
yeah, I was just like, all right, well, it's not really. It's also like I was expecting that 140 to come in a lot sooner, and it just didn't do that. So I was like, all right, well, it was doing a little bit of what I was looking for, and then that kind of shot clock, that kind of time got hit, and I'm like, all right, cool. Well, I'm going to be done with that now. Moving on to the next one right there. Boom. I guess that was a good one because look at that selling coming into the market right now. Aggressive with that trend break, a little bit of a pull in. Maybe we get down to VWAP. I do like it as a strong reason to sell because the high is 139.99. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
And we're pulling back off of it. So level hold on that one. Couldn't even print the size on 140s and then timed it out. So I can't, again, great reason to sell. If I wasn't in the long, probably be taking that a little bit for a reversion back down into VWAP as well. So don't really feel comfortable flipping on that right now, but let's see where the next trade potentially is here. Amazon taking a little bit of a pullback as well. Hasn't really gone back to its opening range high. Let's see what else there is. NVIDIA, nothing too crazy. AMD's been moving around pretty nicely as well. Let's take a quick look at that one. A lot of V-shapes a couple of days ago on AMD. We were talking about those coming in a little bit more frequently in this here market. So yeah, I think this was the day I was talking about right here. This was that crazy day here where you got that shake and bake off of the open, strong leg to the upside all the way up to 122.30s, comes in all the way back down 119.35s, back down to almost the opening range low, and then bids all the way back up, grinding back to highs there by the end of the day. A nice little consolidation right there. And then you can see that kind of behavior, that ranging behavior continued to be on AMD for the next day as well, holding that view up and just consolidating in a bit of a range there. Finally kind of broke down and has been selling off since. But yeah, okay, so I guess it hasn't really been doing too much of that V-shaped consolidation as we've been selling off. But this morning we're within the range of some of these pre-market levels. We tried to go back to prior day high after the gap down here. Couldn't quite make it there on AMD. It would seem like Intel, again, this one was interesting a few days ago here. Aggressive bid that we had, and then all of that reverting right back down. This was crazy. I talked about this when I was like, I got short here on the right side. I was shorting all of this, and it wasn't really holding. There was a buyer here at 22s, which was holding pretty well, and I'm like, oh boy, the buyer needs to step down for this reversion to take place, because I wouldn't. Again. That was my thinking, and obviously it was a held bid, and I'm like, all right, this is an unusual order. That's obviously holding the bid. then you just got to be patient for that to get out. I had to cover because I'm trading on an intraday frame, but it would seem as if that buyer did kind of step down the next day. You can see that flush coming in, all that maybe pent up pressure from yesterday. This was an unusual move. This was absolutely crazy. From the lows to the highs here on Intel, within the span of 4 hours and 6 minutes, Intel moves 10.65%. Absolutely crazy on no news. I was like, what is going on here? I want to be on the other side of this. Once that buyer kind of steps off, guess what? The buyer stayed on at 22s, apparently, and then kind of next day didn't really come in. And we've been trending a little bit lower since then. Wow, decent relative volume here in the pre-market. We've been just holding that. You see that? It's a five period relative volume, and yeah, I think maybe a lot of stocks getting relative volume in the pre-market today because of the gap down. Let's just make sure that that's not the case. Here, let's take a quick look at some of the other mags. Okay, there we go, a little bit of Arval on Amazon, Google as well. Yeah, Google, we'll go to NVIDIA. So I guess that's probably the case across the board there. So nothing too special. It doesn't necessarily just stand out on Intel, it's standing out across the board here. We can take a quick look at SMH as well, stepping down. So nothing too crazy. Oh boy, that Palantir following through, great reason to sell as we kind of false break or fail to follow through into the 140 and pulling back into some of those prior structures. VWAP all the way down at 37 halves. Let's see if we can get there. 37.40 I have on my other chart. Market tailwind definitely on your side if you're in that short right now.
Yeah, good look there, Obi. Yeah, I'm done fidgeting. It worked a little bit, but I gotta just make sure not to save these settings. So hopefully things will get the working in. But yeah, Obi, way to mention that. Palantir is starting to come back in here, guys. Let's just take a look at some of the, wow, TSLA has put in 173 million shares today, and then Soxel has 107 million shares put in. Soxs 94, SQs 96, Archer's 82 million shares on the day traded, and hasn't done too much with the exception of what's happened in the post market or in the pre market. Sorry, there, Obi. So tough look on Archer there. TQ's 67 million, heading back towards the volume weighted average price. Just this whip. This is major laser stop hunting right here, and it's just happened on multiple occasions here on the TQs, unfortunately. So yeah, I mean, we missed that move. We catch this move here. It is what it is. Unfortunately, we just couldn't make this one large enough to subsidize for what we got going on over here on this one. But Palantir coming back in towards VWAP. IBIT is now south of VWAP. Yeah, frustrating. I just, at what point? When do you think Bitcoin's gonna hit 1.25 there, Obi? 125,000.
I don't know. Let's take a look. In terms of time frame, I think it's inevitable. But in terms of is it going to be this cycle, next cycle, I honestly have no idea.
The next cycle is still 2 years from now, isn't it?
Oh, I'm talking about the cycle, the price action cycle, like just the highs and the lows that we've been making over the years. Bitcoin's been going through a little bit of a cycle, right? So it's like
next halving, I think.
What's that?
28. I think March or April of 2028.
Oh,
I believe.
But like this is what I'm talking about. Like taking a look at a 3-month chart here on Bitcoin, higher time frame, you can see that these are the cycles that I'm talking about. Boom, these hard extensions, and look at the pullbacks that we have. We pretty much gave up a decent chunk of the move almost every time there before stepping up. So it's a stair step kind of a push here on a 3-month chart on Bitcoin. Now I wish I could. This only goes back to 2015, right? Of course, Bitcoin has been, I guess, not really trading, but it has had a little bit of value since much before that. So I don't have a full chart on here, but you can see over time just the stair step action all the way from like pennies on Bitcoin, right? So there's this famous video of this guy. He was like, "Oh, Bitcoin hits $100 for the first time ever." He made like this video, and then he remade it recently of him doing the same thing. He's like mimicking himself. He's like, "Oh, Bitcoin hits 100,000 for the first time ever." He's like, "Oh, only about 15 years apart." I think 15, 20 years apart, roughly. So
not 20, but and south of 15, or not 15 either, because it hasn't been around that long. I don't think. But yeah, definitely like 10 years probably apart from.
I remember my friend and I, we were talking about Bitcoin in high school.
You guys were?
It was
know
around like $6 or $7, and we were like, "Yo, check out this new thing. This is really great." Because we were kind of like tech geeks, so we were kind of involved in the interwebs of sorts, and we knew a lot of things that were kind of going on and kind of developments that were new stuff that was bringing in. And digital currencies is not a new thing, right? But Bitcoin finally kind of really brought it in, locked it in for us here. And yeah, since then, that's what I'm talking about. The price action since then has had a little bit of cycles, and it's just been stair-stepping up. So just following that trend, I think it's almost it's within range. I think it's safe to say 125 is within range, but I don't know, if you throw up a moving average on this or something, maybe you can time it somehow and be like, if it holds this trend, then we can look at maybe a potential time around here where it can test. That's how I would maybe look at that, but I don't really know. That's all speculation, right? That's not really what I like to do.
Did you ever see that Justin Timberlake movie where time is like currency?
Yeah, I love that movie. That's one of my favorite
Literally
movies.
called Time, right?
It's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah.
In Time, absolutely beautiful movie. Yeah.
Very beautiful. You like that
love
one?
it.
Yeah, I like JT.
That concept, that dystopian concept. I was like,
I love
let's
this.
go.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
I'm a
yeah,
big
yeah.
dystopian guy. I
like
love
that.
dystopian movies.
Did you? Speaking of which, did you watch Elysium? Elysium is this great
Come
movie.
on, man. Come on, man. Elysium is definitely where it's
But
at.
there's some other dystopian movies as well.
Obviously, I like, if you want to go down that realm,
Yeah.
District 9's a
Yeah,
good
District 9,
one.
classic.
Yeah,
Classic.
It's honestly
Come
one of my
on, yo.
favorite movies,
District 9 is a
I
classic.
can't believe they never came out with a second one on that.
Yeah, they said they were going to come out with one. They never came out
Really,
with one. They never came out
yeah,
with one.
like
So
that was
like,
that. If I wanted to see a
District 9 is
sequel
so
to any movie, it was District 9. See, that's the thing, right? So like for me, I like movies. I don't know if you watched Into the Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse series.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
So
The movie, right?
yeah, there's two of them. There's like Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse. But then Beyond the Spider-Verse doesn't come out until 2027. And I'm like, what kind of noise is this? I think they're really good movies.
someone talking about
but
Chappie. Chappie was a sick movie. I love that
Chappie is really,
Chappie's
really
a
sick.
beautiful
But that's the concept that I like. I think like District 9, Chappie, Elysium they all kind of fall within the same realm, I think, right? Where they have those droids. Like they're really, really similar type movies, right?
iRobot, classic.
iRobot. But Chappie and Elysium have like the same droids. Like Chappie is one of the droids from Elysium.
Yeah.
Or vice versa, because I think Chappie came out first. But
Chappie was a solid movie. I'm trying to think of.
Blade Runner's a good one as well too. Yeah, the new. Yeah, we just
talked about
we've been
that.
talking
District
about
9, yeah,
District.
District 9
Yeah,
is
we've been.
solid,
Oh,
yeah.
and a really popular trader, a highly successful one. I know him personally. Even says, and I like the analogy that he uses. So you know how in District 9 you can only use their weapons using their DNA, the alien DNA, and that's the exact same thing with trading. You need to interpret your own trading, your own DNA into your trading.
Yes.
Otherwise, it just won't work. What you do may not work for me, and what I do may not work for you. So you got to interpret your own DNA into your own trading style.
Like trading relative to your personality is very, very huge.
Massive.
But yeah, no, that's what you have to find. You got to find your own kind of niche that you do well at, right? And that's going to be different for everyone. And you see that here on the show. We all trade relatively similar sometimes or sometimes differently. But let's see what
Upgrade is Upgrade is a really good movie too for those who have seen Upgrade.
That was sick.
Yeah, Adara.
Here's Tempest AI, TEM. This was notably a Nancy Pelosi play, and now it's getting a positive note here from Banyan Hill, which is a financial publishing, or I guess financial publication online. They're saying that it's a good long idea here, TEM, so kind of like a long report, the opposite of a short report. They're saying that because there's an interest now from investors like Cathie Wood, it could give TEM a good opportunity for its next leg up. So keep an eye on Tempest AI. I believe this one is a notable short float as well, 23%. Back to you.
Recall? I think it was a Recall.
Total Recall?
No, Total Recall is a great movie as well.
The newer Total
but-
Recall, not
yeah.
the Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
I knew. That's
The
why I
new
said
one,
it,
the new
Neil.
one, the new
That's
one.
why exactly I knew I would get a reaction out of
the
you.
New one is sick. The new one is sick.
Yeah. I like that Total Recall. What's that? So how does it go again? The one where you're saying he keeps reliving.
I think it was Recall. So it's like he's basically trying to find somebody on the train. He has a mission to figure out to save this train.
Oh,
they're
really?
trying to figure it out, and he's in the past, and it's just like this guy. I don't want to spoil the movie, but I think it's called Recall.
Is it? Oh, okay. I had another one that just came up to mind, but it happened to slip it. But yeah, we can go through the movie list. I'm a big one. He played. So this guy. Before we headed off over there, I can't remember this name. I think it's like Insane Henry or something like that. I forget the name of it.
Source Code.
Source Code.
Source Code is the movie.
I've never seen that.
Source Code is a sick movie.
Is it sick? Is it good?
Yeah.
I want to pull up this
Thank
here.
you. Zero Gravity Zen coming in with Source Code. Yes, there you go. Thank you for that one there.
Yeah, who is this guy? Yeah, Sharito Copley. I like this guy here. He's in another movie. I think it's called like Crazy Henry or something along those lines. This guy would see what it is. Or I could be totally wrong. I don't know.
Flo saying One Piece is a great series.
District 9. What else is he in? Yeah, Hardcore Henry. Hardcore Henry.
Oh
is it.
yeah.
Yeah, Hardcore Henry.
The
was pretty
POV
cool.
one.
Yeah. Hardcore Henry. It was pretty good. And Monkey Man's a really good movie as well too. I don't know if you've ever seen that one, but Monkey Man's a really good one. But good stuff, guys. I know we got a little bit off track about the trading, but we put on some trades. It is Friday. I hope everyone's had a solid day.
Friday.
How's your trading going so far, Obi?
Not too bad. I think I was a little chopped in the morning. Kind of Apple worked out pretty nicely. Didn't really take as much more than as much as I should have, as much as I need to. Again, based off of the system, I was like walking around as Apple kind of bid back up. I was like, okay, this is a good place. 196. Again, that wasn't my first try. I tried on where I thought I saw a little bit of a bid here, coming in at 197s, and I was like, all right, I'm going to keep it tight because, again, it is in waterfall mode. We could very clearly kind of continue to push, especially if we're that far lower. But that 196 coming in with a nice little base took that reversion back in, and guess what? Still holding on to that VWAP, so hugging in and around that VWAP while the market takes a little bit of a chop here. That's the thing. The market pulled back, and Apple doesn't pull back as much. I wonder why. There was a lot of selling that was already done in the morning. Almost one ATR. It was already overextended, so there might be a little bit of something there to consider on that one there, as Apple holds a little bit of strength and holding in and around that VWAP. As well, so that's what I was involved with. Palantir as well didn't really work out. What else did I trade? Did I try some Google? I don't think I tried some Google. Oracle in the morning. So yeah, that was a little bit of a chop fest. As again, you guys saw what Oracle did. Continued to push up. I tried to short a couple of times, and I was like, all right. Cool,
Exactly. Yeah. Good.
That was crazy strength.
Take that victory. Again, guys, it is. We're starting to roll in on this, and just lessons learned, right? Every day, you got to be continuously learning, and just continue to take those steps, follow those rules, and you're not always going to win on a trade, but you can have moral victories, and those add up, and it will eventually translate you putting on some really good trades. So I hope everyone has a solid weekend. Keep it safe, everybody. Make sure you're here bright and early Monday morning. Enjoy what you got going on from a weather standpoint. Obi, you want to leave them off with some final thoughts?
Yeah, take care, guys. Enjoy the weekend. It's the weather is definitely getting better around here, so outdoors definitely something to visit, because we're sitting in front of screens and computers all day inside a room. Make sure you get some sunlight. That's all I'm going to say. Take it easy, guys.
See you later. Touch grass, as you guys like to say.
Oh boy.
Touching grass, that's a baseball term. That just means you get a hit into the outfield. Shout out to, welcome back, everybody. You know what?
I'm always like that. I was like, find some grass out there.
Yeah, no, touch some grass. That's what we used to always. That's what you used to always say, man. Like, touch some grass, baby. But yeah, you do want to, get outdoors. Hopefully, this is a fantastic weekend for. Welcome back, everybody. The market looking much better than it did this morning, despite the fact that we're still down. I'd say it's pretty much Well, okay, the market was already doing some decent bouncing at one point, but then Tesla really took off on the story that some robotaxi, regulatory hurdles could get loosened, and now you're absolutely, it's still pumping to the upside. Defense names have been strong pretty much most of the day. I don't want to say all day long it's been great, but let's be real. Like Palantir, we actually call it up right now. Like Palantir was on one this morning, very, very early. It's not really running as hard as it was late, but it's a defense name that was gapped down and now holding on to some strength. So there's been a really, really good, call it relief rally and reaction to bad news. And I think that's good for a market in a general sense. That said, it's been a little bit quiet in terms of volume, unless you're looking specifically at Tesla. So I'm in a couple of things that I was in from this morning. Nothing too crazy in here. I was short CCL and Intel this morning. Still short both of those names. It's a Mary SL. It's also a new age term for grounding. Touch some green. Okay, fair enough. We just stick to what we know.
I'm in the right chat, yeah.
But yeah, welcome. Like I said, welcome back, everybody. I think this is also, keep in mind, you have it's Friday the 13th, which means it's Friday. It's options expiration. Next week is the big June rebalancing of the S&P 500. It is Father's Day this weekend. I would suspect that you might have maybe a little bit lower volume into this close.
Because of Father's Day? Oh, because people are taking their long weekend?
Yeah, I just think there'll be a few long weekends in there. There was so much activity this morning. I wouldn't be surprised. I think movement will be fine. I just think you might not. Usually I'll say things like, I wouldn't take that because there's not enough volume. But volume's been light all afternoon despite some of the movement we've had. So I wouldn't be too surprised if you're not able to trade in some things that aren't doing relatively high volume in the afternoon. But yeah, for now, still feeling a little bit bearish. Unless you're looking specifically at Tesla and PLTR.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing about Tesla right here. What a great story there. Last Friday, what a difference this Friday is for the stock. As last Friday, we were in basically free-fall mode, and we didn't know if the relationship could get healed between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And we found out that maybe it was never really hurt that bad after all. But there it goes, man. Tesla right now is getting, the understanding that the federal government will help with the full self-drive and hopefully get all of that going and just be a partner with Tesla again as opposed to not. So there goes Tesla. We've been talking about it, and I even said this morning, but the only short might be 330, and that's right here, right now, and I don't know if I like the short anymore. We pick on the market and AMD. All right. No, it's just I'm just looking at the market coming back down in here. Yeah, everything just lost the bid right here. So, all right, so we're short AMD right here as well as that's starting to tick down. I know I only paused there because all of a sudden the net started to get a little bit jumpy there with this move to the downside. So what I'm anticipating, and it does suck, and I do understand that I hate to do this kind of stuff, but I don't think there's much going on other than the short here into the weekend. And the reason why I think is pretty obvious, right? I think there's too much global unrest,
way too much
uncertainty about what happens over the weekend, and you can't exit your positions. So if you had a big book or something like that, I just feel that it might be a good idea today. The Nasdaq's only down 0.7. I'm in it for the long run, and I'm even thinking okay, the Nasdaq isn't too far away from its all-time highs right now. You're getting, if you just look at the QQQ, you're percentage points away, and you do possibly have, this is the all-time high right here, 541, right? We're at 530s right now. What a move all the way back up. We've seen how bad it can get when it gets bad, and now it's not bad. So, it was a nice move up, and I don't want to think that, hey, just because all of the, are we still doing the rundown or we're not doing? We're doing it. Okay, I wasn't sure. I didn't even see you over there. Okay, Joe's going to be doing this. Okay, so anyways, long story short, I just don't really think that.
Nobody told me we do this live. No.
Are we live right now?
We're live.
Oh, okay. I hope we look and sound okay.
Oh shoot.
But no, all kidding aside, I just think that it's a sensitive issue, and the market probably reacting negatively here off of that. I do expect a downside play here into the afternoon. We're still short. I must get something out on the TQs as well. We still are short this, so we'll put some out right now, as this is the lowest we've gotten. So nice move to the downside right now. Here we go. Are you hearing that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Israel's launched, Iran is now launched at Israel. So we already talked about the Iron Dome and all this kind of stuff. So, you know, okay, the public is instructed to enter a protected space in Israel right now as, I guess, sirens are going off. So sucks, but, you know, unfortunately, that's what's happening in this world right now. So
What's happening?
all right, let's go back over and start doing the rundown.
All right, guys, happy Friday, and welcome to the afternoon rundown, the segment where we talk about the stocks that you guys choose. Now we have that new method with Fabian coming in. This is going to get real interesting. But for now, on the docket, first up, we have Oracle here, guys. Some really strong cloud growth, and we've seen this in the likes of Microsoft as well, too. What happened with that stock when they beat analyst expectations. So with this cloud growth, Oracle looking really, really good today. Another big time move in ORCL, guys.
Oracle wins, man. Well, like, it's this simple. The most bullish and gangster, well, you know what, let's just keep, the most gangster move you could make is when everybody is gapped, not only when everybody is gapped down, you just chill out, but then when the market makes a turn, you just continue, like nothing is happening. Like it held the gap this morning, it broke out. When the market's pulling back, it's essentially been, every time we get a market pullback, it's a consolidation. Actually, it's way easier to just show you what this is looking like. When the market pulls back, it runs. When the market pulls back, it consolidates. Oracle is doing its own thing. The growth is fantastic since earnings. This is a stock that, like, some people, you know, like, I'm not going to sit here pretending I've been buying up Oracle, any nonsense like that. It's one of the four horsemen, so most people have just been holding it for a very long time. But I don't think you sell a cent of this. No, I think this works, and this is never the fun thing to say, but it's the truth. When we have geopolitical conflict in this regard, and oil prices are going ham, you're worried about conflict in the Middle East. Truth of the matter is, this is exactly the type of growth vehicle that you feel okay sitting in, because how negatively are they really going to get affected by something like this in the short run? And I think that's part of what can make this work, right? Like, it's an AI play, bit insulated from what the headlines we had last night and what's going on, and yeah, I think you just let it ride. I wouldn't be touching this for a mean reversion this afternoon unless there was some sort of a parabolic stupidity candle that happened. Like, if it breaks the high to something, you know, like obviously top-ish, and then maybe you take a reversion play. Or you could just maybe try to short it off the high with like 10 cents worth of risk and hope to get lucky. That's actually not a horrible strategy sometimes as well. But yeah, I think you let this one ride. I think it's a hold. And congratulations for anyone that bought it recently. I have not bought this stock in, I mean, I'm pretty sure the last time I bought it was before, at minimum before COVID, and probably significantly before that in terms, in any real terms.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's already, I mean, everything Neil said makes sense to me. I mean, we saw a huge number there. Larry Ellison was talking about just how amazing 100 plus ballistic missiles. Anyways, we're just hearing all this stuff in our ear. But 195, I mean, as soon as you got that break on earnings, it's up and away, right? And so congratulations. Larry Ellison talked about all the demand that they have. Man, this guy's building yachts, mansions everywhere. Larry Ellison's, I think, a top 5 richest man in the world right now.
He's 2 now.
Is he 2 now? Yeah, so top 5, yeah. So, but number 2, crazy. Overtook, I guess, Bezos and Warren Buffett. I mean, it's just so funny that it's like all these guys that started these companies are just, the stock market's been so good. But anyways, there's the break, and it just continues to go. I think if you're going to be into anything, this is an AI play that helps server side, and that's what's needed, right? So, and the Oracle Cloud is actually, I think it was like on their earnings call, they said it was like half price than some of the other ones like Azure and AWS and things like that. So I don't know. It definitely seems to be working. I wouldn't short Oracle. My question is, would you? viewers? And if so, you might be getting to that point because it's well extended. So, maybe wait for a play back in, but look at the 200 period. It's just, you got to at least break 213 before you start thinking of it. So, all right. So, yeah, air raids now, sirens in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. We're just hearing that. So,
just before we go back, there's a few people asking what's going on with Sunrun. I have not been able to specifically find a story for the solar names, but Sunrun's up 14% and still doing extended volume. Clearly something is going on. First Solar spiked at about the same time. So like the entire group looks like Sunrun just went the most. And I still haven't, I've been on Twitter, I haven't heard anything in my ear. I've checked our news source and there's clearly something happening, it seems, and we'll try to lock that down for you guys. But we do see it happening, but I don't want to sit here and tell you, oh, there's no story or what the story is because we haven't found it just yet. But big volume in all the solar names.
All right, guys, big volume spike here in Tesla. So this is really important. Tesla shares are trading higher following reports indicating the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration plans to streamline review of requests for automakers to deploy self-driving vehicles. Now, we know the Department of Transportation was favoring Google's LiDAR, Waymo's LiDAR, I should say. Now, this is really big news here in Tesla, and you can see the stock is up nicely on the session, guys.
Yeah, I'm just, so for right now, I'm just letting people know that I'm starting to cover a lot of these futures plays on the TQs. We're at VWAP. I just took multiple covers. We are getting very, very light in all of these positions, man. Like this position, again, less than 5% left now. So this has been a good short. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention before we talk about Tesla. So again, we know the story right there. Okay, I'm just hearing in our ear again, like just Israel is just getting bombed right now. But there it is, 320, 330 breaking lower. That's probably a really great spot. We talked about 330 being one of those key levels, right? And so it looks like it's coming back in again right now. So there's where we touched out to 330, a couple days ago, actually on the 12th. And we got right back to that same high right there of 333. So I would say short, but I'm wondering if you already missed it because if everything's happening right now, I mean, we came on the show I guess 15 minutes ago, and I was like, I'm just going to try to go short, and then this happened. So I think if you're not short now, maybe wait a minute. But yeah, Tesla, a strong name, and I'd say you buy it at VWAP or the 200 period, but I can't say that with any confidence tonight, this afternoon. I think the best thing to do might be sit on your hands and take advantage of anything that winds up happening here. But yeah, downside play for sure for Tesla coming. It's here. But I don't want to go short this name. So if you're going to wait, you might as well wait for 332 or try to grab something. I would just use the 200 period if you like it. That's 325. But I feel like we're incoming, man. We're $1 here on the Qs and we're $1.50 here on AMD. So yeah, it's not getting any better, guys.
No, there's not much to add. If you were going to short Tesla, this is where you like the 330 area was where you were going to do it. I won't lie. Like I had it in my note that I would short it if it got up there. But then when it got there on news, I'm like, no, I'm not going to touch that because it felt like it was the strongest thing out there. And all of a sudden, we're falling down. Some of it might be headline driven as well. But I think Tesla should be fine with that in the long term. Sorry, yeah, in the long term. So at the end of the day, maybe this next little dip or consolidation could give you a buy opportunity. If we have any negativity that pulls you back into the 50 or 200, those seem like good zones there for Tesla. I saw in the chat someone speculating that maybe the solar names are up because it's like, oh, oil prices are higher, solar would go. That would make sense, except there was no reaction with the overnight drawdown, and like it's kind of a late push for them to do it. I get the logic from the long-term aspect, but it seems like if that's true, then why was nothing happening overnight and we getting such a late reaction? Like, wouldn't they have been breaking out earlier today too? And who knows? Again, it's a decent enough theory. Maybe some hedge funds need to start getting out. But I'll tell you one thing the hedge funds are in that they've felt good about until maybe the last, I don't know, a few minutes. NVIDIA. Yikes.
We are really tanking. The market's really making a move down. We can go over to... Let's go talk about NVIDIA, but the market's making another leg down here now, down 1%.
Quick here, guys. NVDA, you've seen that they are removing the China guidance, but again, could be a total positive catalyst if the U.S. decides to lift some of these restrictions here, guys. NVIDIA down almost 2% on the session.
Yeah. I didn't trade it today.
No, I didn't trade NVIDIA today. The chip name I wanted to be in was Intel because I felt like it was a tricky morning where you didn't know exactly what the market was going to do. Are we going to continue? Are we going to fall? So I just figured let's just pick the worst name and short the pop. Well, okay, fine. The worst chip name and short the pop. This is by far not the worst stock in the market. So I shorted Intel off of when it tried to fill the gap. It never got to 2065. So I essentially shorted where I could. I canceled these offers in here. Got stopped once at this high and then just jumped right back into it. It's trying to bounce off the low of the day. I'm holding now for a breakdown into the actual low because things have gotten pretty heavy. And I'm thinking because my trailing stop is already back here above VWAP that I'll just short VWAP as well and leave in my trailing stop on it. So it's the only chip, it's the only chip name I had. NVIDIA, I think, was doing mostly fine. I think you're still in the top end of this consolidation up here. 45 is a problem, not one that we had a chance to trade off of here today. But as long as it's holding 140 to 145, you're good to go. It's in a consolidation phase. And if the market breaks down without this breaking 140, then this is good if it holds on to 140 this week, which it looks like it will.
All right, so it's it's NVIDIA time. Is the next thing AMD?
It is. It is. That's the chip. You were right. It is.
I thought it was that. Let's just go over to Joe. We'll get the AMD story, and then I've been trading AMD. AMD was my number one trade idea on here today, and right now we're $2 in the money on it. So let's go find out about AMD.
All right, you didn't know about the MI400 there, Katina Man, coming out in 2026, but Lisa presenting also the MI300 and the 350 and the 355. So very interesting stuff. Let's see what the boys think about AMD.
Told you, man. I'm no analyst. I'm just a trader. You know, I'm no host. I'm just a trader. But no, AMD today, we saw the weakness. They had their event yesterday. Like I said, man, you're releasing a chip in 2026 too late. That's a fail. And you are just going to get bypassed. And I think AMD returns to its glorious lows at some point. I mean, I don't necessarily think the lows. Those lows are pretty bad. But maybe back into the 50 period, something like that right there. Very underwhelming performance from AMD. We saw one from Apple as well at WWDC. They had some discussion or collabs between anyways, I've got some music in my ear right now, so it's just like
it's all good.
Collab, but no, with SMCI and Oracle and things like that. So I think that the stock isn't a bad one. There's no doubt about that. But I mean, today I felt red on it, and it was right. So yeah, that's what I was doing here with this stock. So. Yeah, looking dead red on it, and we shorted the top for AMD. We waited for that 118 area. We were messing around with it early. We took some profit there, and then we got stopped out once it broke through the pre-market highs. But we remained true to what we've been doing and what we've been saying, and that is to wait for our sticky no level, which we posted up here of 118. So by the time we got back from our little swim there, right in the middle of the day, there was 12:15. I said, oh, we're at the level. And I literally just kind of like blindly, it wasn't blindly because we had that level, but I liked the 118. And it came back up and boom, now it's downside. So patience pays in this name for AMD. Again, I like the short. As long as we're under 120, man, your boy will be shorting AMD for a minute. So that's what we're doing. And yeah, AMD, down with you for today, but I don't know, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, that 50 break, the 200 period breakout ain't happening. So it makes logical sense. I'm not sure the 50 period might not be the exact spot because I feel like 110 seems like it's got something going. But it's not really a consolidation there. And you like consolidations on weak stocks more than you like these wick bottoms. So yeah, maybe it gets to the 50 period. I think you could maybe take a shot at 110 if it gets down to that price. I think there's other names in the chip space that are not NVIDIA that look a little bit more appealing for like swings and breakouts. Micron is a really good example of one. Like I think Micron, the other thing about Micron's flat today. Again, I have nothing, I really have much to add on AMD, but this is a name that I didn't touch that looks really good. That prior wall high that was right around 115, 116, it's literally consolidating that level to end this week and doing nothing up top. So yeah, okay, fine, it's not breaking out the highs, but okay, the market just kind of failed at that high. It's going to end like NVIDIA, but maybe even more extremely so, with a great recovery, holding the top end of its range, primed for a breakout next week. If there's any relief rally in this market, if there's any market strength, I should say, next week, then Micron's a breakout next week over this 117 resistance. And it looks great on the daily chart because of how long that resistance held. It just feels like these guys are in some early stages. So, yeah, if you're looking for a kind of like a stock that hadn't been going in the chip space, that is looking to get going, it seems like Micron is not AMD.
It is not, guys. And also, Bitcoin, the final one on the docket today, sliding on the tensions that are happening here in the Middle East. So you can see that Bitcoin is down about over 1.5% on the day, guys. What do you think about Bitcoin?
Yeah, okay. We got it, Vern. We're going to change it. All right, I'll just say Neil changing it here.
Yeah, it'll take it. Just give me a
all right, yeah, the title says June 16th, but welcome to June 13th right now.
Well, we can move in the future.
We
That's
probably
how
just didn't want to put the 13th, Friday the 13th, you know, so that's why we're trying to not make that so dramatic. But yeah, no, look, all right, well, the market's still falling. I mean, all the shorts that I have on are working out right now, and I think that the same thing probably true for but I'm actually pretty happy with the way this is holding out, though, today. I just wonder, you know, as there's more uncertainty in this world, I wonder if that's a good thing for Bitcoin. I mean, as there's many central banks around the world right now, and as, you know, the US dollar continues to get lower, this is a safety area for, I would think, many currencies around the world. I mean, obviously, the flight to safety is the US dollar, but Bitcoin, gold, things like that might be turning out all right during this situation. The stable coin now, I mean, look at gold, 316 right now, up 1.24%. You know, this continues to go. This is actually breaking its highs right now-ish. Yeah, well, look at this breakout. I mean, we're here again right now on gold. So that's trying to go. So yeah, I mean, I like Bitcoin, I like gold, I like all these sort of. I was gonna try to bring in the stablecoin talk here for Amazon, because I think that just justifies the space as well. Because the more people that are starting to use crypto and get comfortable on blockchain and sending payments, like Shopify is accepting USDC. We already saw Circle IPO pretty successfully as well. So yeah, for me, I just think there's a lot of possibilities here in the crypto space, and we're just sort of starting that. So, you know, once we start getting the Lightning Network going for Bitcoin, it's already there, but if we can transfer a little faster and people can become more comfortable using USDC for payments, you know, they're gonna have to look at other alternatives as well, and that may bring more money into Bitcoin and justify the space even more. So I like Bitcoin down here. I would be buying. I mean, the next drip down, we showed you the level of 100,000 on Bitcoin. I mean,
that's literally all I was going to show.
Okay, then go. You have it up, then fine, because the 100,000 level looks like a good one.
Yeah, I was just going to pull up the daily chart and show you guys. Like, from a technical standpoint, look, we didn't follow through above the all-time high. So one of two things, in my opinion, happens next. Either we hold 100K. If 100K goes, then I think you wait till the, I don't know, low 90,000 area, somewhere in here, like call it 92, 93. It's never an exact science. I think when you find it consolidating, if you're a dip buyer of these levels, then you just find, when it consolidates, you buy the dip. It's never going to be exact, and you're not going to get those bottoming tail wicks. Sometimes those bottoms happen on the weekends, so I think I'd look for a test. If things are bad, look for a test of 100 on the weekend. If it holds and you want to buy up top here, personally, I'd rather be buying this level if we were able to get it. But I like Bitcoin. I still think ETH. Oh, that's crazy! I went to change this to ETH. It's hilarious, and then I was typing into my P Pro 8 like that was going to change this. Obviously, that's not going to change your trading view chart if you type it into a level 2. Ethereum, different story. Hard rejection of 28,000 on what hasn't looked as good already. And again, some people were like all bullish and they're like, don't fade ETH. I'm like, I'm not fading Ethereum. I was talking about selling some of my own. So when I said resistance up here, and then I'd probably sell more if it even got into the mid 33s, I was just talking about myself. I'm not shorting Ethereum at those levels. I'm just getting some out of my own because I think it's weak. And if this loses 24, it's got a pretty clear path to retest 2000. Just a different ball game. It's a nice consolidation, but if it loses a consolidation, I think it's in at least a little bit of trouble. Okay, what else we got? 2800. If I said 28,000, come on, you guys know.
Nice price target.
Yeah, you know what I mean. We
I-
speak
I-
all day long. Apparently, we do the show live. Someone told me just now.
No, not
So
yet.
those mistakes are going to get made every now and
I
then.
think we go live next week.
Next week?
We're just testing out right now. Yeah.
Oh, so this isn't even.
We just added to our TQQ short, so let's get something. Okay. All right, Snappy. Here we go. Nice move to the downside right there. Starting to cover. Okay. Yeah. Maybe not appropriate to hit sirens these days, but there it goes, man. Right there to the downside, the market. So I was gonna say, I'm short from up here, but that doesn't really do me much good when I'm almost out of the position. And if this market wants to bleed for the rest of the afternoon, like I've been calling, then not a bad opportunity now to get some more as we approach. We kind of got up to VWAP. I was going to wait to put a much bigger position if we ever got to set VWAP. It doesn't look like we're going to get there, but we still could. But there it is, man. We added to the position. So there, that's my position now, 73.47. So that's where we're at right now. All right, Iran's National Guard or something is going to have an announcement shortly.
Revolutionary Guard.
Revolutionary Guard, sorry. So I don't know what that means, but the response is on right now with Iran and Israel. And I heard in my ear, like, the Iran leader said that they're not going to let Israel get away with this. And the thing is, though, this Iron Dome, I mean, if they're just going to send drones and ballistic missiles, they're all going to get shut down. I mean, we've already seen that are shot down. We've already seen that happen. So I'm not sure what the next stage is. And that's really the scary thought is what's coming next.
Oh my God.
We just put on another position right here, and I mean, it's cracking lower and lower. So I feel good that at least the calls we're making are right. I don't feel good that we're going down because there's this happening in the world, but we're traders, and we're put on a show live eventually. And this one right here, nice move to the downside as there it goes, man. It's bleeding, and same as AMD, man. AMD is gone. So I'm gonna take another piece out right here, just because it was what it is, and we will go over to Adara.
Yeah, so here, apparently, Iran's Revolutionary Guards are going to be issuing an important announcement shortly. We also had a leader here from Iran saying that Israel's initiated a war. So here's Tesla. Let's pull up the market here. As we know, moving to the downside, as it seems like these tensions between these areas and within this region are escalating. Back to you.
Yeah, the escalation, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, everybody, but it's just the reality that you're in. So I've tried twice now to add the CCL, but it hasn't even, excuse me, it hasn't broken the volume weighted average price yet, but I'm still hanging on to some that we have from the top. But as far as I'm concerned, you lose VWAP now and lose contain under there. Travel names don't look any good to me. Obviously, some people are going to be looking at oil. Dude, you know what? I can just do CL instead of finding the contract.
Yeah.
I thought I had it in here.
CL slash.
Here, I do have
the
it.
backslash.
Never mind. I do have oil futures in there to show you guys live. It's not a crazy reaction, but remember, it's the afternoon, and they do close. Oil futures do close, and so you've been trending down. You're getting a little bit of a bounce here, but if we start breaking out on those energy names, you can go back and look at like our Indos of the world, HUSA. If we get some continuation, right now they're not doing much. As I showed, oil futures don't do a lot in the afternoon. Indo has kind of stalled out a little bit here, and HUSA is slowly climbing. If you see the volume start to pick up, these could be some interesting longs. Green Power asking to look at Adobe. Oh my goodness. Yeah, why is this? Okay. Yeah, we just keep getting more. Every time you hear us like stop, I'm just trying to listen to what I'm
Yeah,
doing.
yeah, same.
But it's all the same. It's all the same. It's just more rocket launches. And when we get that announcement, I think that maybe that will be it could be, I don't know what they're going to say, but that could be something. Adobe, look, it doesn't matter what you think of the quarter. Somebody's selling 420 on Adobe, and the market wasn't pleased enough with this. It ended up bouncing off the 50-period moving average. So if you were looking for the longs, that was the place to be this morning. I think you give it a couple of days here. If it can settle at the 50 period, maybe this is a buy. But I don't like this. I'm not a fan of the stock. It's in a downward trend, and this earnings report was the opportunity for it to break the trend, because you were holding the 50-period moving average going into earnings with an obvious resistance spot at 420. If the stock had managed to close above here, I think it would have been a breakout post earnings. That didn't happen, so I'm not touching it. Usually I'd say, well, now you can just wait for some kind of a really significant dip level on the daily chart, like maybe back into like 320, 330 where it bottomed out before. So yeah, give it the 3-day rule if you happen to really like it. But this, it kind of stinks.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, things getting worse here in the markets as we're now broke through that 1% barrier and starting to go lower. I'm going to start to cover some more. We just did right there, sub 73. I just don't know where. Like, I knew that we knew today that there was going to be a response, which is why I didn't really understand this kind of move up, which is why I'm kind of covering right now. Like, I don't. Maybe there's no more point to cover. Let's just hold for 72.50. That's the low of the day right there. We're not too far away. We could put a bid at 72.60 or something like that. Let's just do that, 72.65. We'll put a bid for like half of what we have left. I wish we'd still had the full load up there, but we don't, and what can we do? Nice move down, that $75 all the way down into 73. The reason why I like 75, again, we talked about this, it's on the note. It is actually, for those of you that were wondering, I mean, once we go live, hopefully the sticky note gets popular, but 74.50 to 75, we talked about this, man, looking for an early fade. And we did. We were on this, and then, by the way, there's AMD as your second trade idea. Short 118. That's what we have right now. It's $2.50 in the money. Short the TQs now at 75. That is now $2.50 in the money. So, all right, but we were just looking short. I'm just going to explain the area. Who cares that I'm short? We just re-shorted. This is the more important trade because we just put this on a couple seconds ago, and now that's almost $1 in the money. But this one right here, we were just looking to say, okay, if the news is really as bad as we thought, and it looks like that's true, then we were going to be going down today. So let it kind of fade. There's 74. We should have waited for 74.50 where we wrote down, but it does make the move higher up. Okay, Coinbase expected to get their licenses from Europe, so I guess the trading will get bigger and better there for Coinbase. Maybe we have to look at that. But here's 75. It was just kind of where we were yesterday and some of these dip downs that happened. So that's why I like that short. And whoa. Oh, man. I'm not even looking at the net, or else I probably would be emptying out the clips here. But there it goes, man. It's downside. It's a flush. I just said let's put a bid at 60s. We put one at 65 and it just ran right into us. That's 40 cents from when we even said that. So yeah, man, the market is bleeding pretty profusely right now to the downside. I mean, it can get a lot worse. This is not even that this is not even that bad. You're only down 1.3%. I mean, during tariffs and when we got news like that, this market, it could go 2-3%. I don't know if that's going to happen here, but we're just getting started. I mean, you have to break this low, right? I mean, we're not even at the low of the day yet.
Well, the ES broke the lows.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, we're very close for everything right now, breaking lows. So, fortunately, you might have had a great opportunity this afternoon earlier to dump out of all your plays, but right now we are going down pretty dramatically here in the market. So that sucks. I don't have any new money to work recently, but everything that we do have is going down. I mean, I didn't take any profits, even though this had just happened. So I don't know. The only stock that maybe could be strong, I don't know if Palantir is doing anything right now.
Well, everything's selling.
Everything's selling off. So Palantir today makes all-time highs.
Well, okay, but that makes sense. It's a defense name. Mm-hmm. Okay, I looked over. I'm like, okay, well, is there a long to play in like Lockheed? Literally, no. It's not even moving on that. So you're not getting too much out of it on some of the traditional defense names. It feels as if it's like a risk-off moment. I'm going to throw some trails in, but I wanted to look over. I felt like, okay, well, if I missed the ad on CCL, is there a chance on AAL or maybe another travel name? They're pretty much at the lows of the day. So I want to let these bounce back up and try to maybe fade some pops. I saw someone just say, ask about that arrow. It's a weird question here, but I'll address it. YLK, is Arrow open to trade after Monday? I mean, Arrow's open right now. So and I get it, there's possibly, sometimes with IPOs, there might be a situation where your broker just doesn't have it in their system on the first day. So if that's the case, that's something you got to talk with your broker. Arrow was an IPO. I'll slap the proverbial fail because there's no executions on my chart. Whereas this time, if you just took the opening print, you literally couldn't have lost. Like, you hit offer enter and it was halted up. And then if you hit offer enter when it opened the second time, it was halted again, and it did that for 4 halts. I said 3 earlier. It was 4 halts in a row. to the upside before it actually came to the downside. But yeah, Arrow is open. You can trade. I mean, you can trade it if your broker has it. We can trade it. I don't think I want to touch it this afternoon. It's not the most liquid in the world, and I feel like people are going to really like taking the notion of taking profits going into this weekend, regardless of the name. That said, this is defense related because they are an eVTOL name. That feels like they're in the right spot. I just wouldn't know how you value something which opened up at 12 with an issue of 10, went to $40, and is now kind of diddling in the middle here. I think I'd rather find a defense name that I feel more comfortable trying to trade this afternoon, but I haven't found one that looks that bullish.
Yeah, I know. I'm
like Palantir would make sense to me, but then like it's not. I don't know. Like it's not really behaving as if it wants to be defensive yet. Yet is the key.
I'm gonna get
If we bounce off the lows, Palantir hasn't retested its higher low. So it's like if the market tries to hold a low, then Palantir mean reversion makes sense. But right now, it's just as bearish as everything else.
listening. There's, I don't know. I guess there's some missiles I guess got through into Tel Aviv is what I'm hearing right now. So that's not good as they search for some rubble right now apparently. That's not great. So we're gonna. I mean, it's never great. It's not great that they hit Tehran. It's not great that they're hitting Tel Aviv. None of this is great. But
everybody loses in a war.
Everybody loses in a war.
The only people that win are
big business. Yeah.
Yeah, and your warmongers and
Yeah. Yep, exactly. So, yeah, more downside pressures happening right now. So stay tuned. I mean, again, if there's anything dramatic, I'm sure we'll hear it in our ear. I mean, if it's not dramatic enough right now. So, all right, I'm starting to cover. We did get the lows of the day again on the NASDAQ. So if you guys are interested, you can go follow. I've been posting up some of these. I got to get this. I just changed my profile pic. We're gonna have to get some more. I tweeted out that we just shorted. We've been shorting AMD. This is from the morning. This is from the morning. It's all the same. And then there's the note from today as well, right? So yeah, just alerts. If you want to look for something, that was yesterday's lunch. Actually, what was on today's was fish.
It was fish.
Right, I should have taken.
But then
it was tilapia. Yeah, we should have taken a picture. What's this? Oh, Jared Kushner. Oh God, like TMZ showing up here on my time. I don't know. A birthday bash for Jared Kushner. I don't know who. Is that the situation? I don't even know who these guys are.
Who is that dude?
I have no idea. There it is.
Jared Kushner is he's Trump's son-in-law. He is Ivanka's husband, and he was very, very involved in the first administration.
We know who.
Oh yeah,
I'm curious who the idiot that was doing that.
Very,
who that guy.
Very,
was.
very rich.
Yeah. No, it's all good. I just have no idea who that was.
Anyways, yeah, we know. Thanks to Dara, we got that. But yeah, right now the market just continues to bleed down. So let's look at Coinbase. We just talked about. Let's see maybe something positive. We just heard.
It's not even strong.
Did you even look at it just a couple seconds ago?
I did, and it was.
Oh, you did. Okay,
it was just weak like everything else.
I was just trying to watch his futures trade. I mean, it's turning out to be a good one for sure. But yeah, I mean, again, getting some more licenses there. I thought it was maybe Amsterdam or I guess which would be Dutch, Brit. Okay, so second wave of missiles now hitting Tel Aviv, so that kind of sucks, and we already talked about that. So, you looked at maybe RTX, Raytheon, probably moving around on this, I would think, and yeah, a little bit there, and some of the drone plays. What is a drone play? We did have Archer Aviation.
ARCAT.
We could look there. ARCAT, ACHR, I think is Archer. Right there.
Low of the day.
Yeah, they're down. Everything's down right now. Down 15% plus. What about some of the nuclear names? Oklo. And so far, yeah, Oklo. Come on, charts. Let's go. Let's Oak Glow.
They're selling everything. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, so everything. The whole market right now getting pumped. And again, just glad. There it is, man. We'll spin it because when we go live, maybe people will like these things. But now we're in $1. We just at least this trade we took with you guys. Like I was telling you, I'm going short here against VWAP. Like there's a play that's short 73.40. VWAP is 73.70. So if you have risk in your account and you can hold 30 cents against you, now you're $1 plus in the money. So the good thing about this is I still have got 40% as we reach into, I hate it, but unfortunately here the gates have opened up here for the market. So there it goes. I'm going to bid out a little bit more right here in case there is just sort of, this is a reaction, of course, to what we've been saying. You know, hopefully it's not worse and it's better than what we've been talking about. But for right now, the market's definitely reacting.
Yeah, you could long the VIX or
the
something.
south side. Yeah, maybe the VIX might be good. You could what UVIXy we could trade here. Oh, you're already on that. And then look at what I said about Tesla. You know, we were looking for some levels on that, and I was like, honestly, I'm not sure we can find one. But there's VWAP. No idea what that has to do with weed or anything like that, but I just reached out and pushed a button, man. But there it goes, right into 323. Like that VWAP bounce has been really great. That's almost $2 up from a level that, again, we at least looked at it and talked about it there. And I'm just glad that we just mentioned like we would not touch this until VWAP. So if you did take some of that being worth something, then at least you didn't get long during all of this. And then there's your first spot. Remember, the trend changing indicator is the 50-period moving average. So as soon as we break that, in my mind, I'm looking short. Then you got to say, okay, normally, wow, I just got another low tick there on the NASDAQ. Then the 200 period would be normally where I would start to buy, you know, thinking that, okay, it's oversold or overbought, whatever level, in this situation, oversold, and start to buy there. But you know, today, I'm not sure there is an oversold level. So that's why I was thinking, if you were going to do anything, at least line it up with something. And there's VWAP, and there's the level there, 323, and there's VWAP. So it's bouncing still. But I'd be like, if you just took that dollar, good for you. Take it and get the heck out of here, because I'm not sure you even want to be holding this. There's still an hour, 15 minutes left in this market. So things not getting better, it seems like. Micron's been
Palantir's holding right now.
So that's the other name, right? I was going to say, like, let's look for some strong names.
It's a defense name.
Yeah,
so it's like,
Micron only down 0.8.
I like Micron, but I think I like Micron next week a little better. I think maybe.
They're reporting? Why next?
No, because look, the way the market is selling off right now, like Micron, typically speaking, it's a pretty cyclical stock. So, you know, it tends to sometimes listen to what the overall market is doing. I just feel like the thing about Palantir is it's like we're talking about a defense name here. And so if something's going to bounce, it has two reasons to do so. One, it can bounce because the futures hold the low. And then two, it can bounce because it's a defense name, which unfortunately gets more business in this environment. Let's just be real about it. And it's not, look, it's not fun to say. It's just the truth. And that's what it's about here. So I'm looking for this to break the trend. It's already holding around this 137 with a local bottom of 136.85 or 84, whatever, it's off by a penny. So if we can hold this, if we can break this trend, I'd look for a reversion to the upside on Palantir. Apple could be interesting if you like that bottom from earlier at 196. If it got to 116, I think you load the boat on Apple. It's not going to anytime soon. No, I accidentally said 116. But 196, it's held this morning. It's holding again. If it can break that out, I think you get a bit of a play back into the volume-weighted average price. Chris L., Netflix is holding well. Yeah, that makes some sense to me. We don't really trade much Netflix here. It's just some of it has to do, like, I know Adara does. It's not the best volume name. Holding decently. I would argue that Palantir is holding a little better. This is red on the session. Yeah, I like Palantir breaking the trend more than I like Netflix. Like Palantir broke out not just yesterday's highs, it broke out the highs on the week and is still above yesterday's highs. To me, that's just a little bit stronger, and it's up 1.4%, like all that good stuff. So yeah, that's the one I think I'd take a shot at into the long if we can break that trend line, which I did not save, and I will do so now. I do have a trail on Intel. CCL I'm going to hold because I was trying to add to that one in VWAP, so that one I want to hold, but until I have a trailing stop on that if it breaks 2020, I'm going to get out of that sucker. I think it's just been bad altogether. So I think Palantir is trying to break the trend as we speak. If it can take out this prior high, which is about the mid-30s, I'm going to jump into a long and give it to the prior bar low.
We're about to have a real big situation here on our show.
What happened?
5,500 watching, 200 likes. I'm almost about to shut this stream down. Right now, you know, 1 out of every 10 of you. Come on. I mean, let's go. Let's get this to $5 I mean, you know, we're here now. Sharif is relaxing, maybe on some beach. You know, hit some likes for Sharif. Right now, Adair is chilling out over there. We've got Big Joe hanging out with us tonight as well. So, yeah, there it is. There's 500 right there. We just doubled it up.
Another one.
Thank you so much for all that, man. Jerome's hit the like. Thank you so much,
What up,
Jerome,
Jerome?
for that as well, man. We really appreciate that, Mr. Powell. Thank you so much for doing that. Happy Father's Day. I assume he's a father. I don't know why
Oh,
I
yeah,
assume
I'm
that,
sure
but
he
I'm
is.
sure he is. I guess. So what's up to that? There it is, man. Now we're at
odds would be in your
605.
favor.
We just tripled our likes.
Powell's
So-
a father of 3, I confirmed. Back to you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Light work.
Yeah, same as me, father of 3. So there it is, man. Good things come in 3s. All right. So yeah, just this is what I'm doing today. You know, we're trying to get shorter, but at the same time, I'm wondering if it's over with now. Not that all this is over, but we might have just extended ourselves a little bit too much, and maybe now we're bouncing just a little bit. We did get out. I mean, we just covered a whole bunch down here at the low of the day for the Qs, right? And I didn't want to interrupt, but I was thinking for NVIDIA here, it's right down to 141. Like those lows, right? Like we should have bought that. We should have, coulda, woulda, shoulda, whatever. But I feel like that's a good spot. You know, anything when you have a day's low and you can have an out, like it ran into the low, then wicked down to the bottom. So we could have had that low there again for NVIDIA, but I'm wondering that if we just wait for this to continue to go upside, is there a fade play on the TQQs now and the rest of the NASDAQ, just in case we start to bounce back up? I'll reshort this thing at 73.30. So yeah, we already got this, multiple explosions in Jerusalem now, so that's not gonna be good. So you never wanna hear that. We hope that they're air defense explosions, but I mean, they could also be hitting the ground, I guess. So, you know, there's Tesla, a nice little bounce off there. I would think it's a short if we ever can get back up into 328, 327. Are there any, I mean, you're still not in it, but you were on Quantum before. I mean,
I did.
I don't know if you covered it, but I was just going to say, like, what else is moving with big volume? I mean, here's the trade rate for eSignal. I don't want to sleep on this because when we are looking for something to do, this has been a good indicator, right? So right now, Tesla, Palantir, so that makes sense to us, right? The SPY, AMD, so I just looked at basically all 4 of those. I'm on the Qs right there. NVIDIA, and then after that, Apple, the IWM, SOXL. Like, it's a lot of the same stuff that's hitting on there. There's Oracle there as well. So it's a lot of the same talk on this list. Maybe Mara's down 7%. Okay, I mean, there's lots to look at here. Maybe SoFi's down 5%. There's Archer APLD down 11% right there. Sox S, Nike, Hood. We had Hood short earlier. Obviously, we're out of that now, but that probably is cooking right now. We'll check out Hood. But let's go to Neil, then we'll get back and maybe we'll look at some of those names.
Yeah, let's quickly talk a little bit about PropX, because if you're trying to level up your trading game, you're going to be able to get 1 to 200 200 leverage and a static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on the platform, sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with the code TRADERTV. The link is in the description. Be the trader, get funded, and join PropXP today. Shout out to PropXP. Make sure you scan that QR code in front of you. Take a shot at it. Okay, so I did trade QBTS, and I did get out too early. Who knew? I had twice this morning. One actually breaking down at the low, which makes more sense on a daily chart than it does here. But I'll get to that in a second. Stopped out when it broke this consolidation. Shorted a trend break that it bounced off the same area that was significant before. So I like resistance and support kind of nonsense is what got me out of this. This is resistance. And then it turned, I thought it was turning into support. I jumped out. It seemed like it was true. Then the market rolled over and that support is gone. Now I'm looking at this and saying, okay, well, I want to short this in front of the 1510 level again. So that's what I'm kind of thinking here on QBTS. That said, should you really care about, should Quantum care too much about this? And my answer is no. This would just be selling because it's the risk off thing. So I don't know fundamentally if that makes a ton of sense there for the Quantum name. But we did have a super chat here.
2 super
chats. Yeah, we have 2 super chats. Sorry, did you get
No,
David's?
I didn't get to any of them.
Okay, so David, you were first, I believe. To everyone that had a hard week, it happens. Stay focused. Got hammered on Oklo. RH, Adobe, Oracle this week. Always run back to my true love, Palantir. There you go. Go back to the basics, man. Whatever works for you. Oops. Hit the like twice and it takes it away. Like the Cure song, Friday, I'm in Love. So shout out to you, David. Go back to the basics. Like, find what works the best for you and then jump into that when you're having rough times. Eric, thanks for the TQQQQ, no, just TQs. Short advice saying yesterday from Joe and Sean. I was about to sell my SQ long position today, and then Joe posted the TQ short. I'm from Israel, sending you the shekels. Appreciate you. Stay safe. That's all we hope for anybody is, right now. Hey, I mean, health. Health to you and yours is pretty much the most important thing out there for everybody. So stay safe. Congratulations to you and a good look there for short. So I'm going to back away from my normal instinct, which would be like, hey, short this level. But I'd rather, on a bounce, I'd rather short things that I feel should be risk off over the weekend. Travel makes a lot of sense to me. I can't see why fundamentally, if you've been selling off on QBTS all day long, I don't think quantum cares about geopolitical headline risk. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. So I'll stay away from what seems like a good technical short in QBTS. Palantir's broken trend. All right, it just got to VWAP, and let me zoom it in here. It just got to VWAP, and this is like the third wick that has the exact same termination point, 137.65. So I got some out. I think the reload has got to be closer to 137 and maybe those quarters than what I was getting before. So I'm going to try and get something a little closer to our exit point. If we start rejecting just above VWAP, then I want the consolidation to work back into 137, even more so than the price I have now. So Palantir, that makes some logical sense why it would go up. So we'll stick with that. And Yazzer, you're not the first person to ask about Sunrun. My answer is still that I don't know necessarily why these names are up, but there's some, it's not a horrible theory that maybe some shorts are covering that have been riding these to the downside if oil prices are going to go higher and people look for alternatives and people think this is going to be a procrastinated move to the upside in terms of energy costs going up, then maybe that's a good thing for the solar names. The only thorn I would put in that, which is why I'm not necessarily believing it, is if that was true, then why weren't they moving overnight? I can't make sense of that. They should, if that was going to be the truth, then why was nobody covering until really, really later on in the day?
Yeah, no, I feel like this is going to be an interesting last hour here, but
yeah, that too.
I don't, I just covered pretty much everything now. If we break through, we talked about a trend change. We may be going long on AMD right here if we break this. So I don't know, I don't think that's a horrible play at all to go long down here. So 115.70 on AMD. I mean, my stop was 118.20 on this trade. We're $2 in the money. I think we could maybe retrace a little bit backside right now. So if we print a 71, let's just get out of everything that we have, and then we can reassess this as we go on AMD. And kind of the same thing here with the futures. We break above 73, let's just get out and then we'll relook at this one again. So I'm just gonna put the stop orders in for all of these trades and then hopefully they don't trigger, but if they do trigger, then we'll stop out and see if there's any momentum. But the future, there we go, just got out of AMD. I might just go long AMD because the future still have some work to do here. I'm gonna go long AMD right now. This could be a problem for me, but we're gonna try it on the break higher. So now we're long AMD. I don't wanna give this one too much room. That bottom right there is 40s. I think that might be reasonable to get out. So let's just do that, 115.39. I'm just gonna get out of 100%. I'm not gonna try to dance around the issues here. If it rips up, great. We just talked about it. We got out at 115.70 out of our last bit. I mean, the short is right here. We had less than 5% left, so we'll take that out, good out. We don't have the very bottom, but whatever. That's never gonna be the case, really. And here goes AMD, man. We just went long a little bit there. Let's take something out. Let's take out 15% right now at 84. Let's take out another 15%. Let's take out another 10% at 90 if we get there. And then we'll take out another 10% at 98, leaving us with about 70% or so. But here we go, man. What a call. I mean, what a call. Let's fire off the hot dog cannon right there. We made that call. We got out, and now we're sort of cruising with this trade. So now let's wait to see. Oh, there goes our TQs as well, breaking through 73. So now we are out of that one. And AMD, good reversal, man. We're adding to our net here on a move a little higher. So let's give it a second, see if it wants to work out. It may not. But as I just mentioned to you, we're only out at 15% there. We have another little tranche of 10% at 90, then another one at 116. So maybe we go out, maybe we don't. But it looks like the market's falling a little bit more now. There's the TQQs. We could have used the 50 period to get more short. So that's the other flip side of the trade. I just was thinking with momentum coming from the bottom, maybe we break and take. But we only had 5% left of both of these trades. So bad out, it looks like, on the TQs, and maybe a bad long. But our risk is already defined. I'm in 1 unit. Up here, we had 4 units. So we're going pretty light onto this trade right now with AMD, but I still don't mind it. We're long, remember, at 74. It's in the money. Hopefully it can go up a little bit longer than that, than where we are right now. We can check out gold. I mean, gold's been a safe haven for this rally, and you can see right now, nice move down for GLD. So as the market sort of retraces upside, you do have a pullback now in gold. So probably the same thing in CL. So let's go over, like Neil, I always forget it's N, it's K. No, where's July is N. CL/N. Is this a forward slash or a backslash when it goes this way?
I think that's.
What is this? What is this slash? This way.
See, like I always.
Left to right. Top.
I always
to
think you
bottom.
read left to right.
I think this is a. Now that I look at this, I think this is a backslash. What do people?
Well, it's going down left to right.
Right.
So it's back, and if it's going up,
yeah.
I don't know. You know what?
I don't know. I was waiting for people in the chat to
yeah, this is
back. Okay, back.
Yeah, but like it's all a matter. It's a matter of perspective. It's which way you're reading it. Like
lean back, lean back. Yeah.
Like Obi-Wan says, like it's all dependent on your point of view.
Yeah. So okay, but this is a backslash, anyways. I'm just playing around. So oil right now up 8% and giving a little bit back here, but still not giving much back at all. Like you're talking about 20 cents. We just moved from that bottom, that 72.80, all the way to 73.80. So in the last half hour, we went up $1 in oil. So this little spike, see, you're all the way back up. So it does look like we should have used, and the net is not doing really anything. We had such a small piece left. I mean, I'd rather have not punched out at 73, but you know what? It didn't even break. I guess I should have been more specific. I used 73. The real out should have been 73.05, or else I probably would still be in this name. But anyways, not much effect happening right now to the net other than this AMD trade, because we did put a little bit back on there and we're out of a bit. I'm going to take another opportunity to get some out here. Okay, we just took a 70 fill there. So we're out a little bit there on 70, another 10%. So we're going to wait. What? Okay, we're gonna wait to see if there's anything else happening here. But I just took out another little piece there of AMD. Remember, we are gonna get out if it does break back below, but we'll get out for 4-cent hit there, another 10%. So right now we only have 75% left, as we got 15% out at 80 something right there. So that was a good trade, and then another 10% out for a 4-cent hit. So let's wait to see if it gets going down. All stocks, what's up, Eduardo? All stocks are, first of all, you got to hit the like button and subscribe to become a member here and participate in the chat. All stocks are either on view, up, or at major support levels. If this breaks, it can get dirty. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm thinking, like, probably should have reloaded the short at the 50 period if that's really what we were thinking. But we'll learn from our lessons and get better, right? I mean, I just thought that there was a potential relief rally now, just because of how far we've come down. But again, we've seen the market get real nasty real quick. So I'm just going to get it another piece here at 77s, and then there it is. So yeah, I'm just kind of rethinking the long, really, at this point. But
I can tell you, like, it's weird. There was a moment the market came down. So this is gonna be strange. I'll tell you a second. Like the market came down, and I got the consolidation short in CCL, which is a little bit confusing because that doesn't make a ton of sense to me. And all I did, my trailing stop, I've said this before, I had a trailing stop in this consolidation level. Palantir's working to the upside, but I want to explain the reload. I had my trailing stop in here regardless. I'm like, okay, well, if I want to short more of it, I can just use the same stop that I already had in, short right in front, and if the consolidation breaks lower, then I get to add to my position without much more risk. And if it breaks up, I was going to get out of the short from the top there anyways on CCL. So I jumped in literally like maybe 2 cents in front of that stop, reload, and then now it's breaking higher. But what was weird about it was like the moment that Sean's like, the market just went down. this was actually pressing in and giving me that fill. So that didn't make a heck of a lot of sense. PLTR, which is Palantir. I don't know why we do that when everyone knows the name of the stock. Palantir is grinding a little bit higher. I do want to note, I'm offering the morning range high. Just from a standpoint of, if I think people are risk off over the weekend, I get it, this is still a defense type of name. I like that it broke the trend, but I like to play that into a resistance level. And that's the 138.5. That was the morning high. That's where there's been a wath of selling. For the most part, when it finally broke out, like, it still had gravity towards it. So I think that's the target for me on Palantir. If we do get it, I cocked myself out of QBTS, and I think it makes, thank goodness we did, because it's still going up. Like, it bounces off of this buy zone at 14.9 and hasn't had a red candle since. So nobody seems to be selling their quantum. Well, they're not anymore. The stock's down 4% today. But it seems like it's made a pretty solid bounce. I don't see why it couldn't trend at least back up to 15.5. It's weird. Like, the market's actually heading right back in. I'm not wondering if I shouldn't re-enter the short in CCL, or maybe I can catch AAL or something like that. But yeah, quantum names, or at least this one, looking relatively strong in the short run here. Kind of a program buy going on in QBTS for whatever reason, and bucking the trend of the market. If there's a dip and hold into VWAP, I would like that as continuation. But if I short something, I kind of want to go back to a travel name, because if I got wicked out of CCL, I don't mind jumping right back in.
We actually got somewhat lucky there. We'll go bang on. Well, I mean, luck. I don't think it's luck, but when we were calling these prices, but yeah. So we got out. Our first area there was 85s. That's another 80. That's a 90. So we were able to at least get that out. We have now 60% left. So I was planning to only have 70% left, but we took it out right there at 80 when it ripped back up there, because I am starting to rethink all of this. Let's check out Amazon. Amazon, again, a name that I'm relatively long in. We're very long in Amazon right now. And we had bought sort of on the 200 break. We had sort of talked about that when it dipped into 200. It just didn't do that today, did it? I don't know what that's a couple days ago. I don't remember Amazon getting down. Oh yeah, okay. I was gonna say I don't remember Amazon getting that low.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, so
what is that?
That's,
that never happened.
A bad quote there for us. That for some reason should be parsed out. I could take that out.
That's not even an overnight
I could take it out right now.
That's not.
Let me see how low this thing goes. Data editor for yeah, $200. It says it went to $200.63. I'm just gonna put 213.15. What's up, Fabian? Right there. So that should fix it.
What night was that?
No, hold on a second. Oh, it's because I didn't fix this. 213.05, the low. If I fix this, it should fix 213.05. I'm just making up lows and highs here. There it goes. Now it's gone. Oh no. Oh, it's still gonna show. Anyways, whatever. I don't know how to fix it anymore. But anyways, I like Amazon here. I think the stable. Oh, by the way, there goes AMD again. That seems like a good. Okay. There we go. Here we go. We're starting to get back upside right now for AMD. But anyways, let's leave that. You guys know I'm getting some out at 116 if it does come in. I did want to talk about Amazon quickly. Their stable coin, I love that idea. I think that's huge. I think if they can get a coin going, get approved, I don't even know if they need approval. I'm not sure how that goes. But if they can launch a coin, we know that Meta tried a long time ago with, not Leonardo. What were they calling it? It was something like that. But
yeah, it was a goofy name.
If they can get that going and then offer some incentives to like pay in their coin to withstand the fees from somebody like a Visa, because I'm a client of Visa and I spend thousands a month, I feel like, probably not far off, maybe 1,000 at least, on Amazon, you know, and that's 2%, you know, going, and I'm not sure how much Amazon charges Visa or Visa charges Amazon for those fees. But yeah, if they could do that, then they can offer better pricing to customers. If I use Amazon stablecoin, I'll use Amazon. Like, I will just buy $5,000 worth of like a gift card and just have it sit on Amazon's server there, and then every time we check out, just take away from. I wouldn't buy $5,000 worth of it, but you get what I'm saying. You know, whatever we're dealing with, I would save that 5% or whatever Amazon's going to do for you. So I think you see some downside pressures today.
And I use Walmart too.
Yeah, Walmart.
Thing, man.
Who was the other one? It was Amazon.
It was Amazon and Walmart.
Oh, and Walmart. Okay, so same thing.
Like
yeah,
if you're Visa, it's exactly the two companies that you don't want doing that.
I'll fund my Amazon coin with Visa.
Ooh.
You know.
Ooh.
Then it doesn't charge me anything. I'll get 2% cash back from Visa, and then they can. Anyways, I'm just playing around. I have no idea how that's going to work, but that's something, right? So as we continue to play, it's just like Adara brought the story yesterday about what's Coinbase, right? Was it AX? It was American Express.
American Express, yeah.
Yeah, with Coinbase saying that they're going to give Bitcoin back. 4% Bitcoin. I will get rid, it's only in the United States, but if that ever happens, I will get rid of my Visa card and just go back, bye-bye to my bank, forget about the 2% cash back. I'll take 4 of those percentage points in Bitcoin all day. So if that ever happens, I think they are revolutionizing the space right now, and that's not a great sign. I do not hold Amazon, I do not hold Visa, American Express, or MasterCard. So that's been pretty good. It's been pretty bad not holding them. They've been great stocks. But yeah, I think Coinbase has a lot to it. You know, Wealth Simple, Webull. I mean, oh my God, I don't even want to check out Bull. By the way, there it is, man.
It's
Bang.
right back where
25 cents on AMD. Oh, it's right. Okay, here it is. Oh, wow. All right, well, I'm long at 11.
It's exactly where it bounced before. It's just trying to hold that $10 level.
So my next buy is like going to be between like $8 and $9.
You know what?
Get down there.
You know what actually bugs me about this whole sample thing
baby.
is if you like XLF like I do, well then big holdings in XLF are all the major credit card companies, but not these crypto names that would that would get the benefit from it.
Get the hell out of that.
So suddenly it's like, oh, well, that kind of news makes me rethink how much XLF I want to hold relative to crypto. So that's something that I would adjust. So I'm almost at target here on Palantir, which is now holding trend. So it just broke this prior high at 138, breaks the trend, get out. 138.5 is where we're trying to go. I see Peter saying RCAT's going up, so maybe there are some defense names also going with it. That makes some sense to me. RCAT. There you go. RCAT's kind of slowly grinding higher, but Palantir, that's just been a relatively strong stock. By the way, Tesla also grinding higher. Look at bouncing off VWAP and might get back to that 330 level. So strong move here in Tesla, strong move in bounce in the market, strong solid move here in Palantir. I'm just looking to grab that buck. We're in a power hour, but I'm not sure how much we sustain this. I still sort of feel like risk off over the weekend is an overall theme. So I think it's a scalp trade for the long trade for myself. Adara?
Yeah, the whole market kind of bouncing here, but these defense plays could be moving a little bit here because we actually have more confirmation from Iran that there are some missiles here. Apparently, they've confirmed a third wave of missiles launching towards Iran, and Tehran, which is, of course, the capital of Iran, describing this as hard retaliation operation, which has begun. So, yeah, I mean, market really not caring here, but that could explain some strength in defense, guys. Back to you.
Like the XLF is going to have to make some adjustments. I think with that kind of, if that happens, well,
it's in their whatever constitution or whatever for.
No, what you can do is you can change. They can change their weighting. Weightings can get changed.
How that works.
At least for myself, I just know that when I look at that and see that XLF is 15% Visa and MasterCard, and I think that's bad. That adaptation is bad. Then I want to hold less XLF. Yeah, and that's the kind of thing, and you can shift that if you want to do here. Coinbase debit card reward is 0.5% in BTC. Good look there, Chai Brown. I'm just literally reading this. Coinbase debit card reward. Debit card is
what? 0.5%? Oh, I don't use my debit card enough.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I mean, if I don't, when do I use my debit card?
I never do.
Oh, you know what?
I had to take out cash yesterday because I had to.
If I don't have cash for my barber, he I'll save him. I don't use my credit card with my barber.
I'm Italian. I ask everybody if they take cash.
Yeah.
But
I'll do, if I don't have cash on me, I'll use my debit card with him.
I actually don't. I'll walk around with
He's my boy.
$40 or something.
I usually do, but if I don't have it on me.
I don't even have my wallet on me right now. Okay, so yeah, thanks everybody.
Did you say you don't have your wallet on you?
No. What's in my car?
Oh yeah, if that's on.
Yeah, no, but when I'm
you.
walking around, I don't my debit card's attached to my phone, instead of my credit card. So if I need to pay for anything like that, or I donate some blood, pay here and there. I'd rather do that. No, I don't actually.
Which is a good thing to do. I'm glad it's random to bring it up, but
I like donating. I don't like donating blood, but definitely something you have to do.
Oh, big time. My brother used to, Len used to get frequent transfusions for a manageable disease he has.
What's
now,
up, Danny?
but
Yeah,
he's
that's why I don't
absolutely
carry my
fine.
money
But like
so
you
I don't
always
get
do,
robbed.
always. No, I don't. Like, I think you always have to. You want to have your wallet with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to not have my ID in a certain situation, but nobody cares about cash anymore.
I mean,
I went to go pay my babysitter and my
if you
wife
get
was out of
pulled
town.
over-
I'm like, oh crap, I'm supposed to pay you, and I was like,
ask the
shoot, like
babysitter, they'll take Bitcoin.
I have nothing, and she's like, oh well, you can always just email transfer. I'm like,
I went
okay,
to the
good.
bakery the other day and I
That's
asked this
good.
old Italian guy, he was like 80 years old. We were getting some croissants or something. And I asked
always
him if he
pay
took Bitcoin. He laughed. That was pretty funny there.
But he knew what it was.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I know these guys.
Oh, he's your guy.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
fine.
yeah. So he was laughing at that because he knows we always talk about that. Blood plasma pays more? I don't know. We donate around here. We don't get paid. In Canada, at least, we don't get paid to donate blood.
You do it because it's the right thing to
But
do.
we don't get you. I don't think.
No, I don't.
I don't think you can. Here. I don't
Not
think
that
there
I'm
is no
aware.
blood donor clinic.
I'm not aware of you being able to get paid.
Here, it's
for
kind
donating blood in
of.
Canada.
Actually, I'm pretty sensitive.
But I don't
to
know
blood.
that. I don't know if
really like-
that's 100% true. I just know that I've never been paid to do it.
Yeah.
If you get paid, then someone didn't tell me, and I don't try to get paid doing it.
I do like to pay for things in cash. Don't get me wrong. Okay, so AMD had a good move, man. I mean, we just broke through 116. Looks like it's working. I know Palantir's working as well. Crypto's working right now as we just joke about paying in crypto. But yeah, that's working back up to the 200 period as well. So there's that trend change, right there. Once we broke again back to the upside, but it's not always the case. Like there's a break there. So if you got long here, you would have lost. It's not a perfect storm, any of these indicators, right? That's why I actually don't put that much weight, to be honest with you, in these indicators. It is more about, like, for me anyways, the macro ideas and, just to go short. Like, that's why we wrote down AMD. We did all this kind of stuff, and we went short based on, key levels, support and resistance, less than some of these, levels that we have marked down right there. Oh, I did talk about Robinhood quickly as we talked about new finance and whatnot. I was short early on Robinhood and it did not work, so we lost on Robinhood.
Stock's a beast.
Still at $73, still a good level. And like I said, if you're really, really nervous about your portfolio, I mean, you could sell some of these good names. Robinhood's still up, Oracle's still up, Palantir is up, or maybe not up on the day, but holding up pretty well. The NASDAQ is holding up pretty well, only 1.2. The ES only 1.1. Like, this is not the day that I feel like maybe we're making it seem to be. It's not that bad. But look at Robinhood. It goes right back up into, again, these are the trades that I'm trying to make. Okay, AMD is now going. So whenever I see like a little bit of a change in the old net there, I get a little excited, as you can see. So there's AMD. I didn't have any offers, so we do have to take something. So I just took a 116.10 there on AMD. My next offer is at 116.30, which is where VWAP is. I'm gonna pat myself and give it the old good job there, because reversing into the long there, I thought it was a little risky to do that, and it definitely was. And we did take out something for flattish. We told you that when we had first got into it, but now it's starting to work. Give it time, man. You still have 45 minutes to go. I'm only in, though, now 35% of this trade. I think I've been doing a good job letting you guys know of where we're getting in and out, okay? So as we go, there's going to be more talk about Israel and Iran, so you're just going to have to get used to that in this market, and come Monday. I don't know where this market's going to be. There you go. Another one. Nailed the other one right there. Was a good idea. I hope some of you took it. I didn't. Obviously, we're on AMD, which is now 50 cents in the money, on a good position. I told you we had one unit on AMD, which isn't that many shares, but it's a good trade as we go back up to the upside. See, so I'm waiting for 30s for AMD. Do we just wait for that, or do I take it out right now? I take it out right now. There it is. We take it out at 26. We cancel our 30s. So there it is. We got a 26 there. We put that out. Now we only have 25% left. So, okay, Netanyahu's saying that they've taken out a large portion of Iran's nuclear facilities. So, whatever that means, I take him at his word, I guess. I don't know.
Well, in theory, it should.
A large portion.
Yeah, like that was. I guess that was like what the mission was. So, I don't know if that can possibly mean that there's a chance at de-escalation, but that's not gonna happen because
De-escalate. This would make it worse.
Well, but the Iranians have already reacted to that. So like, it's, you know what I mean? Like they've already fired back. So it's like at some point,
Thing is, no one's
we already
used the
getting tit for
word.
tat. Like nobody's stopped going back and forth. So they just confirming something we already knew. Iran has already reacted to that today, and we'll see what Israel's reaction is going to be over the weekend. Like I feel like I'm saying, I still feel like it's a kind of a risk-off thing. So I have a trail. It's trend in, trend out on Palantir. Like it trended in, or it broke the trend to get in, and now I've got this trend to get out, which right now would be 113.10-ish. This prior bar, we jump out of the trade. Crapstock thinks it's going to be prolonged. I don't necessarily disagree. And that logic about First Solar and the solar names, I get why that could be the case. Maybe that is, maybe it isn't. But yeah, I think this is going to be maybe a spot where you try to figure out the types of stocks that are going to be the most affected by this and the ones that have themes that can work regardless. I'm interested in the fact that where QBTS started to bounce from and how the buyers started to come back into this. I think quantum, in a general sense, it's exactly the type of technology that it just doesn't matter if they're making breakthroughs there. This is just going to win. And today, this bounced pretty much exactly where you wanted to see it bounce. As long as this holds on to 1475 and the buyers keep defending it, I think you got a nice constructive zone here. Underneath that, I think it's a flat bottom break. I talked about that this morning. But quantum looking, well, the QBTS looking good. I didn't look at all the names, so I can't really talk about the entire sector because really QBTS is the only one I looked at. What is Rigetti doing? Maybe it's holding some good lows as well. Ooh, it broke the low today, but still holding on to its 11 support. Not nearly as strong as QBTS. I think D-Wave, they were the ones that had the good growth on earnings and have been getting the most juice lately. So if I was picking a name in the quantum space for continuation next week, I mean, it's long in front of 1475 on QBTS. That's despite the fact that I only shorted this thing twice today. But it was actually a better long if you longed the bottom here in front of, just underneath the 15 level. Yeah, it looks like we might get trailed out on Palantir, but I think that's kind of the plan. Scalp trade the longs if you can. And if this breaks the trend, like I said, it's underneath 138.10. That's the prior bar. Once it breaks that prior bar, I'm out of this thing.
Yeah, good.
Frank drives. I'm not sure where this is coming from, but the market is not closed, would not be closed on Monday.
Monday.
Yeah, the only time I'm like.
There's Thursday. That might be the confusion, I guess.
I don't know what the
Thursday,
confusion
the
might be.
for Juneteenth.
Yeah, it's Juneteenth on Thursday, but no, there's nothing. Yeah, next week there is a holiday. It's Juneteenth, but
Yeah, Thursday.
yeah.
Yeah, so next Thursday we won't be here, but
Oh, someone asked if it was.
Canadian market's open, a European market's open, every market open except for the United States. So yeah, happy early Juneteenth, and we'll be talking about that on Wednesday. So make sure that you do join us, of course, next week for a full week of trade, and then we will take off. Of course, Thursday. Oh, you got me confused already. Okay, so that's what we're doing there. Yeah, same kind of thing here, man. We're getting lighter and lighter on AMD as we go to that side of things. So, all right, Adair's got some more stories.
Actually, not geopolitical here either. This is Boeing bouncing. I mean, this one kind of has done quite the move today, and right now bouncing a little bit. Apparently, the company is said to be delivering its first jet to China in, I guess, a bit of a reprieve here from tariff wars. We know that initially China had said they were telling airlines not to accept these Boeings. Looks like now they are, but this is not the first headline of this kind that we've heard. BA already giving back some of that push, guys. Back to you.
Oh, come on, Boeing, find a bit. So I just got trailed out of Palantir there. It finally broke the prior bar. Well, I shouldn't say finally because you don't want it to, but it broke the prior bar. I'm out 138.20. Looks like, actually, no, I got 22s. Seems like, yeah, it's kind of a good number. So one trend break. If it comes back into VWAP and there's still some time and you see it consolidate off the volume weighted average price, that could be a nice little reload zone. But I'll just play it with a little bit of patience here. I think Boeing, to me, is just a complete stay away. We're talking about how these investigations take an incredible amount of time. Video footage doesn't really tell you much of anything except give you some possibilities that could be a lot of things. So I think, unfortunately for Boeing, you're kind of sitting and waiting. If you get an extreme dip, I think that gives you an opportunity, if you really like it, to jump back into the 50 or 200. But I wouldn't touch it in either direction at this price because, like I said, this investigation is going to take an extremely long time. And if you like the defense plays, there's plenty of other defense plays that you can go out there and jump into without taking the risk that Boeing obviously is going to give you right now.
All right, so there we go, man. More out of AMD as it's kind of, I'm getting out of everything right now, pretty much. We just got up to VWAP there, so we took another out right now at 30. So the market's going up. We're just hearing in our ear that the strikes are now finished against Israel, apparently. So we'll wait. Right now, the public is now permitted to leave sheltered spaces in Israel. We're getting that in our ear now as well. So maybe there is some sort of de-escalation possibly now. Or not de-escalation, but we're done that little wave, which I don't know. I hate reporting on this kind of stuff, but it is what we're dealing with right now. So more outs. I have 10% left of AMD. Let's look for another trade. All right, Neil just had Palantir. That was a good one. Tesla's another name that we keep on talking about. Wow, back up to 330. Great trade there if you shorted that 330 level. Now you're above and you're at the 200 period. I think the only trade there was VWAP. Probably needed to wait for that one. All right, what else we want let's go through. Shout out to anybody that's here, man. I feel like this has been a slow afternoon show. And it's not, it's just, we have the trades. I've had some pretty good trades on, that's for sure. Where's my little roll call thing? Oh yeah, there it is. All right, let's see who's still here, man. We have, how many likes, first of all? We got a nice amount of likes going on there. We had plus 500. Now we have 800 likes. I want to thank everybody for that one. 5,300 as well watching right now. So I'm going to say hi to some people in here right now. You know, whether or not you're green or red today, we want to thank everybody for being here. It's power hour time, and the rally may be upon us, but I don't know. All right, what's up, Bart Simpson? What's up? I'm red as a yeah, many people around here. I'm green today, thankfully. Jarhead, what's up? Dr. Plankton is here as well. There's Jarhead again. Jarhead, one of our very first guest traders, which, oh, I didn't put my makeup back on. You can still see you guys. Shining like, I don't know what. What's up, Bobby Axelrod? Good show. Sports and Stonks is in here. Hey, Izzy. What's going on, Izzy Sanchez? Thank you for the $1 super chat. Super chat, make them dance, dance, dance. What's up, Andrew's here. The Roaring Griffin is here right now as well. I'm wondering about reloading the short right now. Army of one, that's always good. You like to add to your numbers a little bit. We talked about that yesterday. Obi runs at least 10 deep. So Trump's tariff slump. What's up to you as well? Tia, I can't forget you. Where are you, Tia? There you are. What's up, Tia? Panther B King, Cloud C, Sunny is here. Carlos, Nitish, Mike the Stock Impaler. Well, some stocks getting impaled.
That's definitely true.
That's it for roll call. Thank you, everybody, for participating and hitting the like button. If I called your name out and you didn't hit the like button, wow, that's no good. All right, we told you we only had 10% left of this trade. I'm gone. I'm going to offer ones. Hopefully we get that. Now we're gone. That's it. Wrap it up. That's the oops, sorry, I was not even on the stock. That's AMD is what I was trying to get at. AMD is where we just got out of right there at 116.01s of our last 10%. We cleaned up on that one as well. Nice move back there to the upside. Neil had that good win with Palantir. We have it here on AMD. And now I really do think it's probably too late, but it was a good spot there to think about going short again because oh man, what's going on? Come on, don't freeze up on me now. I got to check out easy trading computers, man, because like I don't know about this trading computer we have, but 73.20 right there, that gave us these tops. So like that's the kind of stuff that we were thinking about shorting, right? Is like finally once it gives you a top, there's no point. It's like on AMD there where we kept on getting in and out of that. It's like it showed us that it didn't want to break. It didn't want to break VWAP. So look at all the outs. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one's a little low, but definitely 4 outs there. That total is probably 30%, you know, if not a little bit more. And then these outs there. We only had 10% left. I told you as this was moving up, we only had 35%. So good moves to the outside, to the upside right there. And then it gave you the top. So when it does that, even if it breaks, that's why I try to hold the 10%, because if it does break, then fine. It's not the same as like holding a runner in the morning. You know, we've already know our levels now, so there's a good out. We should have just reshorted it. I think that was the only real mistake that I made right there. So yeah, use the $ before the ticker, says Live Trader.
It does make it easier.
Right there. No, it's good. And the reason why we want you to do that, I don't know if Fabian or anybody's actually even talked about this, but pretty soon there's going to be a new website out. Is it going to be a website, Fabian, or the count for the tickers? How are they going to see it?
It's internal.
Oh, so they're never going to see it.
We can show it. We can show it.
You're never going to see it. Anyways, Fabian is building right now. Basically, it scrapes the chat for the tickers, and whatever tickers have been populated the most will show up. So
Like what you'd do is like you'd type. Let me show you guys. Like you type one of these, and then like it'll show who's winning the battles.
right. So someone just typed in ASTS. See, type it in right now in the chat.
Yes, I'll do like.
Watch. There's Pan W. You see Pan W's there. Someone watch. GME's going to pop up next. Poop is going to.
Everybody knows what I'm gonna type.
There's poop.
Which one did Neil type?
Yo, if I see anybody else,
Mullen, baby.
put it back up.
Put it back up.
Just leave it on. Just.
Mullen,
Yeah, so there it is.
Mullen.
So what do you want to talk about, Fabian?
I just want to see it kick in as
Yeah, so
everybody,
everyone's
like,
typing right now on the chat. So here,
Remember to follow the format, guys.
yeah, anyways, anyone watching the chat, you can see.
Come on,
Right.
Fartcoin.
No, Neil, put the chat on the screen as well, man.
Okay, my bad.
All right, so there you go. So see, like, so there you go. MSTR.
I wasn't
There's
gonna do
MSTR on the
Fartcoin at
bottom.
all.
There, right, they're all starting to show up there. So,
Wow,
nope.
look at that.
Nope. Wow. This is like a bad dream. It's like you're just saying, like, what stocks should I sell? What's in my
They
portfolio?
just like come in and just
What's
keep
in my-
coming. They just-
What's the buy part there? What? Oh, is that what I'm in? Or
Oh,
what
that's
is?
just like added flavor
I do that.
for the chat, basically. You know, they don't actually have to type
But what
that.
does the spy mean? Like, what is
That's the
that
tick-
flashing in the middle?
Here, let me
It's,
just- I'll
it
do
says
this.
type
No one's
by.
typing TQQ.
I mean, they don't have to type that. That's more an example of how to
Oh, those
type.
are examples.
Yes, the
Just so-
format
just
to
so you
follow.
know what to do.
The dollar sign is really what's important.
Right.
That's
okay.
about it.
But this is not going external, so we don't. The example part we don't really.
But like now you can hit start poll. I'll train you
I mean,
guys.
start poll.
Yeah, yeah. You see,
Neil, let's go.
If I hit the
Focus.
button and I
click
go start poll,
Now
Neil's
it'll
not
pick the
focusing.
most two popular. So Maury. What's Maury?
Don't discuss Maury. I've already banned people from that. That's the coin that everybody.
Okay.
It's a
So I'm gonna
spammer.
create a blacklist maybe.
Yeah. Yes.
yeah, no, we'd have
yes.
to. There's some obvious
Blacklisted.
things that we have to put on the
And I
blacklist,
think that's the thing we
like
should avoid.
D's.
Yeah,
Needs to be
so-
on there.
Or YOLO or
YOLO.
So
There's a
this
lot
is the
in there.
next iteration of what we're doing right now,
But we
right?
wanna
These
name
days
names.
'Cause I wanna
is
involve
you guys
you
can
guys.
request exactly. They can request whatever stocks they want us to trade, and then we'll tally them up and be able to see which ones are of most
And
interest.
I had an
Exactly.
idea. What if we make
And if someone
the
puts poop
audience
again.
create a portfolio that to see if you guys can beat the S&P maybe. What
Yeah.
if?
Yeah.
Well,
there's a
Also,
lot-
well, the next time we do something like these were our picks of the year, like we did in the Jimmy Carter thing, we could have had the audience as well,
Well,
and
now
then
we
would
have
just
that
be a
option.
consensus. And now we can do that because you guys saw our picks, but we could have had the consensus of the audience on that day and the picks that they wanted.
Limited to 5 characters.
Oh, I tried to type
What
Sharif.
did you do?
Sharif, I tried.
Cherry.
I'm like cherry.
Man.
I like cherries.
But yeah,
Cherries are
Yeah,
good.
people- now
basically,
people are typing in Katina, man.
Now that we've been basically reviewing these
Sean,
stocks,
hey, Sean
right?
worked. That's 5 symbols.
Click start voting. Neil.
Start
click-
voting, Neil.
Click start voting.
Yeah, I
So
feel like
now
you're not
this is
focused.
where you guys can
reading some
decide
of
the pick. This is where you guys can start clicking ones or twos. You see how it says vote now
Yeah.
for 1 for Maury and 2 for Palantir.
Right,
Right?
okay.
So now the audience can start typing in 1s and 2s and you can see, look, the tug of war begins.
Yeah.
Back and forth of people implementing their
Palantir is
vote.
destroying it.
Yeah, I mean, we
Whatever.
all knew it was going to be like that.
Fabian, whatever we pay you is not enough.
I know.
I know you know. I know you know that. I know you know that. But yeah, great job there, Fabian. Thanks for doing that, and thanks for the explanation there. I know Fabian's not
give you
feeling
a
that
fist
well,
bump for that.
Today, so thank you. Yeah, thank you, Fabian, for that. As we had, I'm glad to show you guys.
I can give you a throat lozenge if you want. I have a bunch. You got them? Okay, good.
Okay, good. He's got that.
He's good to go.
He's good to go.
But that's fantastic. I think it's super cool. Obviously, I mean, Palantir, it would have been more fun if you guys had actually let us put it up against something that wasn't Maury, because that would be interesting.
No, but we can. No, the,
No,
the,
and we will.
The
It's just-
blacklist is a great idea.
Yeah, we do need the blacklist.
Because we're always going to have spam.
Yeah, because we want to make sure it's actual
Yeah.
stocks.
There we
We could
go.
actually do
David
it the other way.
Churchill
Like it
likes
only
that
accepts things that are on a database. There's lots of ways you can do it, but obviously it's more fun if we have a bit of a blacklist. Yeah, should have shorted AAL or something like that.
Isn't that funny? Like all the tech guys kind of, people are like, yeah, it looks like you can tell Fabian's in tech, you know? He's just,
Yeah,
you
you
guys
can
are so chill. Right there, we want to thank Fabian and
Very
Andre, and then Ramin's off today as well. So those are basically the 3 guys.
Oh, but did you see? I
in the
meant to
background
post
that
this.
sometimes we'll talk about?
Ramin wasn't in,
Yeah.
but I had to break the rule with the fruit salad this morning because like I come this morning and I'm like, this is the fruit salad that's for everybody. Literally has
Oh, they
Ramin.
put the wrong sticker on it?
So it has Ramin's name on it, and I'm like, look, I'm eating this fruit
I
salad.
never
Which,
even
by
seen
the way,
Ramin eat the fruit salad.
it was only melon and slices
yeah, I
of
can
orange.
see that, yeah.
Like, where's the
Well, those
variety?
are, like not tangerine.
Well, it's
Clementines.
Clementines. But so
Mandarin maybe.
I just for jokes, I sent it to Ramin. I'm like, we're eating it anyways, just even though you're not here.
Anyone guess if Fabian is a video game player?
Oh, come on, that's too easy. That's light work, Sean.
Yeah, that's light
as the
work.
kids like to say, light work.
That's light work. Yeah, I'm not cooking with that take. Okay, so yeah, we have a game tonight as well, so that should be fun tonight. As I said, we're hoping for better weather, 8 to 10 o'clock tonight at High Park.
That's
And
gonna
then
be
we
chilly.
have we're busy all weekend with sporting activities, and happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there as well. Okay, so. We can have a look. I know Neil was just in and out of Palantir there. See what I'm saying? That goes up to the 200 period and falls back out again. So that's a good one, but it's all the way back into VWAP again. So that's probably a decent area to look to get longer one more time. It just came into 60s. I feel silly to buy it now at 90s, but whoever saw that there on Palantir, as we have a lot of fun, but that would have been a symbol there to look at on dip buy opportunities. So again, what's up, TD Baker? Thank you so much for the super chat. Always tip for good service. So there it is, man. We want to thank you for that one. And shout out to be back, I believe, Monday.
He is.
I think. Anyway, says he's. I can look at
Yes.
that. I don't know. I feel like you and I know Adara, Brendan, most of us use the vacation tool quite good in our calendar.
he's back.
There, others do not. But okay.
The only thing in there is Juneteenth, and then
Juneteenth.
all the regular stuff.
Okay.
Oh shoot, there's a halt. I want to. Some people are
Yeah, let's
trading.
go over some more names.
Some people are trading trading RBNE. It bounced off. Wow, halted down into VWAP, holds the line like a champion, and now halted to the upside. So if you're trading small cappers, I know Sharif likes the volume weighted average price. This has been, riding it. Anyways, I'm gonna say riding it like Genuine, but like that's a reference that nobody gets
halted
because
a
it's so
couple
old. It's halted multiple times today, but the tap is, we get the tap as flat, and it's not really showing you an indicated open away from this price at 14.90. So strong move on the day for RBNE, also strong move off the volume weighted average price. It is after 3:30, so remember, just for a stock like this, if it halts in the final 10 minutes at like 3:51 or 3:52, then time doesn't matter. It doesn't open up in 5 minutes. It doesn't open up in 10 minutes. It opens up at 4 o'clock. That's how the market works for halts in the last 10 minutes of the day, which this stock is certainly is a very decent possibility it could. Wow, AAL, like it's just very slowly bleeding back down. Like I could have picked CCL as well, which we probably should have held on to the short, but we reloaded it, it broke back in the trend, and now you're right back into the lows on all the travel names. They're still taking it on the chin here. What's still setting up for a short instead of punching at the low of the day? Can't really find anything that I'm really liking at these entry points for the short side of the trade. And I don't want to be long in this last half an hour. It feels like it's a risk-off event here. So maybe sliding into something like an AL, but you're literally almost punching the low of the day, which would be 10.26. There's still some time. Good look, Abhishek. I forgot about QBTS. Is that holding? Nope. QBTS lost VWAP, so that program buy that was going in has completely stopped, and now you're right back into trending down. So this is a trending stock all day long. Like when I tried taking a breakdown, like a consolidation breakdown, no, the answer was trend down, go long, trend up, breaks trend, go short, breaks trend, go long. So I wouldn't, like the only way I'm playing QBTS is on a trend break because that's the only way that it has worked cleanly here today. And because that would require it breaking trend and going up, nothing to be seen here for me. You got to respect what the stock is respecting, and it's just, it's giving you great continuation, but trying to find the dip buy or a dip buy has been a trend break, and trying to find the short has been waiting for it to break an upward trend. If there's any other symbols you guys want to look at, let me know, because not anything right now. Imbalance locator for the early look has nothing but, I mean, BACs are often, so is HPE. They're not going to do much. MP is interesting because you don't usually see that there for 2 million shares to the sell side. Kind of interesting that would be to the sell. And it's only done 17 million in volume, so it's a significant amount of volume relative to, significant imbalance relative to the volume, over 10% if it ends up holding up. So this could be worth watching. It's got a hard top here at about 30.80. If this indeed does come out as a sell imbalance, there could be a trade off of that high here for MP. But outside of that, that's the only thing that stands out on the locator. Coming into the last 25 minutes of the day.
Yeah, getting out of the futures there does not look like great. I mean, it does go up to 73.20, so we were pretty happy to do it. Right now, I'm kind of just focused on, do we break the low of the day at this point, at this time? You know, it's power hour. It hasn't really done much. The market really hasn't done much here over the last hour. So, you know, as we wait, I mean, I guess if you go back an hour, well, yeah, if you go back an hour, you're right here. So, yeah, not much going on here, but, you know, definitely able to do something. That's for sure. So I was just waiting to see if we do wind up breaking low there. And if we do, then we'll definitely hop out of some of these plays. But, you know, if we can get back, there it is. I was like, again, it's like, it's where are you going? Are you going in or out there? Because you could have bought that dip right there. So that's another spot right there that we could have been able to buy that dip into the low of the day. And you can always look these things up using eSignal, right? I mean, we do have that QR code right there. Make sure you do scan it right now. Grab the best software out there for trading and charting, right? It's eSignal. You can attach it to over 50 plus. Should have gone long the market there. Over 50 plus brokers there. You can get hooked up with the scanners, everything. We already went through some scanners. Like right now, Tesla is really popping off on that as Tesla goes back to 327 now, looking to go higher. But customizable charts, right? Drop anchor VWAPs, drop. Joe was using the options tool there yesterday. Lots of things to do with it. Like you'll spend hours and hours going through it. So, you know, sign up, see if you like it. If you don't, get rid of it. It's a free month. And then not only that, you know, it's brought to you by ICE. And they are, you know, the Intercontinental Exchange. They represent, they own the NYSE, AMEX, NYMEX, I believe. But anyways, it just goes, I should look it up. You can get entitled all of these markets. So if you're trading Blue Ocean here at Real Trading, you can definitely check that out. You know what I think it's time for, actually? We haven't done this in a minute, and I might be setting myself up. I hope the numbers are pretty good. Let's go look at who's making money here at Real Trading, and it's not who's, it's what. Oh, finish update. I must have an update with Chrome. All right, so this is our trader information portal. So if you are part of Real Trading, MP, what is MP? MP Metals maybe? So some ideas here for TMX, Midday, little number there, sort of take a good read if you are with us. OTCX, we have Jeff Mendel on all the time. So here's a look at what some symbols are popping off for them. NASDAQ quarterly index review for next week on June the 20th. So that's in here as well. There's lots of stuff happening, but I like to go to compare your profits. So you can, it doesn't look like it's going to be that hot from yesterday. Just scan down here. Yeah, so these are the top 10 traders from yesterday here at Real Trading. So again, remember, this is a prop floor. There's over 3,000 traders worldwide, and everybody trades with a risk limit. So whether or not, and it's just like, I don't know, I've never, you know, traded with Trade the Pool, but the more you earn, the higher your risk level, right? And so, and there's other things to it as well. But
if a prop firm doesn't operate that way, then that's what I'm saying.
Like generally speaking,
we make the assumption that that's how any other prop firm would operate, because I don't understand how else it would work.
Yeah. So yeah, that's probably
well,
accurate.
or.
I just didn't want to misspeak for Trade the Pool. That's all, because I don't know. But anyways, you guys would know. So, but there it is, man. So, and these are the markets that were executed by the trader for the trader on these markets. So this trader, for example, only traded the NASDAQ yesterday. Whenever you only see one market, I almost feel like they had an idea and it worked, and that was it. And they might have just hit, like, for example, maybe they hit a huge trade on Coinbase or whatever, and then end, right? So, but anyways, NYSE, there's the Amex again. Some Canadian trader there, obviously nicely hit there. You don't have to be in Canada to trade these markets. You could be anywhere in the world, but there is nothing. There's Hong Kong. Ooh, someone took down 4Gs in Hong Kong. That's nice as well. So that's what who's making, or what the top dollar amounts are here at Real Trading from yesterday. Not the greatest. We've seen days, of course, that have in the teens, thousands, and higher than that as well. And then on like today, probably will be a little bit higher because you're actually getting some movement in the market. And some of the traders, again, we don't know. There could be loss from tops and things like that. So you will actually get shut down. Like, so if you lose, what is it, 100, I don't even know, 150%? It's like your daily goal. So if your goal is...
It's about, yeah, it's about.
Yeah, if your shutdown is $200 and you're up $500, you'll get shut down minus like 300 or something from the top.
There's like one, I know it's 1.6 of what your daily loss. So if your daily loss limit's 1,000, then your LFT is 1,600. It's 1.6.
Right. So sometimes, some traders.
Here's why it's
so that
1.6,
trader
not
could have been
1.5.
up 10,000 and then lost 3,000 or so and got shut down. So who knows? Anyways, that's what that is. What is OP? Ocean Pacific, Ocean PAL right now. So a little bit of a crazier name here. Just been halting back and forth, back and forth. OP right here. This stock is OP. No, Fabian? Yes, thumbs up from Fabian, the gamer over there. So yeah, right now, nice stock right there, moving up 135.
For the rest of us, I'm just gonna throw my hand up for
Overpowered.
The rest of us. Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate you.
Come on, come on, man. Okay, so we're gonna go over to details.
If I don't know, I'm the type of person, if I don't know something, I'm asking. And if
good.
someone
No,
like,
no,
I'm
nothing wrong.
always asking. That's how I was raised, man.
We don't
trying to
even.
know.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. You should ask. But anyways, we're getting
is kind of
no.
obvious.
This must be a new issue. I mean, there's nothing here at all on Benzinga. So no news found. So Benzinga doesn't have anything for OP. Doesn't mean there isn't anything. I'll ask Adara if she knows anything about OP right now. Up 129%. This was a 75-cent stock. We can zoom out. We always say that.
Oh.
It looks like. Okay, so maybe we should know more about this. Ocean PAL, OP, nice move to the downside there, and a great move back up right now, $1.83 right there. We've seen these levels before. This could be a good spot, man. If you're long, this is why we bring this up. This is why we zoom out. There's only 20 minutes left in the day. Do you really think OP is going to be OP on Monday? I'm not sure, but right there, $1.80. We've seen it before. Goes all the way back to last
The
August.
shipping company?
Yeah.
In Greek shipping company.
Yeah, so I guess that would kind of make sense, but I guess, you know, as maybe there's been worries, maybe they don't ship in the, okay, we're going to go to Adara and find out what that's up with OP.
Yeah, so this company, they're apparently global provider of shipping transportation services. I know Zim shipping was also up earlier today. So yeah, they're still to the upside. It looks like these shipping names in general just did pretty well today. But OP has a float of just over 1 million shares. I think like 1.08 million. So very small float as well, probably helping OP, I would guess, to the upside. Back to you.
There you go. That makes some logical sense, I suppose. Like it's a low float thing, getting some sympathy in a space, and when it starts to break out, the shorts need to cover, and anyone that tries to short it, there's not a lot of liquidity out there for you to be able to take out. So yeah, okay, that makes some sense. I don't know. It seems like a habitual when you look at the daily chart. So take your profits. There was a trend break. So I said the only way I'm getting to QPTS is on a trend break. So it made the high at 1535, broke VWAP, and then instantly after breaking VWAP, like first chance it got, it bounced, broke the trend. I jumped in, and now it's coming right back under VWAP. So my stop is underneath 1515. It's not really a ton of room, but we only have 15 minutes left anyway, so this is going to be the last salvo. I want to try to keep it at least a little bit tight to the vest. Probably, oops. Palantir's on the NASDAQ now. Palantir's trying to hold VWAP, but this market it seems distinctly different from before. Like I think I remember when it broke this trend the first time, like the second it held a higher low, like it just trended up. So, you know, it kind of breaks the trend here, and then it instantly is coming right back into the downside. So I'm not seeing the same level of strength in Palantir. I'm going to stay away from that bad boy. We'll ride with QPTS or an imbalance trade at the end of the day here. MP has that early look sell imbalance. We'll see if there's something there. And one of the cool things, Sean showed you guys right there in tip, if you're at Real Trading, like if you're lazy and don't even have your imbalance locator open, there's literally a page that tells you what the big imbalances are, so that you don't miss out on them. I find that hilarious that there's two ways. You're not going to miss any of these if you're at Real Trading because they literally list it to you in tip, whether you have this open or not. And for anyone out there, most brokers are going to have access to the imbalance locator. It's just probably an entitlement that you have to pay for. Maybe they charge extra for it. I don't know. We get that question a lot, so I want to get out in front of it if I can. And just to the last thing on that OP stocks, I know I said it without looking at this chart. Whenever I see a chart like this, and this happens without a news headline, my first thought is do not be somebody's exit liquidity if you can avoid it. Like, it's one thing to be in a stock as it's breaking out early. It's another thing to be punching into those highs as it gets in some bag hold levels. I think, too, a significant support that turned into a resistance level. Like, this seems like an area from here to 180 to the 2 level. that looks significant. Not sure why I decided to show that on my E-signal chart, except for the fact that I already had it up. I could have just drawn it into here and shown you, like goes halt, open, and it's going right into that target zone. That 180, which it just broke, into that $2 level, is a level on the daily. And because there's no specific story, I'd be at least a little bit wary of that. So it's either going to be an imbalanced trade or QBTS is going to bounce off VWAP here, at least for myself. Thierry is asking, should I sell all my QBTS shares in your long term? Like, here's the thing. Realistically, we've sold some QBTS at multiple levels, like 3 times on the way up and hold over half a position. And if I hadn't, like, if I wasn't, let's put it this way, if I hadn't already sold up here and this loses this support, I'd probably be taking some out. But that's just how I roll with plays like this. Like, I always want to be grabbing profit. Like, if I haven't sold in this range and taken some off so I can get the win, then am I going to hold it past the flat bottom break? No, I'd probably use that as a trail to get some out. But everyone has to determine, like, what kind of a play is it for you? Is this your stock that is your retirement that I want to hold on to forever and never sell? Is this a swing trade that you make? I don't know those things. I can only tell you, like, for myself, if I have a shot play in a swing account, or I'm taking a shot in a stock that fundamentally maybe doesn't justify its price, then usually I'm taking legs out on the way up until I feel I'm at a comfortable spot where, yeah, I've made so much that I can just hold it and free roll the rest. And if I hadn't taken any out, this is an obvious flat bottom break if it loses 14.75. Whether you put trails in there for some, whatever, everyone can do what they do. But you have to know your own time frame, you have to know your own risk tolerance, and you have to have your own plan.
All right, there we go. Just get ready for these imbalances. I mean, I was just thinking about, I know Neil already talked about them, but I just wanted to show them, look for them myself. But yeah, we just got back into that 73 level. So that would have been another great area to short there on the market. And then look what just happened. I was like, wow, we're just waiting for that bottom to break. Well, it came right back into it and didn't break. And it just sat right there on the bottom. So not much happening. There's no real force there into the close. So 347 right now. If you are interested in doing something, I would still lean short. But like now in 2 minutes, we've already seen all of this, right? So we've already seen a back and forth here with the futures. So it's just a matter of, I think, letting the market close now and then, hoping for the best over the weekend. You're not going to be able to execute in and out of anything other than Bitcoin over the weekend, right? I think Blue Ocean and Moon and all that will get lit up there Sunday night. Yep. And then after that, you'll wait. But yeah, the Bitcoin will move at least over the weekend. And I think, on any major pullback, 5% down on Bitcoin gets you into a key level that we've talked about a couple times there. And that is 100,000. So if that does come in, I think that would be a play. I mean, we're able to talk about any name here, but in something that might fill over the weekend, if anybody's trading, it would probably be Bitcoin. And there it is right here. There's 100. So we've dripped in before and bounced off of it. The 100 is this level right here. So, bounce up, came back in. So, it's getting closer and closer to that level. This is a 200 period moving average, so that's going to be good. That's 96 there, so 96,000 is a 200 period moving average on stocks. We really like that. So if there's anything on crypto, maybe that would be something. I can't believe it's 200 period moving average is $96,000 right now on Bitcoin. Like, that's supposed to be an area of support. Like 96,000, that's huge.
Go. I'll take it.
Absolutely huge for Bitcoin. But okay, so now we're only 30 seconds away. See, like the market there just gives you a shake and bake, like goes all the way to the downside, looks like it wants to break, then says nope. So I would actually expecting a big sell imbalance coming today. I think a lot of traders will try to get their sales done right here. So let's wait to see if we're right or wrong on that in just a matter of seconds. Now, we will get the closing imbalances. Adair will put it out, and then we'll know what's going on. So yeah, it looks like the NASDAQ kind of doing nothing. See, we still get 70s printing right now, 1.2 billion, I guess, buy side. Yeah, there it goes. Nice move to the upside, but not really. So we're not really seeing too much. TLT, HP, there's MP. We talked about materials maybe being something on an imbalance. Doesn't look to be too interesting. Oracle, while Oracle just is, wow, keeps
High
on
of the day
going.
break.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say. about it.
8%.
Now 8 and change on a bid.
That thing
NVIDIA bid.
is an absolute rocket ship.
I feel like NVIDIA 141 is a real good level, man, especially on the daily. Like, it's come back in. We bounced off of that 140s, 130, 141s, 140, something like that. Good level there. 138, good dip by 137 area for NVIDIA. But again, you know, we do have this threat happening, you know, to global stabilization, and the market really isn't doing a whole heck of a lot. ES only down 1.23. This was like a common day in April, man, like all these days. So, yeah, I don't know if this is a sign of, you know, next week, maybe there's a lot, you know, to get unwound here, or if maybe we can try to de-escalate a little bit over the weekend and come up to just a ripping market on Monday. Like, that's the other thing. I wonder if there's a lot of traders now positioning themselves long for what could be a great open.
I think that if we're up on Monday, we're gapped up very nicely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
as opposed to getting a chance to trade up. I think you gap up nicely. Just want to quickly show QBTS. I showed you where the stop was underneath that 15.15. So we jumped right out. And there's no imbalance on this. It's just an obvious support level. So it's like not like they get flipped or came out of sell imbalance. That's where the stop was the entire time. Really nothing standing out on that locator. I checked MP. I was even up because if it was too earlier, when it comes out, I want it to be bigger than what was expected. It's only 1.5. Even NVIDIA here, which looked all to the world like, okay, buy imbalance on a day where the market was down, maybe get a relief rally. Not much of anything. It's not even breaking out afternoon support. So I think that the market's still sitting in this, yeah, we don't necessarily want to buy it up en masse zone, but at the same time, everyone's kind of done their selling. So we're getting this like sideways action. You had a couple of chances, whether it was an AMD, the reversion, or like maybe Palantir or Tesla was a good one off if you had Tesla off VWAP. Like that was a chance you to take your snipe and get in, and maybe you reverted the top of that move, and that's about it. Like you got one shot to go long in the afternoon today, and then you had one shot to revert the highs. And that's almost every stock looks exactly the same. So you had to take that one shot and try to grab it if you could. But the buy imbalance is not really giving this market much of any juice here, which is surprising. You would have thought you'd get some relief rally on a buy imbalance, and we're not getting it here. Adara?
Yeah, this part of the show is brought to you here by Trade the Pool. We'll talk here about One for All, the new trading competition from Trade the Pool. It's never been done before. So everyone's going to be trading together on one shared account with $1 million buying power. This starts June 16th and it ends June 18th. And the goal is to beat the QQQs. For example, if the QQQs move up or down by 3%, we're going to aim for more. And what's in it for you? Well, everybody wins, plus there's $675,000 in prizes. That's 20 evaluation accounts up for grabs. One account, one mission, one for all. Scan the QR code and join the team now. And before we send you back to the guys, really want to quickly talk about this. I teased this a little bit in the midday. I made here, this is a NASDAQ 100 sector board, and includes all 100 names in the NASDAQ 100. So just to kind of give you guys a sense of weighting, I guess, in the market cap of each of these names. They're all organized by market cap and by sector. But what if you're wondering, hey, what are some of these smaller names? What's everything within them? Well, I've also created 11 sector-specific boards so you can see the makeup of each of these sectors. I'm going to be posting the sector-specific boards next week throughout the week, but this one's actually all out now. Check this out on X at TTV Research. It doesn't reflect performance. It's just more kind of a way to look at how these names are weighted, or I guess the market cap of them in relation to one another. Back to you.
Yeah, great.
You never get enough information.
You never get too much information. And after the market closes, if you want to stick around for more information, then join myself and Adara in the market recap show where, hey, maybe we'll go over some of the symbols in sectors that we completely ignored today. And maybe we'll talk about some recent IPOs like the Absolute, and shout out to Los Pollos Hermanos, the absolute and utter, complete, ridiculous, absurd rocket ship that Circle is. It just made another high of the day. 22%? 22% because...
What is the AIRO doing?
Let's just go. And all-time high, look, it hasn't been around that long, but all-time high for this will be 138, 60-something it looks like here. I could look it up, but I'm just looking at the wick right now.
Today? Oh, no.
Yeah, no, not today, but like, trust me, it seems pretty destined for it at some point here, Sean. It doesn't have to make sense. It just has to make dollars. Obviously, it was a fantastic IPO. We talk about it in terms of a day trade, but if you got the issue, it's ridiculous. If you bought and held, it's been pretty good. If you bought the dip into 100, it's been pretty solid as well. So Circle has been given the goods for traders of all kinds of ilks. And then today, I know we talked about how strong Tesla was today, no questions asked, very good stock today. It's a good stock, no questions asked. Palantir has been a really good stock. Oracle's been fantastic, but Circle was probably your best long, and I wasn't really even looking at it. My thought was I was gonna take a shot at it short 120, and probably the best decision I made today was not to short it when it got there. It never looked any good at the price I wanted, so I didn't take a shot at it. There wouldn't have been any short entry at 120 unless you wanted to blindly throw an offer out in front of it. And if anything, and this is why I'll slap before I go up to the, actually I still have some time. We just changed. I'll slap the fail on myself for an obvious reason. If it got to the key price level that I liked, and I didn't think it was a short, when it broke out and gets to 125, where does it double bottom at? 120. So if you like a level and it's trending in the other direction, you also have the option of going long off that level, everybody. I didn't. I wasn't even paying attention once it broke out, and the stock is now $12 higher. I do think like the shorts have been getting destroyed on these names. There's going to be a moment for Circle and for CoreWeave. Okay, CoreWeave's actually down today, where you do get some real drawbacks in these names, but it's just not happening yet. So for now, ride the wave, catch the other side of the V, as people like to say, and don't try to be a hero when it comes to trading them, because they're just destroying shorts. As I saw in the chat there, Joe Schmo in the chat just said, CoreWeave, Circle, Oracle have murdered shorts. 100%. They're absolutely, and they're still doing it. Maybe not CoreWeave today, but they're still doing it in a general sense. And fighting stocks like this before they capitulate is how people try to be a hero and tend to get burned. So yeah, glad we didn't try Circle short. Probably should have been long at some point, but congratulations to anybody that happened to have it. Oxy is apparently buying up a little bit. I was disappointed in the energy names today. I thought there'd be more fun to be had in some of these oil names. You couldn't do much of Oxy except sell it at the open, somehow magically catch the bottom, or then sit and watch it do nothing for the rest of the day. So maybe there'll be something on next week for some of these oil names.
Yeah, we did mention the bottom there in and around 45, but yeah.
That was your only shot. You had one chance to trade that stock
really
off the low.
Yeah, and the futures were going kind of crazy. This Aero Group was the new IPO today. I wish that we had made our mistake today rather than yesterday. Because that just was like, boom, straight upside there today. So, if you're interested in anything, Aero might be a good look there coming up, but I don't know. That's another IPO. We can look at that.
I don't like the chocolate bar.
The one, yeah, the chocolate. That's my wife's favorite, actually.
How? It's just, I don't know.
Just plain chocolate. That's why. I don't know. It's like
That's why I don't like
light
it.
and.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Voyager is a good one, man.
I'm gonna get to the
okay,
desk.
good one. Yeah, good luck with the recap.
See you guys at the desk.
Steve Tileman, on tonight with you. So we'll talk to Trade the Pool. Ask him about that contest. All right, so there it goes, man. Voyager, a nice move as well today, making the move back up to the upside. So I think you can go long oil here. It's K, it's N contract. Up 7 and a bit percentage points. Probably safe to hold even over the weekend, as this is getting worse and worse. The scary part about all of this is I haven't heard much from the White House, so I don't know if there is any comment about any of this stuff from the White House. And I think when that starts coming through, hopefully they'll stay out of it, but if they don't, I don't know if that will help escalate or de-escalate the situation at all. But oil and things to look at, and then gold probably popped through the highs as well. Yeah, they're still here, 316. We talked about that. It hasn't moved much. The last hour was really kind of just like blah right there. But all right, we are getting ready for the closing bell now. Only 10 seconds away. The closing bell is brought to you by Orogenics, listed on the NYSE as OGen. There's Adair ready to go with only 3, 2, and 1. Yeah. All right, man. So that's it. We are now done for the week. We want to give all of the fathers a big shout out for Happy Father's Day. Hope you have a good one. You know, I think it's U.S. Open as well. Oakmont, go watch. That should be fun to watch over the weekend as well. Crypto should be great to watch over the weekend. And of course, we pray and hope that the de-escalation is what happens there in the Middle East and for Israel and Iran and that whole conflict. We here at Trader TV Live hope for the best of all of that. So again, thanks for joining us today. I think we had a great show, although it wasn't too crazy there at the close. We had some good trades on Palantir and AMD. We had a great trade in the futures there as well with the TQQs. We've got NBA finals on this weekend. We've got NHL Stanley Cup finals on as well this weekend. And I'm loaded up with many things to do, so it should be a good one for me, and I hope it's a good one for you as well. As the market closes, NASDAQ down 1.24% and the S&P down 1.1%. So yeah, not a horrible day overall, especially if you look at your portfolios. You might be like, okay, not too bad, especially if you had Circle or Tesla. Tesla winds up on the day 2%, and Oracle up 9%, going higher here into the close as well. So thanks everybody for watching. It's a good one. What a good week it's been. We'll all be hopefully back here next week, and then we're off next week on the 19th, which is Thursday. So for me, Sean, we'll check you guys next week. Over to the recap show with Neil and Adara. Ciao.
The market recap show is on. Happy Father's Day to you, Sean, for sure, and to all the fathers out there. And we'll appreciate certainly everybody, not just the fathers, but to everybody who is a father that isn't officially a father that puts in that work. Don't forget them as well. It's one of the days where it's never fun to win on shorts when you have the reason why the market was down today. No questions asked. We gapped down overnight, and really the afternoon was sort of met with some more attacks and some more launches from Israel and Iran retaliating, and we're still going to have to deal with this over the weekend. To be sure, Adara, I feel like it was a risk-off event, but then it was almost like there was just too much selling had been done, and then we just kind of went sideways throughout most of the afternoon. But what was crazy, and it's a weird thing to lead with, yes, I can't get over how good these recent, maybe not every single IPO has been like completely easy, but the way that we've had CoreWeave, and then we had Circle, and the way that arrow went today, it was ridiculous. If you took the opening print, you almost accidentally got long into a multiple halt trade.
That's wild.
Where you're basically just stumbling into a gigantic win by the simple fact that you took it. And and I'll tell you this, and it's a mea culpa. I know we all have our own rules around it. So we looked at it and said, I don't like the volume on it, so just not going to take it. And one of the first things I thought of, need to come up with a system where I'll just take it for less shares because of how it profiles, and it's still at least take a shot at it at the open, because risk to reward was fantastic, up 87%, and at one point this thing was at $40 here today. So congratulations to anyone that had. And the reason I wanted to mention it was because we were just talking about the other IPOs, which were the strong parts in the market today. And one of the things you had to do, Adara, was try to find some things that were trending and strong that might not have the geopolitical concerns. So whether it was Oracle with their great earnings, that necessarily the cloud space, AI is still going to be good.
Yeah.
I think that made a lot of sense. So if you got continuation in somewhere that shouldn't have been weak, then that's great. The other place that ended up strong was you had news on Tesla throughout the day. So Tesla, only 2% to the upside. I think that it doesn't do justice to how strong that got as it broke away from 320 on the story that the lightning regulations on automated driving and for the robotaxis hit the market, and that just absolutely zoomed to the upside. Couldn't sustain the top. A great day for Tesla.
No, and I actually kind of want to talk about this as well. I chimed in a bit on the midday too. So I'm going to show you guys first my trading view chart. Too early there, I'm getting too excited. And then I'm going to show you guys what I actually did on TSLA. My Tesla chart is super marked up, and you would see that if you saw it on the midday. So I apologize. So let's zoom out here. This is the 15-minute on TSLA. So if you looked at the 3-minute around here on this 316 level, 100% it looked like a short. Lower highs, lower lows. Sean had the short. Shout out to Sean with that short on it. That was accidentally kind of alliteration. But then I look at the 15, and I'm like, higher low, higher low, higher low. So I realize this actually looks like maybe a better long opportunity than it is a short. So I go to the 3-minute, and I I guess a close here above, if my chart's so messy. So yeah, kind of around here, right? I wait for us to get a situation where we're kind of above, like close above the high there on the, okay, it's part of our high there in the 3 minute. Get that close, and then I just kind of wait. And I keep my stop here to the low of that candle, and I wait. And then Tesla gives you that opportunity. Now I will show the actual trade, what I did on it here. So this is, did I move it? Somewhere, I have it somewhere. I'm sorry, guys. This is very disorganized of me. But yeah, so now that I kind of know that I'm trying to play this 15-minute long uptrend, what I do is I just kind of wait, and I just trade it off of that. So here's TSLA on the 15. I get involved here. As I say, I take out a little piece here because we're kind of chopping and churning a bit. Add a little bit once I see that we're kind of holding above that previous resistance around 320. Then we break the 15-minute low, so I take out half. I add back in once we hold it again. Then I'm able to kind of get these pieces out during the news. I get one last piece out. This is planned out at 332, and I'm entirely out because 332, if you also look at the 15, was a slightly lower high. And I talked about this during the midday. I should have to say that as well. So it was a planned out, please just punch with that. Then I got short again, went on the 3, or not again, I was only short once. But once you see this kind of downtrend, right, as Neil mentioned, things cannot stay good for long. You get this downtrend, lower highs, lower lows. Once we break this kind of local low, I risked it to this high, which, by the way, this high was also the AVWAP from the news that came out.
That's key.
So it rejects the AVWAP from the news. Nice little short, covered some at VWAP, got out when we broke above 325. So kind of verbose, but the point is, when in doubt, zoom out. As Neil says, if I had been looking at the 15-minute, I would have missed this entirely.
Yeah, it's a great look. We actually had a conversation too about sometimes when you're changing the time frame on your charts, remember to change it back. I got caught one time changing. I was discussing with Obi something, and we were looking. I don't use a 1 minute chart. I put up a 1 minute chart and forgot to change it back. And then for a little bit in the afternoon, I'm like, something felt wrong. It's because I didn't like the time frame. I don't like that 1 minute chop zone that you're going to see oftentimes there. So like that, I like the 3 minute. I prefer it more. Yeah. Look, Palantir. Just a quick note for Palantir here. We talked about Tesla strength. We talked about what was strong in obviously a relatively weak market. The VIX was strong today. I mean, gapping up energy names, even though they didn't necessarily sustain that move. Palantir was able to make another test of the highs. I know it pulled back a little bit here, but it was weird that it was gapped down despite the fact that it was a defense name. You kind of felt there'd be a little bit more strength there. And then made that late rally at the end of the day to seeming like, okay, we're going to go breaking out. And what ended up happening was it pretty much exactly to 140. And this is one of those, I talked about this with regards to like taking out the Apple long way too early. Like if you get to a point where like I was just way too bearish on the market, so even though when you get the low on something, you don't do anything with it because you just think it's not going to follow through. I think Palantir and the 140 short turned out to be the same thing. Because looking back at a double top on the daily, and it broke the trend. It didn't just break the trend, it then consolidated underneath and then broke a trend again. Like this thing broke trend at the top twice and was unwilling to trade it. That said, coming into next week, it does set up for a 140 double top breakout. That's the other way to look at it. Okay, fine, there was an afternoon short, but it's consolidating over the highs. Now, you might think, okay, well, it's so frothy, maybe this isn't the one that you want to break out. But remember Oracle. We need to remember Oracle, okay? Oracle has been beautiful. It is gorgeous. It is fantastic. Everything about the last couple of days, if you're looking for a chart, if you're looking for strength, it's not something which is so far out of the zone that you're like, I can't believe I'd be chasing it up here, or it's just so ridiculously expensive on a P that you can't stomach it. No, this is a local breakout after strong earnings. And what it's able to do on a 15-minute, let me just move this to a 15-minute chart. What it was able to do here, especially at the end of the day when the market started giving it up again, is hold the highs. Like there was no profit taking, there were no significant dips. Everything about this is just still stair-stepping into the upside for Oracle. And until it proves otherwise, we always talk about bad-looking charts like Mullen's a short till it's not, or at least I say that oftentimes. And we don't say enough, or I don't say enough, Oracle's a long till proven otherwise. It's in the breakout. The momentum is to the upside. It is completely ignoring geopolitical news. It's ignoring market moves to the downside. It's ignoring anybody's attempt to short it, and it's just going higher. So coming into next week, the default for me is look for an Oracle long. Maybe you don't find it. Fair enough. But if you don't look for it, you don't get moves like today where it was just one of the cleanest looking longs you could have had, and every single red on the 15-minute was a buying opportunity at Era.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at this at one point, like the first 15-minute fail, I was considering this potentially. I was like, maybe a short. It didn't let me in, and I'm really happy it didn't, because look what this thing did.
Yeah.
It's worth noting, apparently, Oracle had its best week since 2001. So it's best week in 24 years on these earnings. I mean, to be fair, the earnings were really strong, well-received. Oracle is a well-liked company, but yeah, this is like a beautiful look. And I think if we see more developments on that Project Stargate thing that was announced in January and we really haven't heard about since, I think this could be, continued strength for ORCL, that's for sure. I'm trying to think of other stocks that were outstandingly strong this week beyond Tesla. I mean, you know what? Tesla, I actually think we're looking at a weekly chart could be interesting, because TSLA, I would say, was pretty range bound this week within that, trading within the same range that it did last week, right? Yeah, exactly. So Tesla on the weekly chart, of course, we get this push into all-time highs in December, come back, bounce nicely here, a little bit of a double bottom on the weekly off that 212 area. Then we reject 360, and then, yeah, I mean, like today, or this week anyway, what's interesting about what we did this week is that we traded entirely within the range of last week. So let's see if Tesla can break out of that range next week. Let us know in the chat what tickers you guys are looking for, because I want to make sure we're taking a look at everything. Who said short Circle? LOL, says Justin Johnson.
Who's shorting Circle?
I guess they were just like asking. I guess some, in case anyone said
The day will come. Look, I mean, come on, like
this daily chart's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, Circle's chart is insane, obviously, but like usually there's a chance where you get to short these parabolic recent IPO type names. Like, it hasn't been around very long. Does it look bearish yet? I don't know. No. Like, it's not a reasonable bull flag or consolidation, because the bottom of the recent move is 100, but it did a nice pullback. Okay, there's your 140 pullback. The first thing it did is hold the most obvious level ever, which is $100, which is also the opening range top. Okay, so the first resistance on day one turns into instant support on the daily chart, and now on the weakest day that we've had since, we have all kinds of bad news. This thing wants to try to run the highs. Yeah, maybe it's not yet the time to short it. I think anyone that tried CoreWeave, okay, it's CoreWeave off the high, not looking bad, but look how long CoreWeave sustained its breakout. Oftentimes, when you see like an early IPO that rallies, there's a prolonged down move and then the big massive breakout, right? Like, that's what CoreWeave did. The early up move, then the prolonged down move sideways, and then didn't break out for after a while, like after earnings actually. Circle's not following that pattern. Circle's following the pattern, we're just going up, so you haven't even had that prolonged pullback situation just yet, where it's like you could have almost instantly started riding the CoreWeave short back into the lows. That's not what Circle is doing. I think it's just basically blowing people out and trying to be early on that short. Great, you'll get style points if you catch it, but on the way to style points, you're probably going to get some bruises, and hopefully you're able to manage it to bruises as the stock just keeps on hurting people.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it seems like if your ticker ended in RCL, you had a pretty good week. I mean, let's actually see what Royal Caribbean did, though, because, I mean, Oracle, Circle.
Nope.
Royal Caribbean breaks this pattern, I think. I tried to say pattern and trend at the same time. But to be fair, Neil, it's been in quite the uptrend recently. I want to mention as well another name that's been really strong lately that has its earnings in 2 weeks. I'm going to think of earnings names next week, but it's honestly a pretty boring week for earnings. So week after that, we have Micron, which I know you mentioned Micron earlier today, yes. Neil. Micron, uptrend. It's at this point, it's kind of broken out of that previous resistance that we had around 114 right now, trading around 115 halves. Next potential area of resistance looks like that 137 area. I think this one could be kind of dangerous on earnings, because we've seen a lot of these really violent moves. I mean, RH today gapped up and then dropped like $34. I think more than that at the lows. So MU could be a situation of caution. The setup here going into earnings, though, is beautiful. It kind of looks like a dinosaur or a giraffe or something. But again, some of these names that have run up into earnings have had like quite the big fall when the actual report comes.
I agree. The one thing that stands out for Micron against some of those names is just simply how much selling was being done. Now, there's a couple of things to work with here, and I think it was JC Peretza. He had a tweet about this, that if you anchored, I think basically if you just anchored VWAP to the highs, that it was rejecting an anchored VWAP. I was more looking at what was happening every time it consolidated above the 200 period moving average and got into the 110 to 115 area. So you had hard resistance there, and every time it broke the 200 period moving average, you'd consolidate and fail the consolidation. You'd consolidate, fail up at the same high, or you just wouldn't break it at all. What happened different here, when it broke 100 the last time, the consolidation above the 200 period broke out. It then followed that by breaking out above these teens, and on the bad news that we had today, or on the market weakness we had today, it ended up holding that 115 level on all the dips. So going into earnings, Micron's about one of the best looking charts from a bullish standpoint. Obviously, it still has to get through that report, but I do like what I see right now with Micron. Are we locked and loaded? Oh, we are locked and loaded. Have a good one there, Sean. And everybody, we've got one of our favorite guests back on. We got some trader talk. We've got Steve Tileman back. What happened? And right as I hit it, literally right as I hit it, we might have had some issues right there. So Fabian is working on that, so that's my bad. I was literally hitting it when yeah, it's fine. We'll get Steve up in hopefully a quick little second. We rock, ready to go? I'm not going to hit it again, but we got Steve. There he is. How's it going, Steve? Good to see you again.
Hey, doing well. Thanks for having me on. How you doing?
Always great, always great. Today was one of those days, and we say it all the time as traders. Like, there were moments sitting in the afternoon shorts where you're just watching the market go down that there's no joy. There's no joy sometimes to shorting a market which is falling on what obviously is, bad news. War is just bad for everybody. I don't care if your defense stocks are rising or whatever, if your shorts are cooking. It doesn't make a difference. It's not a heck of a lot of fun. Well, we had more than just that going into it. We had some fantastic IPO trading the last couple of weeks for anybody that was in those longs. Tesla's had some crazy action, especially to the upside and relief rally. So where were your eyeballs mostly today? I kind of feel like it would have been easy this week to be all over the place. But what was kind of the big theme for you, or what stood out for you this week?
Well, the biggest thing for me is the surge in oil and oil names. That's been very, very different from the past couple months of trading. So I'm keeping my eye on that for sure. In general, for the whole market, I think that we were looking for a reason to pull back just a little bit. I think that the Iran headlines are probably giving us a little bit of a potential entry, not necessarily today, but I do anticipate. I'm still waiting for a 200-day back test here. So for me, I think this is healthy price action. I think the market isn't responding with outward, too much fear. I think the uncertainty is a lot worse for the market than even a war. So that's kind of where my head's at. I'm looking for some stabilization to get long in a lot of names that I've maybe been a little bit locked out of here on the way up.
So here's one thing I was thinking about too. Like, if this turns into, let's just say it turns into prolonged conflict, which we hope it doesn't, but let's just imagine a scenario where it might happen. When you look at a dip back, you're looking at that 200 period moving average. Do you ever find yourself maybe not liking certain names that you think would have maybe more weakness in the event that we get a prolonged conflict, or do you like certain names more? Like, I know some people would say things like, if I wanted to buy Palantir on dips and I get them, well, now it's a defense stock. I prefer that to something else. Do you start to separate things because of the nature of why we're pulling back?
Yeah, I think absolutely. And I won't claim to be an expert on the, it's a very complex system that we're trying to parse through here. But in general, I'm looking at these trends of these tech names leading from the bottom, these high beta momentum names. And then now we're starting to get some more broader based rotation in RSP names, in IWM names, in even ARK-K, those kind of maybe not as high quality companies. But I think the market's looking for reasons to catch up. And so we got to keep a close eye on those for the next leg up, because if we do have a sustained rally to all-time highs and beyond, which it seems like it's shaping up that way to me, So I'm looking to kind of join in with the market, the institutions that maybe missed a lot of this move up and invest in these kind of lagging sectors. So those are where my eyes are at. I'm a little less inclined to be just hammering the Metas, the Netflixes, those type of mega caps that kind of are doing amazingly, Microsoft, stuff like that. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, the kind of things that we already all own. Like everyone's already seen the allocation to those are usually pretty good at this point. Now you mentioned energy names. I was incredibly disappointed. We got that echo. Sorry about the echo, everybody. I was disappointed at the reaction or the lack of buying that you saw today. Man, all the names gapped up. I was looking at Oxy, and I wanted to find a long in it. I was unable to do so, and it's like by the time, like the only long you had was to find a capitulatory bottom and maybe like eke out some day trades to the long side. There was just no real continuation in that name in particular. And what I found is like you rejected the 200 period moving average underneath there. You look over at CVX, and that essentially gapped and couldn't hold to break the 200 period moving average. Like it pulled back at a first resistance spot. If you look at XLE in a general sense, like that got right to the 200 period moving average and then just completely stalled out. It was almost as if we just got no continuation. I get it. It was just a gap move up over overnight news. But the lack of follow through in day one concern you at all here, Steve, for energy?
It's something to watch, right? Because I feel like a lot of people, myself included, weren't invested in these names at the bottom. And now we've gotten this straight shot move up to these key, like you mentioned, they're really key levels here. There's tons of tests of 200-day moving averages. I think USO is doing that.
Yep.
So I think that it's healthy for there to be a little bit of a stall here. If we start hard rejecting, we see high volume spikes coming in here, aligned with bearish candles, then I start to get worried. For now, I'm still quite bullish on these names. I think they're setting up beautifully. And I mean, heck, I don't want to say it, but it does seem like we are headed to a bit more of a prolonged conflict than the past Iran kind of flashpoints have been in the past year or two. So I'm keeping an eye on here. I'd really like to see some constructive consolidation into these 200 moving averages. You can see on my screen here, I'm a big FSLR bull. I think this name looks incredible. I think that on a long-term perspective, we have a massive potential setup here in this giant cup and handle that's forming. It's holding all the key levels. So now it's when the rubber hits the road, though, with this 200-day moving average. So I'm watching very closely here. And I mean, I like a lot of the names you pulled up, honestly. I think that they're still okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to like be patient with it and just not worry too much about the fact that we didn't get a continuation. Look, this is one where I want to say it again. I've probably said this too many times today. Like, I'm not cheering for this to be prolonged, but your job as a trader and an investor is to play momentum. And unfortunately, sometimes we end up talking about names that, it's a better world when they're not going up and when they're not strong. Like someone in our chat today, someone's like, Halliburton did really well. It's up 6% today, and my goodness, does that look like it's trying to break a protracted downtrend and held up pretty nicely, closing those highs. And to your point, there are a lot of energy and defense names that look like this. And so there's a lot of people that want to get into that long. Now, I personally want to wait to see next week to add to, like, I own Chevron, I own some XLE. I'm thinking about Lockheed just for a trade. I don't want to own that thing long term. But I'm trying to wait till next week. Have you nibbled into anything today that you didn't already own, or are you waiting for a little more confirmation? Because I feel like people are getting really, people want to be in when they get headlines like this.
Right, absolutely. So I'm with you here. I am pretty conservative. I didn't add any positions today except for HIMS. I do love HIMS. But in terms of energy, I think that I have some positions of FSLR around 162-ish, I think, something right around there off of this 9 EMA as it was curling up. I would like to add. I missed the ad this morning. It looks like it tagged exactly where I would have liked to add. I wasn't paying enough attention. I'd like to see next week kind of let the market show its cards. If they want to continue these rallies, they definitely will. There will be signs, right? And you're a great trader. I do okay. I think we'll be able to identify that and add in as the trade continues to work.
Well, don't call me great, because I'm about to put you on the spot. You're gonna hate me in a second. Because look, when Sunrun had a pretty big rally in the middle of the day, we got a lot of questions about it. And I pull it. First thing I look for, if I don't see a specific news story on a stock, the first thing I look at is what is the sector doing. And I saw FSLR made a big spike as well. Now, for the life of me, we couldn't find a specific news story that caused the secondary push that you saw in the afternoon on these names. And we had a lot of people saying, well, if we get a protracted conflict, then that oil prices go up and the alternatives are good in the long term. And my first thought was, if that's the theory that I want to buy into as to why they rallied late in the day, then why were they not gapped up in the morning? Was there anything that stood out to you as to why maybe the solar names had that big, strong push? Do you think it was just, okay, well, the shorts got a little bit more nervous as the uptrend didn't break? Because I couldn't find, and specifically Sunrun, I know I have SLR up here, but specifically Sunrun, like this was absurd, and there was nothing specific here. If it's really that the shorts are this nervous, there might be something bigger afoot. Well, just give me your brief thoughts specifically here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting. This is new to me. I'm looking at it on my chart here, and you're absolutely right. There's a strong outperformance midday there that I don't see reflected in a lot of the other energy stocks. Let's see if FSLR did that follow through. Yeah, okay. So it does seem to be solar specific. I think that maybe what we're seeing is a little bit in the same way where SPY led with Qs and then RSP names started participating. I think that these are unloved names even in the energy sector, which is quite unloved in general. So I think that maybe capital is looking for more places to flow into it. I think probably the catalyst midday was, don't quote me on this, but I believe that's probably roughly around when Israel said that they are going to respond. And I think their biggest targets are probably going to be oil manufacturers and refineries, that kind of stuff. So I think that provide a supply squeeze, and we could be seeing just continued inflows. And this is what I would like to see in the sector, right? So the lagging names starting to participate like this.
Yeah, and the upside is tremendous here. I mean, Run's got 30% short float, FSLR, as you mentioned, First Solar, 12% short float, and so you get the late people wanting to buy the lagging movers, but also the shorts that have been winning. I mean, this would seem like a pretty. If I was riding TAN or the ETF or one of these names to the short side, I can't imagine that there's any short in the solar space. If they weren't like, should we be covering something today? That would seem awfully foolish. I'm glad you share those kind of thoughts there, because we had some speculation on it. I just want to make sure that we're not completely off base with it. But before I know we're running on time here. Before we get you out of here, you can't drop that you liked HIMS today and not at least talk about it, because I didn't even look at HIMS today. And that's a stock that's been a hot one for a while. It's in a nice consolidation. I completely even forgot to look it up because we had so much to cover. So what continues to draw you back into this name? I mean, obviously it's been on a tremendous tear here, but your thoughts on HIMS and what made you think about it specifically today, where there was a lot to look at?
Absolutely. So in general, I've been watching these nuclear names, these kind of leaders of the momentum trade for the past, let's call it a year, give or take. These SMRs, these OKLOs, types of trades like that. And HIMS is a very similar name in terms of momentum, not in terms of what they actually do, very different in that regard, but in terms of the leading names that I think are not done. The SPY doesn't seem done. These leading names don't seem done. And to me, what I see is this is a parabolic mover on the higher time frames. On this daily, we have a really clean cup and a really clean handle forming. We're getting all these moving averages catching up nice. And to me, it's holding the space. So for me, I'm adding every single time it gets anywhere near this 20-day EMA. I think that there's massive upside potential here. If we do get a similar setup to this, this continued trend of these cup and handle breakouts into these parabolic moves, I'm going to say it. I'm going to call my shot. HIMS, $100 by, let's call it, I don't know, end of year. So I'm a big fan here. I think they're a great company.
Great look. I think it's the technical setup obviously is what it is. I think you can make an argument that QBTS is trying to hold on. So the quantum names are trying to do what I think HIMS is already proving it's doing, which is holding. The QBTS is just a normal sort of bull flag, whereas HIMS, I think, has already, it's already given you the rounded bottom. It's shown you that it's held the bottom and it's kind of working off that top. So I need to get your thoughts on it, because I know it was definitely a name that probably wasn't front of the mind, Steve, for traders today, because energy would have been front of mind and Tesla in the middle of the day. So those all make a lot of sense. So good look on HIMS. I love the call. I'm going to root for it for you. I don't own any shares of it, but I know a lot of traders that watch this show absolutely love that name. So they're going to be excited to hear that you like HIMS and think it's going to $100. Steve Talman, a great friend of the show. Obviously, have a wonderful weekend. Oh, before we get you out of here, I don't know. It's Father's Day on Saturday, certainly. So for anybody, that's a big family long weekend. I don't know if you have any plans, but I hope you do have a fantastic weekend, hopefully with family and friends. Look forward to talking to you next week. Thank you so much, Steve. We didn't.
Oh. Thank you very much. Take care. Sorry if my mic's cutting out here.
No worries. Thank you so much, Steve. Have a fantastic weekend, and we'll see you next week. Hopefully, get to talk to you again. All right, everybody. It's been a fun week, but when we end the show today, obviously, you know it's a big weekend for any of the fathers out there. So, before we get into roll call, I just want to say a couple of things. One, we have the best community out there. Yeah. And community is like a family, right? And any family, like at any family, there's certain things that you have to have. And like roles, whatever, it doesn't really make a difference. At the end of the day, Father's Day, Mother's Day are about appreciating, the people that sort of shape you in your life, right? So I think everybody out there, when we do roll call, I'm like, give thanks to somebody. You don't have to say, thanks, Dad. You could be saying, thanks, Mom, thanks, Coach, thanks, Adara, thanks, Fabian. It doesn't really make a difference. But you have to be in the chat to be able to do this. So make sure you hit the like, make sure you hit the subscribe. We have a subs-only chat. This is a roll call where I want everybody typing in here a thank you to somebody who shaped their lives in a positive way. If it happens to be your dad, it happens to be your dad. That's fantastic. It could be a brother. Like I said, it could be a coach. It could be a friend. It could be a sponsor. Everyone out there has somebody like that. And I promise you, if you say you don't, then you're not telling the truth. And shout out to Butter Biscuit Head, who's going to thank Santa Claus out there. So let's get some roll call on, Adara. Drop your name in the chat, everybody, and say a big thank you to someone that matters.
Yeah, thank you guys so much here in the chat. And I think thank you as well to my family and my friends and everything. Thank you to Neil. Thank you to Sean. Thank you to Sharif. Thank you to Obi. Thank you to Joe, Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Brendo, who will be back from vacation next week. And thank you to Neil Roberts in the chat. Michael DCA, Omar BDL, Lo-Fi Soul David, Al Rakensberger, JGH, Hurley D. Dingleberg, Southiez, DJ, John D. Sir Poopy Paper Hands, Trader Buck, John Von Sowers, Big Milkshake Trading, Smoky Love, JRBR, Nicole, Donkey Trader, Daryl Flinch, Tyler Smith, Go Bills, Raymond Blitz, Liana, Miguel, Ace High, Jaya, Susie Fox again here, Green Day Dean, Sunil, Gen AI Apps. We're going to end here with Paul. Thank you so much for all of you being here today with us. We'll see you on Monday after hopefully a very restful Father's Day weekend.
Yeah, I hope everyone has an absolutely fantastic weekend, but it's been a fun week. It's been a fun week. We get to do it all again next week, Monday morning at 8:30. But before I get out of here, I have to acknowledge you've been an absolute trooper, Fabian, all day long. Trust me, like I know, like you can hear it. He's been feeling under the weather. Like everyone's like, oh, Neil, I hope you feel better. Fabian has been mustering through the entire day today. So make sure you throw him some love. And I hope you have a fantastic weekend as well, Fabian. We are Trader TV Live. Get rested. Have a great Father's Day weekend. And we'll see you Monday morning at 8:30.
See you. Bye.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.